swear to God, I will hold you in my
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am, of course, Max Atlas Anderson. Almost forgot it there. Christopher Papa Smithy Smith, who is sitting here on my right. And we're excited to bring you day 2 here of the LPL. And we're going to be starting off with some big ones. Let's go through the day schedule just quickly, though, and have a look at what's coming up for you guys, because there are a few very exciting games, and from teams we weren't necessarily expecting to bring us the exciting matches. King versus Snake, though, is what's coming up first, followed by Invictus Gaming taking on a newly improved Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, still last place on the ladder, but looking so much better in the last couple of weeks as EP. Speaking of teams on the up, World Elite, this is their last matchup before they depart for IEM Katowice. They take on M3, and we finish the night. Another one of these rises, Gamti, have a stiff challenge in an OMG team that looked hot and cold yesterday, but when they're on, we know they can be world's best.
Yeah, well, it's true. And OMG actually tying with Gamti in their last matchup here as well. Gamti being a little bit of an Achilles heel for arguably our best team in the world. People have been making these claims. Of course, OMG has had a bit of a rocky end to the sort of first half of the LPL here, but let's focus on our first match, which is going to be between King and Snake, two LSPL teams. And when they were battling in the LSPL, King had Snake's number the whole way through.
And that's to the extent that when Snake were on their big tear at the start of the season, they actually identified Snake as the team they least wanted to face, the team they were most worried about facing. And that made sense. Snake's first dropped points were against King. That was the 1-1 in, I believe, week 2. They meet again, King on the up, Snake a little bit shaky. This is another trap game for Snake, that second place team.
Yeah, and Assassin, we're looking at him because, look, there's 4 unique champions there that he can actually play fairly well. Barker, on the other hand, struggling a little bit, sort of locked into that Shurima playstyle with Azir and Xerath, and didn't manage to pick up a win on his Victor and snuck through with that Lulu victory, which you have to say was on the back of, you know, Crystal's ridiculously big cog.
And you feel like the double Bs, Beast and Barker, they're the ones that have been targeted with the bans, and both of them have looked a little bit uncomfortable when asked to move off their strongest champions. Whoosh, however, loved his Graves yesterday. Very tough game as Callista, you know, playing from behind against Vasily, but then came out really strong with the Graves.
Oh, yeah, and Layham there as well. I mean, no problem with the champion pull for that guy. Pulling out the fiddlesticks, of course, hopping on that Viger hype train as well, throwing down those event horizons, really destroying people, of course. 5.4 has not hit, so Viger still the same, with that E just instantly coming down and zoning everyone away from everything ever. It is just ridiculous.
It's more than just that, Alice. We're still on 5.2, so of course Ari still at full power. Didn't even see the small mana and range changes of patch 5.3. We're still in the past compared to other leagues, but this is a patch that's settled. And the exciting thing about when you have a patch for 2-3 weeks, people really try and get the most out of it. People really try and push the limits. You see playstyles that have been refined over multiple weeks. Azir, probably not going to be with us in future weeks. He's going to start to fall away with the nerfs. But I mean, especially later on when we see Dade, a couple of these players, Xiaohu coming up later, Barker and Assassin, they like that Azir too. It's going to be a contested pick, maybe even a ban coming through this series.
Yeah, and we've been having a discussion between the casters here. We were talking about the fact that, you know, China has looked at being this incredibly powerful AD carry-centric region, but the mid laners have most definitely been stepping up. And Ninja yesterday, for example, coming up in our third game of the day, he looked ridiculous on his Kassadin early on, and his Ezreal was no slouch either. 11, 1, and 6 at some point in that game. Just crazy. But let's have a look at Snake here as Flandre has been having a little bit of an interesting time in that top lane, not really being the star carry for his team, but his Mundo was unstoppable in their last game yesterday.
I mean, Snake as a team, even the LSPL, were always playing raise the puppy strats, you know, not the puppy, but of course Crystal, that AD carry. They love to protect the AD carry comps. You know, he played a lot of Cogmore, not necessarily the Draven that he's been known for, but Draven, kind of an offensive version of the protect the AD carry. But Flandre was always the outlier. He always played the top lane carries. He was so known for the top lane fizz. But this season, been on rotational champions, been on the Morganas and Rumbles of the world. I kind of want to see Snake throw a curveball, give him a top lane carry, and just to see if they can change their identity. Because right now, it feels like Snake are pretty damn well scouted, especially on patch 5.2.
Yeah, and now they're up against King, who have got the most experience facing this team as well, having gone through the LSPL with them at the same time. And look at that, just ridiculous amounts of Janna play. I think there's a couple more, you know, before those 4 Janna games that you can see all in a row. So very much likes that champion. But his Morgana was fantastic yesterday, too.
It helps raise the KDA. You know, it's a 5.33 KDA, very high for the supports. You play that Johnny, you can pick up the Magi's. You know you're not going to die a lot. And at least makes him look good in the KDA rankings.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate that on the Chinese website there, they only track kill to death. So KDA not going to look quite as good on that front. Actually sitting at 0.28.
So Barker on our screen, he's been the one who's kind of been looking, and it's the same with Beast. Those two players need to start, show us something different, show us they have another string to their bow. If Snake wants to be a top team, they cannot be banned away with 3 bans. But right now it feels like if you get the right 3 bans, get the right pick, the first pick, it feels like you can deal with a lot of what Snake bring.
Yeah, and it's true. And I mean, FLICKR, he's got a bit of a smile on his face now, but the other members of Snake looking quite somber sitting at their PC, sort of wanting to get their heads right in this game and give it their all, because it's very difficult now against King, who, as you mentioned, one of the teams that they're definitely scared of, which is not what you expect. I mean, you expect the EDGs, the OMGs to be sort of the terrifying teams here in the LPL, but Snake knows that, you know, with their record against King, especially in the LSPL, things are a little bit scary.
They're very pensive. I mean, if anything, it was a surprise when in the early weeks when they said, we're not looking forward to facing King, and it came true. It was almost a self-fulfilling prophecy. You might think maybe they overthink this game against King, but look, the 1-1 spoke high. There's no reason King can't pick up a 2-0 today.
Yeah, well, it's true, and we've got the graph here, of course. If Barker gets banned out, the likelihood of victory here, you can see that
King
spiking
pretty
towards
good
the
at
top
the top,
left.
yeah.
Yeah, not bad at all, really pulling the odds in. So we'll see whether that's actually going to come to fruition. Of course, that graph, you know, it's only speculative at this stage.
Yeah, there's a lot of information hidden away there that we can't really identify. We can only do our best. I feel like an archaeologist sometimes, just looking at it, going, all right, there's something being told here. What it is, not 100%
Yeah, he's
sure.
got his archaeological hammer out, ladies and gentlemen. He will pick out all the information eventually. You can trust in Papa Smithy, but...
The Ezreal of line graphs.
Okay, but the bans are now coming through, ladies and gentlemen. No surprises with the Xerath hitting the bench here, aimed at Barker, and Viger needing to be taken away from Liam. And this is looking pretty reminiscent of our matchup last night here, with Azir being taken off the board as well.
The national pride of Sherma, as you mentioned, being locked away in the first 2 picks. Suddenly the mid lane pool already looking a bit close. The claustrophobic, you have to say, for Barker. You know, he plays those 2 champions very, very well. He has other champions, I'm sure, but just not on the level of the Xerath and Azir.
Yeah, and I want to see his Victor come out and actually do well, because, of course, he's just so much fun to watch. I just love the fact that, you know, when you've got these new champions just sort of breaking out, they don't necessarily have any big changes that came through. People are just working out how to play them. Unfortunately, Barker not quite pulling out a victory yesterday, but still looked good. Cassidy going to be the final ban here, aimed more likely at Flandre, but Barker has picked that one up in the past as well. And MLXG's in Italy going to hit the bench at the same time. We'll see what actually comes through next as far as that ban. It is going to be Assassin's Ari. Very intelligent ban here on 5.2.
So Rek'Sai is the obvious pick away. Rek'Sai's been so favored with the Nidalee jungle gone. Definitely the most contested top lane. With Rumble and Aurelia both available, both Sky's strongest top laners. No need to lock away with one just yet. Just pick up the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, Flandre has the opportunity to pick up that Rumble if he wants to. Has been steering away from it as far as the first round picks are concerned. And Beast, he's got anything that he'd like to pick up. Crystal, Kalista might be coming through. The Kalista there in the bottom lane. And Beast, he can go the Nunu. I just want to see the Nunu. That's all I
would like to see the Nunu too. For some reason, all those supportive junglers just disappeared on 5.2. There was nothing innate about the patch change, but everyone was like, all right, no more Sightstones, no more Nunu. Let's go to those real carry junglers. They're going to go with the Annie early. It's the very aggressive flavor of Kalista lane. Kalista Annie, the Fate's Call to get the Tibbers just in the right spot. We already saw Crystal pick up that Kalista and do disgusting things against Vici, forcing a surrender a few weeks ago. You give this man a hypercarry, you know that Snake can play that type of game.
Oh, yeah, and there are a lot of options here for King, though. I mean, they can pick off the Vi. They can... Oh, well, they actually can't, because, of course, Rek'Sai is going to be heading into that jungle, but they have the opportunity to take away a potential Morgana here that Flandre loves to play in that top lane. Don't think that that Annie means anything as far as potential Morganas coming through, but Liam looking to pick up the Thresh here at the same time. Has played it recently, of course. Played 5 different champions in his last 5 games.
They're very much locked in their picks, you'd have to say. That the jungle, top, and support are all locked in. There's no flexibility about these picks. Flex picks have been the name of the game the whole LPO, so I think it's a bit risky to tip your hand this early in the draft by King.
Yeah, it's true. And I mean, I want to see Barker pick up Annie in the mid lane. I mean, Assassin was thinking about a Yasuo. Annie actually does fantastically in that matchup.
Just looking over to Snake's side, they had the option of the Narvan or the Jarvan Rumble. I mean, that's just upside
Yep.
after upside. You know that the Jarvan's going to come through just to signify one of those combos, but now the Narvan Wombos is started, and the scary thing is you've already got so much space control between the Annie ultimate and the Narvan. That's just space for Kalista to hop around and do so much damage.
Yeah, and as well, I mean, instead of opting for that Rumble, which is a lot of mid-game focus, this Gnar can get unkillable in that late game and have so much CC, but look at how far down the line Lissandra got through.
I mean, Lissandra was falling through picks and bans yesterday.
It was.
So Lissandra at 5.2, 5.3, 5.4, don't matter which patch it is, still super strong. But look at this last second change. Everyone's watching Raphael. Everyone's taking notes from the GE Tigers. Victor's popping up everywhere. We know that Barker can play it. He's tried it. It didn't win the game, but looked quite convincing on the champion. Basically, 3 target bans to Barker now when you take away the Victor.
Yeah, and I just want to talk about our friend Deficio from overseas. Recently tweeting about the fact that he needs to work on his Victor knowledge because, of course, he had this spidey sense that we'd be seeing a lot more of him, and he's definitely right. Going to be locked in here for Assassin in the mid lane, and I love Victor. His burst damage and trading potential is just so good.
We saw Barker's stony face before the cast, but he's just coming over to him now. He's just looking a bit questioned. He doesn't know what to play. Lissandra, you have to say, is a possibility in the mid lane. It's actually a good champion against Victor. If you can get over there, use the Frozen Tomb, lock him down, stop him from getting consistent damage, and it looks like that'll be the lock-in.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, Chaos Storm doesn't actually silence anymore, ladies and gentlemen. It just interrupts those channels, much like the Null Sphere from Kassadin does at the same time. Sigil of Malice, also very similar on the side of LeBlanc, so not going to be helping out as far as stopping the Frozen Tomb from just destroying you.
But just doing a history lesson, going back to that EP series where they played the Victor mid twice, we actually saw this Lissandra versus Victor matchup. On paper, a bad matchup for Victor. The damage game came through very early. I believe it was Rengar Lissandra in that game against the Victor. They were able to pick up the first kill, so there's still Assassination, even with the cleanse summoner choice being taken by Assassin. But Victor in the late game fights was able to use his range and his mobility, especially when you get the Fura boots and the enchant on the Q, and just move around and do a lot of damage still. So it feels like in the early laning phase, Victor's going to be risky. There's still the potential being ganked. But after the early laning phase, Victor's quite comfortable in this matchup.
Yeah, and Chaos Storm's consistent damage is fantastic, especially once it has that extra 20% movement speed with the perfect Hex Core. But before that stage, you have to think that being Kalista is probably the best idea as far as avoiding all of that persistent damage from that ultimate.
Yeah, Kalista's mobility is so important. Kalista versus Lucian is the matchup we end up on. I feel like that could be a difficult matchup for Lucian. Lucian can still be a lane bully, not quite Graves in the lane bully terms. In fact, Whoosh played a wonderful Graves earlier. I'm surprised to see it not picked up here. But Alex for the Lucian, a bit more long-range wave clear, you'd have to say, with potential with the ultimate, but not what I was expecting from this draft from King.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look down the Snake draft here as well, very reminiscent of a very recent LGD draft, which decimated their opponents. This Gnar-Lissandra combo is just so much CC in a team fight, and we know how good Snake is in a team fight as well. I mean, you have to think that if they can execute, which is something that they're very good at, this game could be very, very easy for them towards the later stages of the game once the grouping begins.
So one of the reasons why Lissandra is such a great pick is the space control she puts out, whether it's respecting her Frozen Tomb range or just activating the self-cast on that ability and having that huge zone of slow, the big, I believe, 80-90% slow coming out from that ability at max rank. Lissandra can get in the front line, burst, but also with the Zhonya's especially, go into stasis 5 seconds, zone space for 5 seconds. We've already talked about the Narvan space control. Now Lissandra and Annie thrown in. You have to think Crystal's going to have so much mobility in fights because there's so many zones that King just can't walk through. They have to respect, even with the cleanse, even with the options they have, so much zone of control for a hyper carry to jump around. We might even see the Hurricane Bloodthirster build make it come back here because it looks like, theoretically at least, spread that damage, win those team fights with the Wombo.
Yeah, it's true. We'll see whether those Wombos come through as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with King taking on Snake. King going to be on our blue side for the first match of the day. They'll be switching for the next one, though. So, of course, no side bias going to be coming through this game in this best of two format as Assassin hanging out in this mid lane. And Bit upset that he didn't go for the Creator Victor skin. Always very, very cool to see. But the fact that Victor is in this game is just making me so excited.
Yeah, and he's very much in the meta across the world right now. Victor, very, very popular. The matchup's not really clear yet. You can't really say which champions are strong against Victor because, again, Victor's very unexplored as a champion, both in solo queue and competitive. Very much a new champion. Even builds being settled on. I was watching OGN yesterday. LCK, my apologies. And I was seeing a lot slower Hex Core upgrade coming through from FLICKR, actually favoring picking up AP and flat AP with the Dorans and just going for more combat stats early. There's no real agreement on what to go. You just know that the first augment choice is going to be that E, the Aftershock on the Death Ray.
Yep. MLXG, they're going to go very, very low facing off against this Gromp 1v1. Very difficult to do early on. And both of these bottom lane duos going to be opting for a little bit of a Gromp start / Krug start here in this bottom side, but it's going to be the level 2 advantage here for Snake early on, and King already zoned out. Yeah,
I was just watching MLXG on the side of the screen falling so low in this jungle. These junglers are very good at juggling aggro. Not falling quite to the jungle, but we've seen an execute once already in the LPL. Anything's possible.
Yeah, he still has an extra potion left as well, so just taking his time on that one. He's going to have the smite for the extra health back on red as well, so we'll be able to finish off that camp, and the zone continues here on the bottom side as, man, junglers just don't really want to be alive here in this jungle.
Oh no, they fall so low. I'm very excited to track this Whoosh versus Ella bot lane, so the Whoosh versus Crystal Ella bot lane, just to track this Lucian versus Kalista matchup. The interesting thing to me is that I believe in the early levels...
He might die.
It's feeling very low, but of course can smite the red.
He had smited already.
Wow.
That was disastrous almost. He still has a potion. Oh dear, MLXG.
He's finally going back. He's tested the limits of the jungle. He's had enough. But Lucian versus Kalista, what interests me is that when you get enough attack speed on Crystal, you'll be able to hop away with that passive away from the Q, from the piercing light. But in the early levels, it feels like that harass should be registering. It feels like we should be able to get in good damage trades with Crystal. But as the laning phase goes on, I feel like this is going to be a difficult lane for Lucian.
And already Assassin's actually pushing up this mid lane as well. And we know that Crystal can take control of a lane if given any leeway. So we'll see whether Wushin and Lamb can actually put some pressure on because, of course, you know, you give Crystal an inch and he'll take a mile.
Absolutely, and we see already some pressure coming through from MLXG, not visiting the lane just yet, but increasing his options around the bot lane.
Yeah, he can tunnel over that wall, of course. Oh, Descent's not going to land. MLXG going to take that as a sign to leave. No cute Relic Shield play to come through from Ella here on Annie, which is a little bit upsetting to me. And so far here in the top side, Flandre being a menace on this mini-Gnar. And actually managing to zone out from a bit of CS. But of course, this wave stacking up now for Sky.
So we saw Sky on Hecarim in their last victory, actually, King, yesterday against M3. And against the Loopers, Rumble was actually able to lane very effectively, stay in lane, rush a Trinity Force without any magic resist. So Sky's obviously quite experienced on laning this Hecarim. It's another difficult matchup, another meta matchup in Hecarim versus now. If he gets through this with the Trinity Force build as well, it just shows us the resilience of this top Hecarim as the meta evolves.
Yeah, and Liam searching for these death sentences, but Ella on the ball as far as being able to move around is concerned. Does have that stun charged up. Lamb actually going to get locked up here a little bit. MLXG, he's gone. The Rend is going to come through, and Crystal gets first blood in the 2v2 in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Lamb just not respecting the damage coming through from Crystal. He might have noticed there was no ignite and thought, okay, I can play a little bit more aggressively, but his positioning was so aggressive that he ate so many Rend stacks as the Ella stun came through and just died in a 2v2.
Yeah, and it was beautiful timing here as well. It was just as MLXG had walked over that ward in the mid lane as he went up that river, and they knew that they could just stun up Lamb and take him down. It was just beautifully played here from Snake, and it's what we've come to expect from this bottom lane that we haven't been necessarily getting in the last few matches.
Yeah, the solo kill, well, the 2v2, you know, no jungle inference kill, there's always a surprise in the highest level competitive player. Now Whoosh was already kind of behind that lane, keeping up in CS, but definitely not putting out any lane pressure. I mean, the pressure's just going to be stronger from Crystal after this big first purchase.
Well, it's true, and we'll see whether, you know, this Lucian can come into form as far as...
Whoosh is in trouble.
Oh, he's in a lot of trouble. Oh, flashes onto the Dark Passage and gets over the wall, but that is still a Summoner spell burnt. And that's going to be Lucian having to go back here as well, so Snake going to be able to push up this wave and It's a bit of wasted experience you have to think going to be soaked by Liam only.
Well, it's two big mistakes from each of the members of King's bottom lane. Firstly, Liam not respecting the stun, dying to the Ren stacks coming through from Crystal. Then Whoosh not respecting the brush camp coming out of Crystal and Ella. You have to respect that anti-stun twice in a row. Really influences bottom lane. And King, they were behind before. It's just compounding, losing a whole minion wave to the turret.
Yeah, and Crystal and Ella, they're going to have a free back here as well. It's going to be 10 CS the advantage here for Crystal. Almost about to hit that level 6 as well, and then needs about a third of a level in order to get that one. That Fate's Call going to be huge as far as getting the bears out and on top of the King lineup.
And it's a big issue that after Whoosh was forced back, Lamb wasn't able to roam to mid. They have no defensive wards up. Frozen Tomb active. Of course, Beast level 5, moving towards level 6. With all the gank pressure mid, we can already see Beast camping this mid lane. He needs as many wards as possible, Victor, to relieve a bit of pressure, because the kill pressure coming through from Barker and Beast is immense.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, the ward control is definitely in the advantage of Snake, and they know it because Ella's here as well, threatening with this potential, not Tibbers, but going to be able to get a stun through here as well as he's coming around. Does have the mobility boots. They're going to be able to close distance. There's a Frozen Tomb. The Cleanse Flash beautifully timed there from Assassin and Chaos Storm just to stop the members of Snake from advancing any further and to clear out the wave. That was beautiful Victor play.
And further credit from Assassin. In the early levels, if you watch the mini-up, he was pushing up aggressively against Barker. Only now, once level 6 was achieved, was he able to control the wave, keep it towards his turret, and that's the reason why he lived. If he was still pushing after level 6 against this Jarvan Lissandra combo, he would have given away his life. But Assassin, smart with the use of Summoners, but the Fate's Call has been activated.
Yeah, Fate's Call. The Death Sentence did land there from Liam for the first time here, but he's getting so low here in this battle. And the Rend hasn't even gone off. Sky coming in though. Ella with a beautiful flash, but there's the onslaught of shadows. The rock to come through from Flandre. And Sky just going to have to disengage. Of course, the bottom lane already too low to come back into that fight. And both of these top laners sort of just going to hang around for a little bit and then probably head back top.
Yeah, it would have been a 1-for-1 trade. If Sky had gone for the Assassination Ella, he would have got it between the Onslaught of Shadows and the Ignite, but he would have given up another kill to Crystal, and Whoosh cannot stand for that. At the point that it's still tenuous in the bottom lane, but Lucian, it feels like the lane's going to scale away from you. You can see the attack speed pickups have come through from Crystal. We've seen people try and get BF swords early, but Assassin's in trouble again.
Yeah, Barker coming through here as well. There's the Frozen Tomb onto Assassin. Gravity Field just to stop people from coming, but Assassin, he's burning down and he's going to die. The double kill now for Snake as Beast picks up another kill. And Crystal, he's wasting no time starting off this dragon.
And it feels like a callback to early weak Snake. The rotations from them are much improved compared to the last few series. Very smart rotation to the mid. 4 members in the right spot at the right time. No pressure relieved from King, and they lose the dragon.
Yep, smarted away beautifully there from Beast. Of course, that Ren doing quite a bit of work here as well. Is only going to get more and more dangerous as the Hurricane comes through. Of course, a lot more attack speed and things like that. Wushin and Lamb now copying a little bit of damage. And I love Crystal's Callista here as well. I mean, using that Ren to such great effect, even in just trades in the lane.
Absolutely. It's just very smart using. The early trading was wonderful coming through from Crystal. Now, this wasn't respected by Liam. Got the first advantage in the bottom lane, and it's just snowballed further and further in Crystal's advantage. That's why I love the attack speed. The reason why the attack speed pickup is so intelligent is that, of course, it lets the passive be active more often. You can just hop away from that piercing light, dodge the big damage trades that come through from Lucian. And it's just like if Corki misses his Phosphorus Bomb auto. If you miss your piercing light auto on Lucian, you just can't trade with the Callista.
Yeah, and there's not quite as much synergy here as, you know, the wife steal bottom lane that we used to call this one. It's not necessarily the best. There was actually sort of word from Doublelift as well. I mean, saying that, you know, Lucian Thresh, not the greatest lane, but does get a lot of play just because both of those champions at the time were so incredibly strong on their own. But as far as lane synergy, there's not all that much there. I
mean, it used to be the fact that Lucian's damage trades were insane. The piercing light doing so much damage, the passive being so strong. You could just get the big damage trades every time the death sentence came through from Liam, or in this case from Lucian, Thresh. In this situation, with the numbers tuned down for Lucian, he finds it harder to lane against matchups that aren't Corki, where he can't avoid burst. And if it's just an auto-attack trade coming through from Crystal, there's not much Whoosh can do.
Yeah, it's true. You can see it already, the pressure being put on here in this bottom side. Beast not going to be spotted out as he heads into this bottom lane. And Lamb doesn't have his flash. Of course, Wushin does have both of those summoner spells, can heal up his support if he does get into trouble. But you can see, I mean, there's just relentless pushing here on the bottom side.
So they're completely disrespecting Lucian. They want him to use his mana to clear the wave, not going to be available for trades, and they have no worries whatsoever of the jungle pressure coming through from MLXG. That's a significant jungle pressure advantage coming through from Beast, just because he's a stronger skirmisher, but the fight's actually on.
Yeah, I mean, that was... I mean, we're talking about jungle skirmishes, and Lamb just died. He just got Cataclysm, didn't have his flash. And so, of course, he's just going to fall down. And next time, I think we'll probably just try and jump in there because this action just sort of erupts on this rift at this stage.
Yeah, just keep pushing relentlessly. Nothing Woosh can do. No lane control whatsoever for King. You have to say the same thing in mid. You have to see Victor play so defensive. It's just defensive posturing across the map. And King, this is like their first game yesterday. They're just ceding all advantages to Snake.
And this bottom lane outer turret is going to fall down here as well. MLXG doesn't have the Void Rush, can't pay a visit here to the bottom side, which he's already at. And that's going to be the knock-up here onto Ella as well. He's going down very, very low. Fate's Call going to get used just to get him to safety. And Crystal taking care of this little girl. Very, very nice.
Yeah, just a little bit of love and tender care coming through for
Yeah,
Yanni.
I mean, you've got to. You know, she's still in kindergarten.
Worth knowing that this whole time we've ignored top lane. Sky is farming up. Of course, he visited bottom lane along with Na, but has farming very, very well. Working towards the Trinity Force. Definitely not spending any gold on early combat stats. He's happy to go for that big power spike, but we talked about Woosh is on the back foot in the bottom lane. Assassin's on the back foot in the mid lane, and now they don't even have pressure in the top lane. If you see advantages in all three sides of the map, and you even have a jungle skirmish advantage coming out from Snake, you can only hope to lose the minimum if you're King, and if Snake are assertive and take big advantages, this is nothing you can do.
Yeah, it's true. And I mean, Barker as well doing fantastic in this mid lane, like you mentioned. This is a guy that was largely banned out in the champion select of this game, but looking pretty comfortable here on the Lissandra and making the plays that he needs to as well. It's a lot of a sort of about play style for the whole team when you're playing around a Lissandra, making use of that Frozen Tomb, getting all of the extra damage to augment that lockdown. Void Rush going to be used towards the Gromp here as Sky just wanders past as well, and MLXG just not even wanting to take that one as he just hangs out around his tunnels.
Just not able to put out any jungle pressure. In fact, being out-pressured by Annie, who you can see already roaming around the map. The outer turret goes down. That's 2 turrets to 0. Soon to be 3, you have to think. And again, King, they're just losing every single structure that's open to Snake.
Yeah, Lame going to come around and sort of protect this inner turret in the top lane, but you can see with the pushing power that Crystal now has with this Hurricane, soon to be the Blade of the Ruin King as well, you have to think, or it could just be Berserker's Greaves into that Bloodthirster as well. Both of these item choices fantastic for pushing the waves. He just rends up every one of these minions about a couple of times, and then instantly that wave's cleared.
Absolutely. The wave clear between the Hurricane and, of course, all the CDR coming through. It's 40% CDR coming through from Barker. Instant wave clear coming through from the Sandra, just with 2 spell rotations. The wave clear is on. The map is so pressured, and the aggressive wards, they keep being pushed further and further, and the defensive wards being cleared out for King. Snake, they want every advantage. Now red buffs, blue buffs, let alone turrets, are all going to be contested as this game goes on.
Yeah, Barker looking to get a Glacial Path in here as well. Flandre gets hooked up, but I don't think Lamb really wants to go in onto that one, as there's the smite from Beast, and it's the easy red steal, and not really much of a steal. That was a brute force.
Absolutely, just brute forcing away. He doesn't have his smite available for Dragon. It might just be off cooldown at that point, but realistically, King cannot get in position to contest the Dragon. They're going to lose their 3rd outer turret. At least get it very, very low. And Snake, they're taking everything.
Yeah, it's true. And you have to hand it to Crystal here, really utilizing this sort of power spike that we haven't really experienced from Kalista, able to push up these waves. And he took the outer ring of turrets in such quick succession. That was about a 5-minute period where all of those towers went down. And now, out of nowhere, there's a 5,000 gold lead for Snake.
Usually when we see AD carries rotating and take turrets, we see the Trinity Force carry like Corki, or maybe a Graves who gets a very fast Bloodthirster.
Or a Caitlyn here as well, yeah.
Or Caitlyn, you know, the very early, long-range turret-taking champions. But in this case, it's Crystal, just using that Hurricane power spike for pushing, and using it brilliantly, and Snake rotating like a top team. Their last couple of series, they've been struggling against some of the bottom teams in the league, but against the top team here, doing very well.
Yeah, really beautiful play. MLXG not quite able to have the impact on this map that he at all wants. I mean, does have a Sightstone here available, finished off his Warrior Enchantment as well in coupling with that Skirmisher's Saber. Does, of course, have that Chilling Smite available for some extra CC. But you can see, 0-1-0, the impact has been nothing here from this Rek'Sai.
And double Sightstone, all it leads to is a very overwarded defensive jungle, but no hope of really pushing these wards and contesting any objectives. Just because, again, we're waiting for people to power up. So far behind in terms of combat stats is this Hecker. I'm still working towards that Trinity Force. Had to buy early armor, so got a Ninja Tabi. But Trinity Force is going to be 22, 25 minutes into the game, whereas Flandre has got the Phage for laning, but already got cost-effective magic resist and armor. The frontline difference between these two teams is night and day.
Yeah, and we've seen this coming through from Looper as well. Flandre seems to have taken a note from his book. Just pick up that Phage so you can be as annoying as possible in mini-Gnar form, utilizing that hyper, utilizing the boomerang for the slow, and able to be really, really sticky. And then move into defensive stats from there. I mean, it used to be the Brutalizer that was opted in for as far as that sort of offensive choice, but now with this Phage, it just gives this Gnar so much mobility.
Yeah, back when there was lower cooldown on the Q, lower cooldown on the boomerang toss, it made sense to get Brutalizer, have that Q hurt more, have that Q impact more, but MLXG's been caught.
Yeah, there's the Cataclysm to come through. He tunnels under and takes the Dark Passage. That was beautiful, but Flandre, he gets a Gnar onto him as well, as MLXG's definitely going to fall. Beast's going to take that death sentence, but that ability is not named correctly as he's going to get slowed down here as well. Barker now turns up. There's the rock into the back of the head. That gravity field was fantastic, though, from Assassin, and it stops the further push from Snake, but not in the top lane as the Onslaught of Shadows gets the fear onto Crystal. The exhaust to come through, forcing the flash out there as the culling comes down. Crystal dancing around this fight. There's the Tivers onto Wushin. The Fates call in as well, and Flandre throws a boomerang and picks up the kill after another beautiful teleport. And Flandre just looks like he's everywhere on this map.
Yeah, Woosh not respecting the re-engage potential coming through from Ella with the Tibbers. Eventually dies to the Q being thrown out by Flandre. Excellent teleport coming through. Flandre's gone very aggressive. He's turret diving.
Yeah, there's actually the W onto Lamb, and he just dies. Crystal now trying to get some work done. Flandre's just so tanky. Barker turns up. Here's Beast. Everyone from Snake in this top side. And the inner turret is definitely going to die now.
Atlas, it's been 2 weeks since we've seen this from Snake, but they're back to their old playstyle, disregarding turrets as if they're OMG in 2013, playing so aggressively. It's wonderful to watch, and this is where Snake trying to reaffirm themselves as one of the top teams in China.
Yeah, it's true. And Crystal now, he's gone back. As we mentioned before, it could have been that Blade of the Ruin King, but no, Bloodthirster finished off for that extra shield, the extra flat damage here as well, and he has the Berserker's Grief. So he sort of hit the items that he really wants here in this mid-game by 19 minutes, and it's just a really scary Kalista.
And I like this response coming from Sky. He understands that if he goes for Trinity Force, he's going to be too far behind in terms of being a frontline tank and going to be eaten up and murdered by Crystal on this Kalista. So gets a bit of magic resist, gets a bit of armor, but it's going to be late into the game when we see a frontline that this Kalista can't deal with. She's very strong in terms of damage with the Bloodthirster Hurricane completed so early. She's going to be able to skip past the tanks and do damage and spread Ren stacks to the whole of the King team. Late into the game, so another 20 minutes, we might see Sky strong enough, and MLXG also lending a hand to be a strong enough frontline to deal with the Hurricane Kalista. Of course, Hurricane Kalista struggles to get through 2, 3, 4 armor item tanks, but at least for the next 10, 15 minutes, they're going to have to opt away from every fight, give away those dragons, give away potentially even a Baron, because they are not tuned to deal with this Kalista.
Yeah, it's really not working out. You can see the faces here of these players sort of trying to work out what the heck they can do. Of course, Barker, no, he's pretty psyched about the whole situation, of course, in a winning state, but my goodness, our King members, somber are the faces.
I mean, he's added Lissandra to the champion pool. It looked fine on Lissandra. Of course, Lissandra, a very reliable champion, but also one very prone to fall down the bans, whether you're on blue or red side. So not necessarily going to be a huge pocket pick coming through from Barker, but at least it's a champion that he's shown that he's competitively ready to play.
Yeah, it's true. And we'll just see what happens. We are going to get an unpause very soon, but King, they really need to start getting onto the board here because 0-8 is the scoreline, 10,000 gold at 19.5 minutes, and I mean, that used to be nails in the coffin here, and you have to think that that's only worse now that the Snakes are already up 2 dragons as well.
8-0, 2-0 in dragons, 4-0 in turrets. They've actually, at the moment, on course for the perfect game. It's going to be at least the perfect 20 minutes, you'd have to say.
Oh,
but they're looking for more.
Crystal going to be able to take away these Krugs here at the same time. The second upgrade of that Hex Core to come through from Assassin, really wanting that movement speed from the Q, as well as that wave clear that you get from the Death Ray. But it's, you have to think, probably a little too late at this stage. 20 CS down, which is actually not too bad considering, you know, that this is arguably a stomp. Barker, he's finished off that. This is a Lissandra that's hit exactly what she needs to be getting. Now just wants to get more damage.
I'm hesitant to call it a stomp just because, again, there's some scaling possibility for King. But the danger and the downside of this King lineup is, once again, they're hoping. They're hoping for a Snake mistake to buy enough time. FLICKR, he's not really worried about the damage coming through. 1v2ing this King bottom lane.
Yeah, there's the culling to come through. FLICKR just tanking it up as he manages to get the Mega Gnar there as well. He hits the boulder, jumps over the wall there as well. Oh, misses the Gnar, but I think that Liam might still be in trouble. Wallop doesn't land. Death Sentence is going to be there. Wushin's going to cop a rock to the head as MLXG finds his way around as well. And FLICKR, he might be out of options, but he's wasted a lot of time here for his Snake members. Eventually, he falls down. A little bit unfortunate about that Gnar falling away, and Snake actually unable to capitalize too much.
Yeah, even though he made the mistake, missed out on the kill distribution doesn't even go to Woosh. It actually falls to MLXG. Not ideal, because they're going to need... they're going to need Woosh to kind of do an imitation of STYZ's Lucian yesterday, when he was able to pick up 4 damage items and get through a frontline tank. It's going to be difficult for him here, but the ult's been used.
Yeah, MLXG sort of comes into the fight and then just dies instantly. Crystal hanging out in that gravity field for just a little bit, but doesn't worry about it as Sky's going to fall down as well. Tanky Hecarim? Not really. Not at this stage of the game. Crystal just eats through him.
Yeah, Crystal's just so much more tuned for damage than the defensive stats coming through from Sky and MLXG. They just die in the AoE, specifically, as you mentioned, MLXG teleporting and then, of course, instantly dying.
Yeah, it comes in and sort of, it's like he teleported onto a frozen tomb for himself. It was not exactly what you want to do. Third Dragon now being attempted by Snake, and you have to think nothing that King can do about this one, especially at this 10,000 gold deficit that they found themselves in.
I mean, both these tanks have to engage at the same time. Otherwise, it's a bit like the Kool-Aid Man. Hey, guys, and then he's dead. That's just all that's happening, unfortunately. Oh, yeah. It has to be a flank. It has to be a strong pick. Otherwise, these tanks melt like butter.
Yeah, FLICKR, though, definitely doesn't. Took a lot of members of the King lineup in order to do anything to this guy. He's about to have his teleport back up. His flash is once again available, and he has more than 40 CS in advantage over Sky at this stage of the game.
I mean, it's just also the natural laning matchup. Nar's going to be useful much earlier as we see FLICKR skipping around skill shots.
His fancy footwork is fantastic. Not hit by any of those abilities thrown out by the King members. And it's just that cheeky ward that's somehow out of the way of that pink, really sort of allowing him to make those moves. And you can see no one's sort of able to stand toe-to-toe with this Nar. The split push is so easy, and it's sort of a 1-3-1 situation now for Snake, where they just throw Crystal into wave clear duty in this bottom side, and FLICKR drawing so much attention in this top side.
Ironically, it almost feels more like a 1-1-1, and there's 2 members just looking for a pick, hoping for a gank. Annie and Beast aren't really interested in being in lanes. They just, the Korean duo on stage just want to get picks as people rotate to try and answer the very strong pushing from Lissandra, from Gnar, from especially Crystal on the bottom lane. And look, they've set up perfectly for Baron. No vision whatsoever near this Baron. They can take it whenever they damn well please.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, with this 1-1-1, it does leave 2 members with Sightstones on warding duty and sweeping duty around this Baron. And we just saw exactly how black the vision was for King. They're not going to see anything. There's just everything in Snake's back pocket at this stage. And you have to think they could just go for the Baron. Come on, boys.
I mean, the reason why we don't usually see a 1-1-1 is, of course, there's so much potential for multiple members to gank a lane. But if you have no vision and you have such strong pushing ability coming out of the 3 champions, why not do it? And look, this Baron, it's basically free.
Yeah, Sky, I mean, he has that teleport, but he's got nothing to teleport to around this Baron. And with Callista, so much damage potential. King have no idea. They're nowhere near it. And this Baron, it can probably get rendered down right now.
Look, maybe they have an educated guess, but there's certainly nothing they can do about it. It's definitely a situation where whatever they're saying, there's nothing they can do to react. It's a free Baron completely coming through to Snake. And, okay, a trade for a bottom outer turret, but as close to free as going to be.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to say worth on that one as FLICKR is going to go back to mini-Gnar form, defend this inner turret in the bottom side, and you have to think with Baroned up minions and a very strong Gnar at this stage, actually going for that Trinity Force as his next item. You can see the pieces of the Zeal have been picked up. FLICKR is so strong. With that Banshee's fail at the same time, not going to be worrying too much about Assassin, and especially the upfront burst to possibly come through. But he's got so much health, he wasn't worrying anyway.
And the thing that teams should take away from this is that Snake are putting on a masterclass of how to play when you're ahead. World Elite should probably take note after their struggles in past days. But this is what you do when you have an advantage. They have an advantage in all 3 lanes. We've seen other teams in similar situations just kind of dawdle or just start Baron, the enemy team contests it, go for a turret and not be able to finish it out. They've been so decisive. As you mentioned, everyone had a role. 3 people pushing lanes, 2 people clearing vision and putting down their own vision with wards.
Goodness.
And that's the result. Everything is for an MLXG. He might die just trying to contest the red.
Yeah, there's the Smite proc to come through here as well, but oh my goodness, Hyper just does so much work. The Cataclysm come down on MLXG. Liam gets caught up by the Tibber stun at the same time. The Gravity Field's decent, gets flashed out of the way of, and look at that Ren damage on top of Assassin. Just ridiculous. And FLICKR just tanking up the turret because he wants to, I think, is probably why. And
it's about sending a message, Atlas.
It certainly is. The playback here from Liam, and Wushin gets caught by the Frozen Tomb. Snake are taking up residence in the King base, and this inhibitor turret going to fall down now as well. Snake with so much power this game. This is what we were coming to expect and what we haven't got out of Snake in the last few games.
And this feels like Snake sending a message, certainly. It's we're here and we're here to play. Ignore the last couple of weeks. Ignore some of our performances because when we're on form, this is what you have to be scared about. The surrender actually comes through. And a very quick win comes through from Snake. Wonderful performance from them.
Yeah, really beautiful shutout play from Snake. They strangled that game as soon as they possibly could, all off the back of the fantastic play coming through from Ella and Crystal in the bottom lane. As soon as they have an advantage, you feel like the whole game gets easier for every other member of Snake, and they do things like move Ella to the mid lane and just destroy whoever Bark is facing.
I mean, when Crystal wins lane, that's what it opens up Ella to do. Ella starts the roam, able to put down aggressive wards, was helped from the strong ganking presence of Beast. When these core champions come through, of course, this is Jarvan coming out of Beast. Beast has been on non-Nunu, non-Jarvan picks in the last few games, and it's definitely hurt their pressure. But when they have this skirmish advantage, it's so wonderful to see a team understand their identity, understand their win conditions, push up all the lanes, double Sightstone, clearing junglers, and supports come through. And the Korean duo made the map black. That's why it was a free Baron coming through from Snake, and they finished the game.
Yeah, really beautiful play. And Ella, with 12 out of 14 kills participated in as well, he was all over the map as soon as he got those mobility boots, making sure that he gets the maximum out of that purchase by being able to just walk at someone and get a guaranteed stun. And there's nothing a Victor can do in that situation. What do? Nothing. Incinerate is just guaranteed stun, and you're going to die, especially with the follow-up from Bark.
After those 2 individual mistakes, firstly, of course, we saw Liam falling in the bottom lane during a trade, then Woosh eating a stun and having to back. It felt like they could never get back into the game. It was very reminiscent, of course, of Candy out-pressuring Woosh in the series yesterday, and it was a similar sort of situation. We need to see King's bot lane in particular level up, because it wasn't just their bot lane that suffered that game. Ella could roam, it started the snowball in the mid lane, and the game ended shortly afterwards. Major points.
Yeah, and this is Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm, of course, Atlas. This is Papa Smithy, and we're straight into Champion Select.
So much for King to work on this game. Ceding the advantage in all lanes, being out-rotated. It was a real big, strategic hole in a lot of ways there for King. They need to try something different. I want to see more proactive lanes from them. And they can't afford to be reactive against top teams. They need to show respect to a team like Snake and just fight for the mid game.
Yeah, it's true. King actually banning away Ella's Annie. This is very interesting. Taking Rek'Sai off the board as well. Beast has been favoring that jungler when he hasn't been able to get his Jarvan / Nunu. And even when Nunu's left up, he's not been picking that one away as a top priority. But Snake, they get the Kalista again.
Yeah, look, I mean, Crystal's looked excellent on that champion. I believe 2 times in a row. Hasn't got a hold of Kalista very often. Of course, Kalista, a very common ban. But look what this opens up. We're actually going to see the Kassadin and potentially the Gnar come through from King. I didn't even realize, but Kassadin making it to the second round of picks.
Yeah, Kassadin not being the first pick, actually prioritizing Kalista over that Kassadin.
Says a lot about Snake, right?
Oh, I guess, I mean, alphabetically, at least in English, that's going to be coming first. But, I mean, you have to think that that's the only way that that champion out-prioritizes the Kassadin. He has just gone off. And, I mean, I'm thinking about World Elite yesterday, managing to take that game off Snake. They know how strong he is.
But this is the second time in a row that King has shown no ambiguity about their picks. No sorts of dual role picks coming through. We're locked in here. It's going to be Kassadin mid. It's going to be Gnar top. Now suddenly for Snake, you can start looking towards those counter matchups specifically for the mid lane.
Yeah, but I mean, look at Barker. He's got no target bans apart from that Lissandra, which he showed fantastic prowess on. He can go to which either Shurima option he wants.
Yeah, Lissandra taken over. As you mentioned, it has to be Azir. That makes the most sense, again, the matchup against Kassadin. You could really go against the lane matchup and take the Xerath for comp, but why not just pick up the Azir? He's not even going to need to rush there. Of course, both soul lanes already taken away. I just don't like the fact that King, they're just ignoring the whole flex pick meta that we're in right now and just locking in strong champions.
Yeah, it's just they've been pigeonholed to the point where the pigeon doesn't even need to be picked.
But they're pigeonholing themselves. That's kind of the questionable thing, is they're tipping their hands so early against a Snake team that's been adaptive, that can play so many different types of comp. Of course, favor the protect the Crystal comp, but we already know there's going to be Crystal on this Kalista. Of course, can go either the selfish single target DPS build that we've seen come out a bit more recently, or just AoE people down like he did last game.
Yeah, it is going to be the Morgana pick away here, and I thought that Flandre might be looking to take that one into the top lane. Assassin does, in the end, decide to go with that, and I think that's a very intelligent pick, because Flandre, you have to think, probably wanted to go for something like that towards that top side if they are going to go for this particular comp. And with that Black Shield, I mean, there's not a whole lot already on the table here for Snake, especially towards the bottom side, that can deal with that Black Shield in an efficient manner.
You have to think the fact that they haven't locked in their jungler, I mean, everything about the comp screams Vi. Vi to deal with Kalista, Vi to close the distance, Vi is available. I think that's what they're kind of screaming from the top of their lungs, leaving their champion up. It's good against the Azir as well, getting on top of that champion.
Yeah.
They've left it to last pick. You know, they didn't want the counter pick to necessarily come through, or even more peel, maybe even a protect the Crystal comp to come through. But I think it has to be Vi now that we see Azir and Maokai locked up.
Yeah, and this is the classic Snake double threat comp coming through now as well. The Azir there for so much consistent damage, and of course Kalista, yeah, pretty good at the old consistent damage as well, especially in an AoE with that Hurricane that's been coming through. Liam now cycling through some interesting picks, and we'll see what MLXG does decide to go with in the jungle. He's got the option of almost anything that he likes. Loves the Rengar, loves the Lee Sin. See what does come through. Of course, you know, Rek'Sai and Nidalee have been banned away, but MLXG's got a pretty decent champion pool as far as that jungle is concerned.
Yeah, and I was thinking the vibe, but Rengar, very similar in terms of intent, going to be trying to get on top of Kalista at every opportunity. Not quite as reliable, of course. You don't have the point-and-click assault and battery, but they need gap close, because at the moment, they've only got 2 divers. It's only realistically going to be Kassadin and Rengar that can get into the backline and get towards Crystal. But look at how strong this front line is. Leona, Jarvan, Maokai, a very tanky front line for Kalista to hypercarry behind.
Yeah, the thing is, though, is Assassin going to go off on this Kassadin from the mid lane as well? I mean, we know the fact that he can get poked out from range here by Azir. Azir's Sand Soldier's fantastic with their auto attacks early on, really able to dominate that lane. But if he gets through it, if he manages to, you know, utilize his Null Sphere and really get the pressure on, he could really take over this game again, sort of like Ninja did.
Absolutely. Needs to start that regen. I want to see the Flask come through and just try and get through. Of course, Azir is very strong at harassing short-range champions. Melee range is the Kassadin. So it's going to be a difficult matchup. And MLXG, can he get going on the Rengar? Rengar has certainly been up and down in the LPL. Insect's Rengar, probably the best acid test. Sometimes he goes off, gets 3 brutalizers and looks great, and sometimes he just dies instantly in the engage.
Yeah, and it's been definitely hit or miss there. But MLXG, I mean, he has been opting for this Rengar more often than not, and we'll see whether it's going to work out this time. And Ella versus Lamb, this is an exciting matchup, actually. I mean, generally, support matchups not necessarily going to be screaming exciting to you, but when it is sort of a Morgana that doesn't have a very breakable black shield, it can be a huge component of that bottom lane. And with the Dark Binding plus Phosphorus Bomb combinations to come through, especially after a Sheen here for Corki, it could be huge. But let's get onto the Rift and see what happens. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with Snake taking on King for our second match of the day. Snake with a dominating game 1, and we'll see whether they can continue that form moving into game 2. Things looking a little bit different from our King lineup, though. Now with the Gnar and Kassadin, 2 very strong picks.
Absolutely, but not necessarily strong for lane. Of course, Kassadin going to be on the back foot compared to Barker on the Azir early. At least they have pressure in the top lane. We expect Gnar to be able to pressure Maokai and push him in. And again, in the bottom lane, it's a difficult matchup, this Corki versus Crystal's Kalista matchup, but it's an interesting one just because, again, you want to get enough attack speed, enough movement speed to be able to use the Martial Poise to get away from Corki's Phosphorus Bomb, but in early levels, the trades should be registering for Whoosh, and Whoosh, he can't afford to cede a lane to Crystal 2 games in a row, because we already saw how far off this Kalista could pop in the first game.
Yeah, it's true, and Sky actually went back to base here as well. See what that's for, whether there's going to be a lane swap to come in, but it looks like it's going to be Snake opting in for a 2 versus 1.
Going to be opting into the lane. So, of course, Maokai, he wants to set up and get a bit of experience. And if he can enter lane late, of course, he can go and get a full cap for himself if he so chooses. But yeah, actually opting away from the 2v2, showing a lot of respect to Whoosh's Corki, probably his strongest champion that he's showed us in the LPL.
Yeah, it's true. And I mean, Snake had an opportunity to start that Gromp if they wanted to, but not going to here, as we're going to see sort of Crystal dip away and chuck a Sentinel into their own jungle, just make sure that that blue buff is not going to be stolen away. And his use of these Sentinels has been great so far.
I mean, you can use the Sentinel. You can skill it at level 1, not lose out a lot, because you get a lot of damage if you're with your support and just dueling down those minions, and you get the kill credit, whatever happens. So you're free to take it up. It gives you that extra vision, and it's a good first-level choice for Kalista.
Yeah, Barker, of course, only has 1 first-level choice. That Arise has to be coming through. And we'll see, has hit that level 2 mark, and that's when he can really start getting the pressure onto Assassin. You can see he's focusing more on pushing out this wave. And of course, Kassadin's sort of not known for being able to farm that fantastically under turret, but now with that W doing a whole lot more work, that could be an option as the duo junglers, Sky still level 1. They're going to look to put some pressure onto Barker. They have the ward over, launches over the wall, does MLXG. Barker going down so incredibly low, and he's going to die instantly. Beautiful play from King to start this one off.
And King throwing their own curveball with excellent early pressure. I love the fact that they respected how strong the level 2 is from Rengar. The red buff hitting the bowler. It locked down Barker for a long time. He didn't even use his summoners. That's how much he respected the trade coming through. So at least he's able to lane as normal. He has his summoners up.
MLXG now looking to transfer the pressure here to this bottom side, as well as Ella hanging around here trying to get some wards down. Sort of the pseudo 2v2 here on the bottom side with Flandre on this Maokai here as well. And we've seen this one working out quite well, actually, for a Maokai and support matchup, but it's generally with a ranged support.
Absolutely. So with the lack of a ranged support, he has less lane control than most Maokai lanes, but Maokai has so much ranged clear and can actually push out lanes in a 1v2, or in this case a 2v2 against a double range matchup so well that he's going to absolutely be able to keep up in CS. He's going to definitely find more easy CS than Gnar, though Gnar still roaming, hasn't actually grouped and entered lane at all at this point. And yeah, they're going to have the Gnar continue to roam, still level 1.
Yeah, actually does get level 2 from this Gromp here, as MLXG is going to be able to at least lock that one down for him. You can see Beast is just had his way with the jungler, just hanging out on his own, still able just to clear his camps pretty safely. But Assassin now didn't actually get an assist in that first trade. Is that a big deal here for this Cassidy who wants to be able to weather this storm a little bit easier?
I mean, it would be ideal. Of course, it gets him towards his Rod of Ages quicker, but in general, he's having pressure relieved from him. Of course, he would have preferred if Barker had used some of his summoner spells, so he would have to play even more defensively in mid lane. But with summoners up, he's done the very smart regen heavy start, still has plenty of charges of his flask and some potions available. So doing very well despite the melee, the ability for Barker to abuse melee champions on this Azir.
Yeah, Assassin actually farming out very well. Barker missing a few creeps there in the earlier stages. Hasn't been on this Azir for a little while as Sky's made his way back to this top side, level 2 to level 4.
Yeah, and actually there was a very smart ward in the brush in top lane, so they are aware that Rengar's already entered lane. Won't be able to see Morgana because the ward is timed out, and we see just trying to help the push, just trying to get this lane reset is MLXG.
Yeah, breaking the freeze here on this top side. Crystal more than able to farm under this turret, though. That Rend really helping out a Kalista in order to get enough damage down.
With the knowledge, you can see on the minimap, Dragon has been started. Even though they're low health members, these are very early, innately tanky melee champions, and they should be able to trade tank very happily and pick up the first Dragon.
Yeah, no worries here at all for Snake, and that's the benefit of having, you know, your Maokai there on the bottom side. You can tank up pretty early.
Yeah, all the other members using their spells quite liberally. He's going to pick up the passive stacks and just be even more tanky, even more easy. No one falls low. Actually able to re-enter lane after taking a 4-minute Dragon. Very impressive from Stank.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, MLXG is going to answer with a bit of old puppy steal here around the Wolf camp, but of course Dragon going to be worth a little bit more than a couple of wins.
So revert back. We see that the Riftwalk is available on Assassin, so now has the defensive option. Suddenly has to respect Beast that little bit less because he has the secondary gap closer available. But across the map, things just quite quiet.
Yeah, and Assassin now has weathered the storm to this level 6. Of course, now has a CS advantage here as well, and Riftwalk going to stop Beast from being able to get anything done.
So, I mean, you have to say Snake really won this early game. That's despite the fact that King picked up an early kill, just because with the rotations at level 1, they got Crystal free farm. He didn't have to opt into the difficult early laning matchup against Whoosh. Now he can go back, pick up boots, maybe even more attack speed, make it easy for himself to dodge those phosphorus bombs with the Martial Poise and enter lane with a nice item. And at level 1, you know, in those early levels, before you're able to pick up items, will struggle as Kalista against Corki, but with items, it becomes much easier to dodge that very predictable phosphorus bomb coming through. And they picked up the Dragon also with the smart map rotations. So early advantage to Snake despite the scoreboard favoring King.
And you can see actually Crystal now with a bit of a hard push here towards this top side. Still only Sky available to defend. And Ella and Crystal now looking just to zone away from this experience.
He's got 4 levels, but certainly no more. And despite being in a duo lane for a lot of it, FLICKR out-leveling him significantly. Level 5 already and a half.
Yep, Beast hanging out here as well, answering the potential roam to come through from Assassin, who's spotted out from that pink ward. And now continuing just to zone Sky away from this lane. They are pinging down. I mean, that red buff is available as Beast going to steal that one away.
It makes a lot of sense. They have 3 members in the top of the map. It's actually more risky for him to take his own red buff with the outnumbered map rotations, meaning that the bottom side of the map has less Snake members, so they trade red buffs. Very standard, just an extension of the lane swap that we've seen from level 1.
Yeah, I didn't notice the fact that MLXG was already there, taking away that red buff, and it's like, you know, these teams have switched junglers here, especially on that red side.
Like someone's angry. Someone's saying stay in your lane, even though this is a jungle matchup. But the result, as you say, is even across the board.
Yep, actually, ward going to be used here from Sky, and Beast going to take a hyper proc. Not going to worry about it too much, of course, as he just pops a potion.
And Sky wishes for a laning phase because he's not getting one.
No. Although, that being said, I mean, not behind by too much, of course, in this lane swap situation. FLICKR also struggling a little bit in order to get anything, but he's got a catalyst now.
Actually a big pickup. It's a lot of gold. More gold.
Oh my goodness. Assassin actually getting exhausted. Takes a couple of turret hits here as well. As Barker going very aggressive. Now with that Riftwalk still available. And look at Barker just playing this Azir beautifully. And that's why these champions are banned away from him.
It's very on point, but the teleport's coming through.
Yeah, they just want to go very deep onto Lamb here as well in the top side. Snake get their first kill. It's Crystal that picks it up. Ella actually going to get Fate's called. to safety.
Wonderful
No problem.
use of the Fate's Call. Excellent juggling of the turret. And FLICKR back, Atlas. FLICKR playing so smart. The trade tanking. This was the core tenet of their play in the first couple of weeks. And this might be their first 2-0 to arrest what has been a dismal run of form for Snake.
Well, it's very, very early to call. Of course, the gold's still very, very even around this map. Wushin actually has a 6 CS advantage here, just considering the fact that Snake had so many members towards that top side. But you have to think Sky just getting zoned away from everything this game, and not going to be the massive gnaw that we experienced from FLICKR last game.
No, he's already pigeonholed himself towards a Hex Drinker, so won't be getting any health pickups for the foreseeable future. At the next Dragon, which of course is going to be super early, second Dragon going to be contested just before the 12-minute mark, potentially going to be a very squishy gnaw.
Yeah, Crystal already with that Hurricane able to clear out these waves so fast. Wushin on the other side does have the sort of two main parts of his Trinity Force yet to pick up that Zeal, but another 1,200 gold and that Trinity Force is going to be completed, and we'll see whether this is when King can really start to put some pressure onto the Snake lineup.
And so this is patch 5.2, so there hasn't been the little changes to how Kallista's passive works, so you're able to hop around just that much more frequently. So even though he doesn't have much movement speed outside the boots, he's going to be able to sidestep the Phosphorus Bomb so often. And of course, the Phage and Sheen works best when you're hitting the Phosphorus Bomb, getting those aggressive trades, maybe orb walking forward as you get the Rage passive out of the Phage. But we see a gank in top.
Yeah, there's the bounce being used beautifully here from Sky, but then followed up with a fantastic Cataclysm, and Beast able to secure that kill for FLICKR.
I gotta say, we've talked a lot about Barker's champion pool, and okay, he's on his favorite champion here in Azir, but how much more comfortable does Snake seem to play revolving around Beast on either Jarvan or Nunu?
Yeah,
of course, with the Nunu, it's the invasion, it's the denying of resources. With the Jarvan, they're just so on point with their ganks and turret dives.
And they're just able to use Jarvan for exactly what he's good at, which is locking down a target after they've used all of their mobility spells. And Snake, if they can guarantee kills, they just play with such control around the map.
I mean, no one has access to more uncleansable CC in the first few minutes of the game at just level 2 with the Flag and Drag than Jarvan, and it just makes their turret diving so easy.
You can see Wushin actually using this Phage quite handily. The extra health being fantastic here, able to sort of weather the storm from Crystal's constant harass here.
But you can just watch as Crystal just rends down this lane, how much of the lane control he has once again 2 games in a row, despite the fact that this is almost as strong as a Trinity Force, Corky. Phage and Sheen are definitely probably the biggest first buy you can have as Corky, barring a full Trinity Force, and still complete lane advantage. Lane control goes to Snake, and this will be a second Dragon.
Yep, 12 minutes into the game. I mean, sometimes this is going to be the timing for the first Dragon, but of course it's the second now for Snake. Some more pushing power to come through from those guys as well, so going to be just that much closer to that third movement speed Dragon, which is so important here for both sides.
And King just can't do anything. They're just sitting back. They're not pushing lanes. They're just hanging back, almost last hitting CS. Of course, Crystal doesn't even lose any minions, barring maybe the 1 million minion that dies just to creep aggro and can re-enter lane with a second Dragon. Happily going to push out the lane. Okay, he's behind a couple CS, but in the grand scheme of things, it means nothing.
Yeah, he doesn't mind about that at all, of course. No turrets have fallen down, but that's going to quickly be changed here as Snake rotate through to this mid lane with 4 members, 3 of them being melee, but it doesn't matter because there's just no one there who can respond from King.
If you're really smart with your rotations against the Casson, again, what can he do? Stood next to the turret, he has very limited wave clear, especially in early levels. The Force Pulse, we'll see how many levels he has in it. Just the 2 levels in the Force Pulse. No hope in hell of clearing waves against 4 members. And they're just going to continue their rotational gameplay, take down those outer turrets. We see Crystal already rotating a little bit. It's going to be hard to push down Corky's turret at this early stage in the game. But you know Snake's game plan. They're going to rotate a few members, 4 members to each turret, get those outer turrets, and then start smothering King out of the game.
Yep, Crystal actually going to be able to take their own red buff here. You can see it's just dancing away. And that was about half of its health with a rend, which is just ridiculous. Going to head back and possibly pick up that BF sword. He wants to be able to get some flat damage here, but he might also opt in to the Vampiric Scepter. We'll see what he has enough money for here as he's just hanging around in this base.
Just creeping up, 1530 gold when he backs. It picks it up, a nice massive pickup, and suddenly you have to really respect the rend sets in a fight.
Oh, yeah, and this is sort of, I mean, doesn't have the lifesteal that's available from that Bloodthirsty
But I'm
yet.
going to stop you right there. look at the front line. He's not going to need lifesteal at this early
Well, yeah,
point in
that's the thing.
There's not even the sign of an armor item across the King lineup. You cannot 5v5 against Crystal. And we're saying that 14 minutes into the game.
And you can barely 5v5 against Snake as it is. I mean, that's where their skill lies as a team here as well. And I mean, King, they have shown fantastic team fighting abilities, but I just don't think it is anything when you compare it to Snake at their best.
And look, let's even be generous and say their team fighting approaches Snake's level. I mean, that's maybe what Snake would say in interviews because they do respect this King lineup a lot. Their early game has been completely outmatched. There's no point talking about team fighting when one team's been so far out-rotated, so far out-skirmished in the early game. There's never been even late-game team fights. And now with the red buff, you know they're going to put multiple members because they know that Corki can't stand up to a red buff Hurricane BF sword Callista, and they want more turrets.
Yeah, and Ella moving around with Crystal here as well. The Fate's Call, of course, is going to be available if they want to start anything as far as the turret dive is concerned, but you have to think that Whoosh is not going to give them that option. Of course, Corki going to hang well back from this turret, understanding that it's a little bit too hard, and Assassin, he wants this blue buff, but he won't be able to get it.
I mean, you have to feel like Assassin and the King lineup feel a bit like voyeurs watching as games are taken away from them so close. They feel like they can touch it and influence it, but can they?
Oh, actually waiting for the Eclipse to proc off there as well as Crystal picks up Lamb. Doesn't find Whoosh, though, quickly enough, but it's going to secure that tower, and that's all Snake wanted. They are playing this game so beautifully in a strategic sense. They don't care who they kill as long as they can take a turret.
Exactly. They just, unfortunately, King relegated to watching as all their outer turrets fall again. Once again, they look like they have no ideas, and Flandre's going in aggressively.
Yeah, there's the flash. There's the Fate's Call as well, getting a knock up onto multiple members. Sky now bouncing away, but doesn't get far enough as Crystal picks up another kill. He is so aggressive in this fight. Rocket comes down, Assassin looking for him, but that exhaust was fantastic. Crystal's not even going to die as Assassin now looks for more of the fight. Wushin had that flash available. Ella in a little bit of trouble as the Sand Soldiers come through. Flandre misses his Q. MLXG doesn't find the bowler, but he flashes over, and that's going to be Whoosh picking up that kill. Snake now on the run, looking to try and get away from King, who have a lot of follow-up damage potential, but there's the Emperor's Divide. MLXG going to fall down as the Sand Soldiers attack him. Flandre gets Darkbound, and Sky bounces over the wall to pick up that kill with a boomerang, and Barker looking to escape from this one. Nice dodge of the boomerang's going to get him to safety. He does, of course, still have that WE combo with the Q, so he can close some distance if he wants to.
Yeah, it was a very smart use of the Emperor's Divide, stopping what was already a bit of a hairy situation for Snake. They definitely overdived at 15 minutes into the game. Tanking the inhibitor turret was beast, but they back away. They only lose a couple of members, but still, you can see the pressure. That's the big thing to take away. Okay, some of the dives are maybe a bit overly aggressive, but the pressure being put out from Snake is massive across the map. Just look at these minion waves in top lane and mid, pushing in aggressively. Now a nice big wave in the bottom lane, but someone will go down there and gobble it up.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, King, they do have some decent warding there on their bottom side, wanting to make sure that they don't give Snake another free dragon, but they might have to. As MLXG, he's being aggressed on. He's got the full rage, but it's not going to make any difference as Flandre just teleports in for some insurance and to make sure that they pick up this inner turret.
You give Snake Jarvan specifically, and that's the reality. 17 minutes in the game, you're not even safe picking up your Gromps, let alone anything else, let alone your major buffs. Snake will contest for everything. As you can see, the next dragon's going to come down. No way that King can get even near that objective, and the outer turrets fall one by one.
Yep, Ella gets hit by a Dark Binding, but he's not going to care about it as the inhibitor turret going down below half health here. It's down to about a quarter. Sky now has to watch out. That Black Shield not doing too much. There's the Cataclysm to try and lock down Assassin. Fate's Call there as well. Crystal picks up the kill onto Assassin. That's a lot of the damage removed, but Crystal a little bit too deep as Wushin not going to get ignited, of course. Barker doesn't have that one. Emperor's Divides here as well as Beast picks up a kill, but Barker falling down low, picks up Whoosh, but it's going to be King cleaning up. And that is actually a 3 for 4 in favor of King.
Okay, Snake need to take a deep breath. They need to realize they're in far too deep at this point. That's a second inhibitor turret they've been tanking, looking for kills, as Beast just walks away with his tail between his legs a little bit. Don't need to go overly aggressive. King still do have a very strong late game, but Assassin, importantly, isn't the one picking up the kills. And Sky, he's just picking up his first Giant Spell item, finally getting health, but it took 18 minutes for him to pick that item up. Teamfight's getting harder for Crystal and Snake as they give items freely to Assassin, but not a big deal.
Yeah, Assassin actually falling down, not picking up any kills, but here's the replay.
So we're going to see the replay, and they take the opportunity to go in on Assassin after he uses Riftwalk very aggressively, but wait for Nah to get in. It was a wonderful Nah engage, able to just use the ultimate. Of course, it wasn't the 2 or 3 man stun, but it's still healthy, still alive, finally gets the Nah. And this is, again, the health bars are so low. Barker's the only one left. Beast has already left everyone. Again, overly aggressive from Snake, but they just want to try and contest every objective.
Yep, but King, speaking of contesting objectives, this Dragon is most definitely going to be free. With Assassin in the top side, MLXG basically dying to his own red buff. Snake easily able to take that one down. The movement speed now picked up from that third Dragon here for Snake at 19 minutes in the game. You have to think that they're on par for, you know, about a 32-minute 5th Dragon this game.
That's just a crazy statistic. If they get that, this game will definitely be over. And honestly, there's a chance it might be over sooner than that, Atlas. Just given how strong Snake's performance has been. They continue to control waves. They're stealing away Raptors. They're stealing away Wolves. There are no safe places for King to farm. Whoosh, he has his Trinity Force Sorcerer's Shoes. But, I mean, Corki, he looks so different. One, he's been played by Deft, and his team are rotating well, and he's taking down turrets. Perhaps the strongest AD carry in the game, but reactionarily, with the items he has, just can't contribute that much, unless the overly aggressive dive comes through from Snake.
Well, it's also about the timings here as well. This is 20 minutes and he has those items. Now with a BF Sword on top of it, which is going to mean a lot, but, I mean, you want to have those Sorcerer's Shoes and Trinity Force picked up a little bit earlier than this, you have to think.
I mean, the BF Sword definitely throws that through the loop a little bit, but I agree with you. It's not terrible timing from Whoosh, but unfortunately, his team across the map has fallen down and ceded so many objectives that sieging with Corki, it's a dream at this point. It can't happen unless they get a massive team fight win.
Yeah, and King, I mean, they have the opportunity to do that. Fantastic scaling on both their top and mid laners. But you have to think that that is sort of equaled in kind. Maokai's just going to become immortal in the late game, and Barker with so much consistent damage with his Sand Soldiers, especially when he has that 40% CDR, which is very, very close to now that he has the Sting and Morellonomicon for 30% already, not taking into account runes and masteries here. He's massive attack speed, and of course just able to move these soldiers at will as well.
With the early lane swaps and being forced or building himself into a corner with the Hex Drinker, the issue is that Sky needs to be the front line to deal with Crystal, but has basically no armor against a very, very strong Crystal. Bloodthirster Hurricane, but the fight might be on.
Yeah, Crystal actually getting stunned up by MLXG as he comes in with the Thrill of the Hunt. Crystal gets exhausted in the end there as well, and that is a beautiful pickup from King. Snake on the run. They have to get out. Of course, no Dragon to speak of here, as Barker was actually in the top side, managing to get a lot of damage down actually onto that inhibitor turret towards the top. But Snake have to be careful. If they lose Crystal this early in their 2-threat comp, there's no way that they're going to really be able to do anything.
Far too aggressive was the positioning coming through from Crystal. It was just poor positioning on the part of the MVP leader of the LPL. Because again, you look down the Snake lineup, there's not a lot of peel coming through for Snake. They don't have a lot of peel options. So for him to be so aggressively positioned is just a mistake. He needs to be hanging behind a couple of his tanks. In terms of peel, they've got a Leona. Leona wants to be engaging, not peeling for Crystal.
Yeah, and Maokai wants to do exactly the same thing. Jarvan, the same story. And the way that Snake have been winning these fights is by just engaging so hard onto King that they have to deal with the front line. They can't do any focusing on Crystal because there's just too much in their face.
The Zhonya's perhaps will be a big pickup coming through from Assassin. That will give them a little bit of dive onto Crystal, irregardless of how strong the front line is. But at the moment, doesn't have the gold for that. Actually, it's very, very close. Only about 10 to 60 gold away. He's going to go back and buy that Zhonya's. That might change the texture of a fight a little bit. But Snake, they're getting down the walls. They're starting the Stranglehold. Double Sightstone and Sweepers coming through. They really want to start contesting for this Baron.
Yeah, Snake, they've got the Sentinels roaming through this jungle. You can see they've got so much vision. The pink ward on the Baron here as well. They've got a Callista for even more Baron damage. Azir, no slouch in the damage front as well as far as consistent DPS onto this Baron is concerned. And you have to think, Snake, they have an opportunity to pick up a Baron here for basically nothing.
King already gave away Baron last game. It looks like they're at threat of doing it again. Down to about 8,000 health now, 6,000. But King, they've altered. They know this is happening.
Yeah, does manage to get a bowler in over the top, but you have to think with a Callista, they're going to easily be able to get this one down. MLXG jumps in, but he's going to die for it. Barker picks up that kill. Sky about to transform, but in the back line of this Baron pit, Beast goes down very low. It's a beautiful Nah, into the wall as Crystal gets stunned up. Assassin finds his way over there as well, but Sky eventually falls down. Crystal's still alive. That's the big deal. Assassin coming back over, but he gets exhausted as soon as he gets in. Barker and Crystal, the two threats of the comp, of course, still alive, and that's an ace for Snake.
When your tanks fall and the damage dealers lift, this is the reality. No one is tanky enough to deal with Crystal, and he could dance around, put out a lot of damage, and has so much effective lifesteal. Over 30% when you consider that the Hurricane Bolts apply a lifesteal. They did not even fall dangerously low in the fight. Even with the Zonias being completed on Assassin, they're going to push up and keep taking the objectives.
Yep, this inhibitor turret definitely going to fall down as Beast finds his way into the fight as well. Bowler not going to find Crystal, of course. So sneaky on this Kalista. You can just bounce around everything. The inhibitor going to fall. Baron taken now as well. An 8,000 gold lead for Snake. Not, you know, the same sort of lead that they had in Game 1, and King now with a little bit more of a scaling comp, but you have to think they're definitely on the ropes again.
Yeah, not as oppressive a lead. It's not probably going to be the 26-minute game-ending push coming through from Snake just yet, but Beast, he might be caught.
Yeah, this might be helping out King here a lot as Beast actually going to use that flag and drag in order to escape. He gets the face of the mountain shield as well from Ella, who is trying to peel for Beast, but buddy, that's 5 members of King and you're dead.
And look, this is the only time that King has looked like they had a window into the game, is small positional mistakes coming through from Snake. When Crystal was too aggressive with his position and was caught, it relieved a bit of pressure from King as they were in a 5v4 outnumbered situation. The same thing's true here, but unfortunately they've lost the maximum, they've lost the Baron, they've lost their inhibitor turret. Waves are pushing in aggressively towards their base. I'm not really sure how King get back into this game because they've already given away so much, and Flandre's popped the Righteous Glory.
Yeah, MLXG, he's just dead. Just dead, and that's going to mean that Snake get to pick up their 4th dragon for free as well. Assassin just cares about farming out some minions, trying to get to that huge point on Cassidy and wants a Void Staff before he can really start impacting these fights. Crystal, you can see, bouncing around, has the Rend, easily able to take down that dragon. 8, 2, and 8 on this Kalista. You can understand now why they put this champion at such high priority, because Kalista, in the hands of Crystal, is just so frightening.
And Woosh is very similar in terms of kills, 8, 2, and 2 himself, but unfortunately, his front line compared to Snake's front line is night and day. There's nothing that you can do to compare the two. Look at all the item pickups being completed. Randuin's, Frozen Heart. I've already mentioned the Righteous Glory being completed on their tanks. The tanks on the King side, they're just emergency item pickups. Look at MLXG's build. A Giant Spell building towards a Warmogs and just a Kindle Gem. It's not a lot of resist to speak of whatsoever.
Yeah, we haven't spoken about Barker here as well. 5, 2, and 4 has a needlessly large rod on top of the fact that he already has that Rabbidan's death cap. These Sand Soldiers are ripping through the King lineup, and he's got so much cooldown reduction on top of it, as well as Sky takes a pierce to the face as well. Flandre just going to pop that Vengeful Maelstrom, looking to try and maybe tank up some damage, but maybe doesn't want to engage this fight. As Crystal again in the front line might get himself caught. He's going to use his QSS just to stop the slow, but it might give King an opportunity. But look, as soon as Crystal overextends, Barker's there with the follow-up damage.
Absolutely. Barker on the Azir. The scouting reports through. He's pretty good at Azir Atlas. They're waiting for the super minions to push into the base from the mid lane. That's the big thing to combat the thing. And look, now that the minions are pushed in, they can start pushing towards this turret.
Yeah, and Sky coming back towards this turret. But I have a feeling that this one is most definitely dead. The inhibitor going to be followed down. King not losing any members just yet, and Snake going very, very aggressive. There's the Emperor's Divide just to zone the members of King away from this inhibitor. Barker, he's going to pick up MLXG for the first one, but the double kill to come through from Whoosh as they're trying to get the follow-up. Snake are falling down dangerously low. Crystal still here, though, as Assassin trying to kill the main carry for Snake. We'll see exactly whether he can.
Yeah, they got the objective. That's the big thing out of this push, was
Crystal
taking out
died,
the objective. And Crystal, he did perish.
Yeah, he did, unfortunately. As you can see, a lot of buffs actually taken here on the side of Snake. A lot of steals going on. 4 dragons to 0, 1 Baron to 0. Snake, I mean, they took the inhibitor down. That's the main thing. But King put up a valiant effort here in this last fight.
I mean, the exit kills help pad the stats. Look at these Corki stats. 11, 2, and 3. Looks like he's on the winning team. But unfortunately, he's a bit of a lone hand because he doesn't have the front line anywhere near, as we mentioned, that of Snake's. So all he can really do is pick up some exit kills when Snake gets just a little bit too trigger happy, a little bit too aggressive. But unfortunately, until any semblance of a frontline, even Assassin being an effective frontline happens, those kills, they just mean so little for King.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, the Mercurial Scimitar now being finished up from Crystal as well. That's a whole lot of extra damage in his back pocket. Transforming just the flat QSS, build Mercurials. No worries, easy as you like. And this last inhibitor turret, of course, the one that went down the lowest earlier on is what Snake are going to be focusing on now. The Baron up in another minute and a half. And King will see whether they come to contest that one again. But look, double super creeps heading towards that bottom side. And the Nexus turrets are going to need to be defended. Sky's there. Of course, that Hyper actually does a lot of damage here to these creeps just because it does have that percentage health.
Not a lot of AoE on this Gnar while in mini Gnar form. He wants to build up to Mega Gnar actually early just to give himself a chance to get some ranged wave clear coming through with the Boulder Toss. Corki helping him out so they're able to clear waves. This build from Crystal, it does fall off. We have to remember we have seen late games Crystals corralled by 200, 300, 400 armor tanks. The issue is it going to fall off fast enough for King? Are we going to see those big armor item pickups? Okay, if they pick up a lot of these super minion waves crashing to the base, if Snake take their foot off the pedal, maybe there is a potential for Crystal's build to betray himself in the late game, but it doesn't look like the late game's coming anytime soon. That's the issue. They need time, but they have no way really to extend the game themselves.
Yeah, it's true. And I mean, you can see already Snake know that they want to just close this game out. 20 seconds until the Baron. They've picked up the elixirs. Elixir of Iron for FLICKR in that top side, just to give him the tenacity that he needs. Of course, doesn't have the Mercury Shreds, has that Ninja Tabi in order to stop the auto attack damage coming through from, you know, the 4 main damage dealers from King, who do rely on a lot of auto attacks. So that Ninja Tabi, fantastic pickup, now has the tenacity from the Elixir of Iron. And of course, Crystal, he's got a pot as well.
They got exclusive vision over the Baron, so we already saw there's no vision whatsoever from King towards the Baron. Baron's now live. King, they know what's up, but they just haven't found a way to actually get some aggressive wards down.
Yeah, MLXG actually popped his ultimate here as well. He's going to get a black shield, but you can see Beast going so aggressive. There's the Fate's Call. They take down the red buff just as an incidental, and you can see the members of King just getting torn apart in this fight. Liam with a decent Soul Shackles gets a few stuns, but Barker finds his way in. There's the Emperor's Divide, zoning out the members, but Barker going to go down very low. Oh, that Phosphorus Bomb was so incredibly close. It's going to be the Rocket in the end that picks up the kill, but Crystal was just left alone in that back line. Assassin going to have to go back, as is Liam, and this could be the inhibitor definitely going down, but we'll see whether it's going to be more here from Snake.
Crystal is actually in the front line. He actually skipped past the skirmish battle on this side and just skipped to try and get some kills. Actually got the kill onto Sky, the first kill of that fight. They take down a Nexus turret. You have to think they're going to have just enough, but they're going to rely a lot on FLICKR to tank it up if they want to finish the game.
They have to be very careful of Assassin, though, whose name sort of betrays what he wants to do in these fights. Get rid of Crystal, who only had FLICKR there in order to keep himself alive. And actually, Assassin deciding to build up that Fiendish Codex as his next item. Wants some cooldown reduction.
Morellonomicon is usually a second item if possible. Of course, had to go for the emergency zone as fast as possible to just have a hope of assassinating Crystal. With the magic resist he has from the Cure Scimitar, still going to be very difficult, but his job in a team fight, as you mentioned, assassinate Crystal. He definitely doesn't have the items to do it. He finishes the Morellonomicon. It lets him get that second rotation of spells after he comes out of the stasis, but again, he needs a dive buddy, and unfortunately Sky and MLXG, they're just not strong enough to help them.
Yep, and that was the 5th dragon going down as well, Papa Smithy, as you were talking, and
32 minutes.
32 minutes and 2 seconds, so I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, I was wrong. Off by a whole 2 seconds, which means that I should probably lose my job at this stage. The Scrying Orb was used into that Baron pit, as the Snake members now just looking to close this game out. They've taken down the mid lane inhibitor, and FLICKR, I mean, he doesn't want to waste any time. He's just hanging out, trying to be a nuisance here in this front line. And now the members of Snake turn up. He flashes forward, gets the Arcane Smash onto Snake. There's the Cataclysm locking down multiple members of King, and Barker and Crystal just tearing through this team. As Crystal actually, as you mentioned, always there in the front line. Fate calls Ella into his death by the looks of things, but Ella likes it. He's going to stay in there. That's another kill for Crystal. Barker picking up MLXG on the back line. That's a quadra, I think, in the end for Crystal. They're going to be able to take down this game, and Snake find some form and come back with a 2-0 against King.
I love the Flash Twisted fans engaged onto Sky. It sounds like a bad idea, engaging onto the tank, but they just wanted to pick on anyone to force a fight, and you saw the result of it. Absolute carnage coming through from Snake,
oh, yeah,
taking down King, and it was a welcome return to form at just the right time. Playoffs are just around the corner. What better time to pick up a 2-0, pick up a lot of confidence, all their players, all their carries looking good, and even Lissandra adding to maybe the issue that Barker has with champion pools. champs.
Yeah, of course. I mean, tried out a couple of champions yesterday. Didn't look as comfortable on the Lulu Victor, but that Lissandra early on, they knew exactly what they were doing. They knew how to utilize her in their comp, and it was beautiful to see, you know, the multiple roams coming through, making sure they guarantee the kills against a Victor that had, you know, cleanse, flash, so many escape options, and he survived the first one by using both of his summoner spells, and they were right back there to guarantee the kill the next time around, and Snake just looking like they had a game plan and executed it beautifully.
And the only consistent through point we can take from that series, you give Beast Jarvan, doesn't matter, even if it's 5.4 with a couple of nerfs, they're so good at skirmishing under turrets, so aggressive with their invades, and they understand perfectly how to play and juggle aggro around the CC Jarvan provides early. You cannot afford to give a strong skirmishing jungler to Beast. Okay, after the Nunu, after the Jarvan, maybe his other champions fall off, but he just decides games in the first 5 to 10 minutes with his Jarvan movement.
Yeah, and we haven't even mentioned Crystal's Kalista here. Is just so much guaranteed damage. They can rely on that guy to get all the consistent DPS down in these fights, and it's beautiful to see as well. But I like that you mentioned the other members of Snake, because that's what really allows Crystal to go off, and it's great to see Snake returning to form. But, ladies and gentlemen, we've still got far more LPL waiting for you after this short break, so don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We have another great match coming up here. I'm Julian Page-Timecard. Joining with me is Jake Spawn Tiberi, and Invictus Gaming are about to take on Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, and what a game this one should be. Two teams that are really, I guess, at very different parts of their season. Invictus Gaming really vying for one of those top spots, and Energy Pacemaker, they look like they're starting to put it together.
Yeah, I mean, still sitting then towards the bottom of the ladder, but, you know, it's the second half of the season. They've started to pick up wins. I think they picked up their first ever 2-0 in their last weekend. Looking a lot stronger as a team, and IG, wheels are starting to fall off the cart again, you have to think.
Yeah, and the way I like to look at IG at the moment is that they're a team looking for an X factor because they've been very, very solid, but they really haven't been able to get over the line with some of these wins, and they've turned to some strange places to find it. They even tried Zetai out in the top lane, and it didn't go too well, but you can think that they would be experimenting. They're at the top of the table nearly, so they have some games to try and get it together.
Yeah, sitting pretty comfortable in, I think, 6th place, something, or tied for 5th, so looking fairly solid. Do have some losses to give away, but that's going to start running out, unfortunately, for IG. They do need to get some points on the table.
Yeah, they certainly do. They would love a 2-0 here, but they're going against a team that does not lack X Factor whatsoever. Amazing Jay and Raphael, the Hecarim, as well as the Victor pickups coming out. Those guys have been amazing to watch. Raphael especially has just been going absolutely berserk.
Yeah, even the Scion in the early stages as well for Amazing J. EP, weirdly enough, despite being at the bottom of the table, are responsible for a lot of innovations, it feels like, in the LPL. So I guess we'll see what they bring out today, because it could be anything.
Yeah, this game could be completely insane. We've seen the very controlled IG. We've seen the IG that looks completely all over the shop. I want to see which IG shows up today. And as you said, Energy Pacemaker, if anything, they're responsible for the level 1 dragons we've been seeing, some of the crazy teleports at level 3 from the Jarvan top, things like that. They just haven't been able to put it together consistently, and it's hurt them game to game and even in series.
Yeah, I mean, but until recently, we might have said that, but they're starting to be a bit more consistent. Now, you know, it's not the EDG sitting at the top of the table, but playing a lot more together as a team while still being very innovative and very creative. So this seems very scary. They're a bottom of the table team that threatens almost any team at this point in the league.
Yeah, and I like what you said there. It used to be Amazing Jay would have a game where he was innovating, and then Raphael would have a separate game, but they're starting to bring it together as a unit, and I think that is a scary thing, because if you get them on a day where they're clicking, all of a sudden you're not looking at 2-0, you're just trying to secure a single point out of these series.
Yeah, and that's, you know, not a good spot to be. An Energy Pacemaker for a while might have been 3 points to a lot of these teams like IG, but not anymore. They're very scary, and we're going to go through them now. Amazing Jay. What more can we say about those champion picks? 3 Hecarims, a Nara, and a Jarvan. In the top lane, mind you.
Yeah, and that Hecarim has been instrumental in some of those wins. Just provides a lot of early game damage. Drizzle, maybe the champion, the player that you would look to ban out, because the Lee Sin, the Rengar, that's very strong. Rek'Sai starting to get in there, but after that falls away pretty rapidly.
Yeah, Drizzle's been very consistent, actually. So he's the one that's really getting these lanes ahead, setting up these sort of picks, like Raphael, 2 Lulus, 2 Victors, and a LeBlanc. Raphael, he's been doing some stuff in the mid lane.
Yeah, he certainly has, and I love the Lulu pickups out of him. Brings a lot of control. Victor, on the other hand, he just goes absolutely nuts, and can't say much about their bottom lane. Kane and Shu, they're just so consistent down there.
Yeah, it's actually true of a lot of even the lower level bottom lanes here in China. The AD carry position so vaunted here in the region, but just looks good here. And there's Shu, lots of engage here, and that's standard for a lot of, I feel like, lower Chinese teams want engage from their supports, want playmaking. Shu's got it here. Anti-thresh only.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And he's the person that really does look to roam quickly if Drizzle doesn't get his lanes ahead. And he's been instrumental in some of these mid-lane matchups that we've seen Raphael get ahead in.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, we do, of course, love to see supports roaming to the mid in China. And he's done that a lot here. And Drizzle, like the top half of that for EPs, looked fine. The bottom half's picking up there as well. Everyone's looking happy, though.
Yeah, it certainly does look like they're getting ready to take us through the IG lineup, and we might have another surprise in that top lane from what I just saw.
I think we will. And it's sort of interesting thinking about IG. We always talked about them being a squad throughout the LPL. They've got a big roster of star players to draw from. And, you know, again, they're sitting comfortable, but maybe not as comfortably as they'd like it, but they can rest a little bit on their lead right now in the middle of the pack. And, you know, as they look to playoffs, they need to figure out what's the best combination to actually win the playoffs, because it's, you know, topping the split, probably not on the agenda for them anymore, but winning playoffs, they can still have that within reach.
Yeah, and that's what we were going through before this match. We looked at the IG lineup and we said when they're playing controlled and at their best, they might be a match for an EDG or an OMG, but you don't really see where they have the edge. But if they can integrate successfully their whole squad into a lineup, they can bring a whole arsenal of weapons to the table, and maybe, just maybe, in the playoffs, that gives them a huge advantage.
Yeah, exactly. And IG are looking for the edge to continue things going through, and It's going to be it's always fun, I feel like, when we look through IG's lineup. But today we're going to start with a pretty nice surprise.
Yeah, we certainly are. Of course, it will be Zatai in that top lane from what we just saw there. And I want to see what else he tries to bring because, as you can see, he's had one top lane game and the rest in the mid.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 games there. He has not played LeBlanc Xerath in the top side, don't be fooled, but played Hecarim in top for IG in their last game, and he's back in the top position.
Yeah, he certainly is. And the ever steady Kakao in the jungle, he's had some ups and downs. Vi hasn't looked as good as it normally has been. A couple of missed ultimates coming out, but his Lee Sin as good as ever, and his Jarvan wasn't fantastic, but it still looks solid.
Yeah, and Rookie as well has been mixing it up quite a bit as well. He's been playing Ahri. It's probably going to get banned away from him here in this game, but he's played a Jace, a Yasuo, and a Fizz game in the last few. So Rookie always been very flexible, such a strong player. As the patches move on and as IG keep getting stronger, Rookie's the one that really comes into his own, I feel like.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And Kid, he's been the rock throughout the whole season. Back on things that he loves, like Ezreal. He's picked up the Graves as well. As you can see from his KDA, nearly 5. That bottom lane, as well as Kitty's, has been probably the one positive throughout the whole season.
Yeah, they've been a big anchor, very consistent, like you mentioned. And even on the Civic, Kid was looking good, really putting people in big holes in lanes and getting CS leads. But as you said, that's not enough for IG to carry a series. You know, it's not like Uzi who can really put a team on his back, or maybe even Crystal from Snake that we might look at. So Kid and Kitties, they're always looking good, but IG have to set up something else. And it seems like Zatai top is where they're going to start their journey.
It certainly does look like they're happy with their bottom lane being that consistent rock, and then they're looking for an X factor across the top of the map. And I really do think if they can integrate Zatai and Kakao together, that could be a very terrifying 2-man squad. Rookie, of course, likes to do his own thing, likes to look for picks by himself. So those two, if they can, I guess, team up, can make some things happen.
Yeah, for me, it's, how much practice has Zatai been getting on top, and we're not sure. Like, if he can become consistent and just do stuff in the top lane with crazy champions like he's always known to from the mid lane, and that's a very good thing for IG, because for me, the big duo here in IG is actually the jungle mid laner. They always want to get Rookie going with Kakao's help.
Yeah, they certainly do, and we kind of said that Rookie's been getting that much attention lately that if Kakao doesn't get to the mid lane, he's kind of losing out because a lot of junglers are just putting a lot of priority on him, and it's taking him away from champions like the TF that we saw earlier in the season, like the Fizz, because if you get repetitively ganked on those champions, it does make it hard for you. So feel that Kakao does need to give him a hand. Zatai also tried to roam down a lot on the Hecarim. Didn't really work out last game, but let's see how they can do this game.
Yeah, it's another thing where as well, if Zatai can start drawing even just some of that jungle pressure away, that frees up Rookie more and more. Rookie is one of the world's best mid laners as far as laning goes. That's something I've always been impressed about. Like, his team fighting's great, his synergy with Kakao's obviously there, but he seems to win almost any lane that you put him in.
Oh, definitely. If you leave this guy 1v1, he will tear people apart. Mechanically, he is complete brilliance. There is very little error coming out of Rookie. It's when he does go over aggressive, he wants to build a lead. If he gets extra jungle pressure there, they're not going to allow him to do it.
No, and it's this thing, what can Drizzle do here? Because for EP, he's been a big factor for their team in a lot of their wins, and even in their losses, he's been very creative. He came in, I think, week 3 or 4, started in very early, and has just been picking this team up slowly, who's all risen together, and Drizzle's always the one leading his team forward.
Yeah, he certainly is, and you really feel that when they're playing as a unit and Drizzle is helping out Amazing Jay and Raphael, that's when they look their most consistent, I guess. And he really does have a lot of pressure. He's going up against one of the premier junglers of nearly all time in Kakao, and you have to think that there's a lot of pressure. Let's see what happens in pick bans.
Yeah, so EP going to ban out Nidalee and Azir to start things off. Pretty standard stuff. IG, I love it. Go straight for the Victor and Janna bans.
Yeah, just do not want to have to deal with that Victor. It's an unknown. People don't play against it a lot, and if that's the case, you just don't want to risk it. You might be able to control it, but you've got 3 bans, just take one of them away. Yeah,
the Veigar continues to be banned here as well on 5.2, so no more Veigar support going to be seen. Probably most of the day, you have to think. He's been consistently banned since last week, and IG going to look for their last ban here. Plenty of options, probably Kassadin and Lissandra, the most obvious ones.
Yeah, Kassadin definitely stands out. You also have to think Hecarim, although they might want to force Amazing Jay onto it and see what they can do against it. Both top laners will, I guess, look for the Hecarim if it is available, and it's actually Annie taken away from
Really curious last ban there, and that might just leave the Hecarim that you mentioned open, but if that is what Energy Pacemaker want, IG have a lot of options they can pick up here.
Yeah, certainly do. The thing that immediately stands out is just throw Kakao on Jarvan. Does struggle with it a little bit, and as we said, you don't want Ari to go over to Rookie, so maybe that's the first pick.
Yeah, good steal away there. I think Raphael has played at least an Ari game in this split of the LPL, so certainly something he's comfortable. And if they want, they could take something like Lysandra Cassidy, which would be, I think, probably the two strongest picks as far as like, in a vacuum goes here. But I do have a lot of options to consider. There's actually a ton of champions open after all this target banning.
Yeah, there certainly isn't. Yeah, as you said, Lysandra, Na, Jarvan, Lee Sin, the list goes on and on of priority picks that don't really give much away from your team comp. I like this, though. Setting up for a very brawl-heavy team. Rek'Sai brawls extremely well with only one item, but actually swap over to the Kalista at the last second.
Yeah, so going to give Kid a nice hyper or late game carry at least here on Kalista, something that he has had experience on. Kid has, again, been a consistent force in the Chinese League of Legends for a long time, and unsurprisingly, he's going to take a champion like Kalista. I do expect this Thresh pick to come through. I'm actually surprised IG didn't take it away, given that they already banned 2 supports out.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe have a plan against the Thresh, because we saw that if Annie isn't available, that is the default. So might look to punish it in lane a little bit. And it is a Hecarim to lock in. I'm surprised that they picked Kalista with Hecarim still on the board, because Hecarim's ultimate does give Kalista a lot of damage. It's a lot of upfront bursts, and Hecarim is a big bruiser if he can get going. Transitions well into a Frozen Heart that also really shuts down Kalista if she goes for that Hurricane build. So a little bit, I guess, in the favor so far of a Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, I actually like the fact that Ari and Hecarim actually give Kalista a bit of trouble, just because you want to be able to get on top of her and stop her hopping around and just kill her. So they've got good options there. This pick's great, though, with the Lysandra. It's actually really good against Ari if Rookie does want to take it there, but it is a flex pick for Zatai in the top as well. That's sort of the interesting thing about Zatai. He's probably not going to play anything like a Gnar in the top side. He's like all mages and crazy stuff.
Yeah, exactly right. And he didn't play anything standard in mid lane, so I don't know I would expect a standard top laner to come out, because it's not even really his role. But I do like the Lysandra versus Ari matchup more than I like the Hecarim matchup. I think that once the first hop comes through, if you can dodge out of that charm and get a nice ultimate through from Lysandra, it really does shut down a lot of what Ari's trying to bring, and will allow Kakao to gank. One of the few mid laners that can set up a very good gank against a highly mobile assassin for the Rek'Sai to be able to get in there.
Yeah, and we did, of course, have the Leona come through, so a good aggressive engaged support for Kitties, but we're going to complete a Graves and Lee Sin as the last few picks here, so very strong bottom lane. Kang going to take a nice aggressive AD up against Kalista, and Drizzle back on Lee Sin.
Yeah, so Lee Sin does get through, and that's a very good champion for Drizzle, probably his most impressive so far. And the Maokai hover coming out, that is a beefy frontline with a lot of AoE. Dealing with a Rek'Sai, a Leona, and a Maokai is going to be difficult for a Graves. Very short range. Going to have to look for some collateral damage and buckshots through a whole front line. Just not going to be the best, I guess, situation for him. And it looks like it will be a Maokai, so very standard coming out of Zatai.
Yeah, a bit weird actually to see Zatai not playing something super crazy, but he is going to take the Maokai. Probably been practicing a lot more with his team in the top lane role, you have to think here as well. But when I look at IG's comp, the first thing I think of is, are they a little low on damage potentially?
Yeah, and definitely I agree with you. I thought that going into this, unless they can really keep Rookie alive, Kid, of course, will always do very good damage, but Rookie really is a linchpin here, because with a lot of CDR, those spells are very short cooldown, but of course the range hurts Lysandra, and it's really the AoE comp that we normally see. I'm surprised that something like Kennen wasn't picked up for Zatai, just because we've seen so much Kennen Lysandra so far, and it's really good AoE. Throw a Leona in there and it would be great, but they are low on damage, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, Cassidy actually dropped through the picks as well. Zatai, mid play, could have definitely played that in the top lane, but instead going to take a very standard tank there. This is probably the matchup that defines a lot of this first game.
Yeah, and I think that's what they're relying on. Kakao to get them ahead on that Rek'Sai, really catapult them into a lead.
Yeah, Raphael versus Rookie. Pretty interesting matchup there. Both very skillful on these individual champions. Cool to see Rookie on a big playmaker like Lysandra. We'll see how he lanes it as well. Graves versus Kalista. This is just becoming the stock standard almost in the LPL.
Yeah, it certainly is, and Kalista struggles in the matchup. Watch for a lane swap to come through for that one, because you do not want to 1v1 against that Graves.
Yeah, and of course, rounding it out, two very strong engaged supports there as well for the bottom side. And again, pretty standard stuff for both these teams. Hecarim, you know, maybe a week or two ago would have been something unusual, but at this point, just very standard stuff. And of course, we are going to have Ignite Teleport, as always.
Of course, it's the LPL. That's the standard summoner spells. What you should look for in this, if there is a lane swap, the Rek'Sai and Lysandra teaming up early in the Kayn pushing out the mid wave because she does it so well, and then looking to dive because that path is just so hard to get away from Fog of War.
Yeah, we do have a pause in the game as well, so we'll be jumping in fairly shortly here as we look down the list as well. Actually, Raphael, I like this choice. He's got a cleanse there in the mid lane against Alessandra.
Yeah, and it's for exactly the reason we spoke about. It's so easy to ult after the first dash is generally the aggressive dash on Ahri, then the second one goes a little bit sideways. Third one you generally use to kite because it allows you to avoid a lot of the CC, get in range for your spells, and then get out very smoothly. But against Alessandra, she just ults you after the first one and you ain't going anywhere.
No, so you want to make sure you can get out of that. Love the choice there, of course. And kind of looking down, nothing too unusual coming through. I guess aggressive ignites there for supports. We're starting to see a little bit more of this, especially in China, because they do like to be quite bloodthirsty from the bottom side.
Yeah, they certainly do. And I also like it because of the fact that we've seen some Kallistas go double lifesteal. So having that ignite really does allow you to blow her up. We talk about Callista being this mobile hyper carry that if she can survive the initial upfront damage that comes through, does have a very good chance of surviving the rest of the fight because just heals up with all that AoE auto attacks that comes out. The Rens just become unbearable. And so for that reason, I really do like the Ignite. I think it shuts her down fairly well.
Yeah, it's interesting actually because when we look down EP's comp, lots of good tools to deal with Callista. I feel like we've got Hecarim, we've got Ahri, even Lee Sin can get in there pretty aggressively, and Graves does have a gap closer as well. Is there maybe a worry here that someone on EP is going to get too tanky for Callista?
Yeah, I guess the worry is the Hecarim. As I said, as soon as that Frozen Heart comes through, it becomes extremely difficult to deal with. Not to mention Zhonya's Hourglass actually mucks Callista up a lot because if you can't attack people, you can't get away from them. So if she waits for a round of spells to come up, Callista kind of has to wait it out, only walk away. And I guess the only danger is the Lee Sin kick with the Q from a Callista allowing the reposition is actually extremely difficult to land in the right direction if the Callista plays it very well.
Yeah, potentially could get drawn back into the enemy team. Not where you want to be at all. So that could be interesting to come through, of course, as well. And we're starting to see a lot more trends develop in the LPL. Teams are going to start getting through. But you know what? We're going to find out very soon. Let's get on to the Rift. And we jump into the game now. Energy Pacemaker versus Invictus Gaming here for their first game of the day together in their best of two. Both teams pretty hungry for points. And you know what? Haven't seen these two teams play since last week. Going to be interesting to see how they develop here.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we see an early invade coming through. That's very brave. Looking to just upset Maokai's level 1, of course, can take those Raptors extremely easily. So look to see if they continue with this. Looks like they're just backing away.
Yeah, and actually looks like some wards going to go down there as well. Looks like EP actually have quite a few defensive wards down there as well. We have a couple of red wards for IG defending their top side of the jungle as well. And we mentioned that they were probably looking for a lane swap. If IG wanted it, they've got it.
Yeah, they certainly do, and it looks like they will also get the freeze in both scenarios. Graves actually walking up with the lane, so that won't be frozen, but does get to see exactly what is going on in the top lane.
Yeah, and as you noted, sorry, there will be some freezes there. So we're going to have Kid right now looking solid, but Kid is actually trying to at least annoy Amazing J and Drizzle. Here's a tie, also taking some poke, going to be in a 1v2 now as well. And Kid is just poking around, want to make sure he gets a rough idea of the timer, but unfortunately not going to be able to steal it.
Yeah, not able to steal, but has the exact timer, and Zatai, that man's very brave. He walked through River in a 2v1, just straight into lane and was like, I'm here. You can poke me a little bit, but I'm a Maokai, pretty tanky, going to be able to survive.
Of course he did. It is the tie that we're talking about after all. Be interesting to see how he fares in a 1v2 situation, given that, again, he's a very carry-oriented sort of player, usually, at least as a mid laner. So used to getting a lot of farm, used to being very aggressive for his team, but on a very supportive sort of tank here on Maokai.
Yeah, he certainly is, and I think that a lot will come down to the build. Does he go for that roller and try to be a little bit more of an early game threat, or does he just go complete tank, look to get in there, and I guess really disrupt the backline? I think that Zatai would enjoy being a huge tanky threat as well. It just kind of matches his personality, as we see some more harass coming out of Kayn. Actually has a CS lead because they're choosing to push this lane pretty aggressively, but you have to think, Maokai will survive the 2v1 a little bit better than Hecarim.
Yeah, I mean, just totally fine. Very hard to kill. If he's able to auto some minions, get some health back decently as well. Just going to stay safe, much like Amazing Day here under the turrets, making sure that's all good. I think the funniest thing for me is you're right. Zatai, very aggressive player, has no qualms about initiating for his team at least.
No, definitely does not. And I think that's the when they will look at their best, when it's Kakao taking a little bit of a backseat for the initiation and waiting for Zatai to go and pick his fights and then fly in there with the Rek'Sai as a follow-up. They've also sent Kitties down into the bottom lane to kind of help Zatai out. So he's farming quite well at the moment. He's 8 CS to 0, and Hecarim will be harassed under turret a lot. So they're sending the Lee Sin into the top lane.
Yeah, Drizzle is going to get spotted out here, so we are going to have IG potentially back off. It's just Kid there right now in the top side of the map, but if he doesn't want to get involved, he can just back away, and Drizzle's back again, actually. Looks like you're going to give up that gank. Now Kitty's actually roaming back through a round as well. Drizzle still sitting on top of a wall.
Yeah, still, he's just looking to keep that minion wave in the favor of Amazing J. If Amazing J can't pick up that minion wave, he's in a lot of trouble. So the fact that he's just hovering around, making sure his presence is known, is allowing Amazing J to at least pick up some CS, maybe even a bit of experience for himself.
Yeah, you can see now 4 CS compared to the 0 that he had for quite a few minutes, and Kids finally let the wave push into turret here, so we're going to start getting aggressive on top of the turret, and Amazing Joe will finally get some good CS under tower for himself.
Yeah, so he's looking to pick it up. Of course, the harass out of Kalista is so brutal under turret, but he's back in full range of Zatai.
Good grab actually there, Shu just missing the flay back there, but Marco going to get chunked out to half health. No more potions left here for Zatai, so has to play a little bit more carefully now.
Yeah, we certainly do, and we can already see Rookie starting to bully this lane, shove it in early, which we just know Lissandra does so well. At level 6, those ganks become a real threat out of the mid lane.
Yeah, they do, and Lissandra, I feel like almost an underrated mid laner in some ways.
Yeah, I definitely agree. The fact that she's so good in top lane, I guess, lends to that just because deals with so many of these melee top lane as well. But the ability to roam top or bottom with the ultimate is just such a threat throughout the mid games, levels 6 to about 9.
Yeah, safe wave clear, good setup CC. Kind of a good pair here between Rek'Sai and Lissandra for Kakao and Rookie. And Kakao even gonna, take the lane advantage that Rookie's given him and take away a camp from EP.
Yeah, so nice deep vision coming through there. That ward on the Raptors brush is my favorite pre-11-minute ward in the game. It gives you so much control over the whole map because how valuable Raptors smite is. The fact that it denies vision. Being able to pick that up repetitively just means that pink wards become so much more of a premium for Energy Pacemaker, and they have to spend a lot of gold to secure vision.
Yeah, you can see an early pink ward even on the right-hand side of mid as well, so much control on that side of the map for IG. Kakao very clever from the jungle, as almost always. We actually might see a diver. Kid going to go in onto Amazing J. Kitties gets us done there, so Kakao flash knock-up for the Unborrowed. Amazing J, nowhere to go, no flash to speak of, and first blood goes to Kid.
And Kitties tanked up every shot of that turret, then was able to get out without even using his flash. What a play. And this is even dangerous here because of how much control Lissandra has over the mid lane. If able to rotate down, might even be able to disrupt the dragon.
The Kakao does not have his ulti available, unfortunately. Not quite level 6, so he can't go in. Lissandra's actually rotating down as well. There's the ulti coming in onto Shu. Rookie gonna look for the 2v1, gets hooked up as the tie. Gonna come in as well. Raphael diving in. A Rookie is gonna go down, and the dragon's gonna go to EP.
Ooh.
Sapling! No, doesn't take it. Thresh gets it. Drizzle actually didn't have smite. Had to be very careful there.
Yeah, and that was a little bit of a late roam coming through from Zatai there. Rookie made the right play. I actually felt they could have contested that as two. Shoved in the lane as hard as possible. Actually has a 13 CS advantage against Raphael, but luckily was able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, right idea, but maybe wrong execution there for IG, but you can seem a little bit more together with the early game here. Do have almost 1,000 gold ahead in the early stages of the game, but still plenty of room to move around for both teams.
Yeah, certainly is. So the first blood did go over to IAG, so they're able to pick up a little bit of extra gold. The mid laner, however, was able to pick up a kill in response and the first dragon. So whilst they're down by about 1,000 gold, that's purely CS. And you can see across the board, top laner ahead in CS. 20 CS in the jungle, lead for Kakao. That is huge, as well as a nice 15 CS advantage in the mid lane.
Yeah, and moving in towards the top side as well. Drizzle actually sneaking in a bit, but we did mention the lack of damage potentially for IG here. Kid is going for a very different Kalista build now.
Yeah, he certainly is, and I like this. It's a Ren-centric build, but you only look for the 2 or the 3 auto attacks to push out. It means he can freeze the wave with a lot better control.
Amazing J, they're going to jump in with the ulti. Kid could be in trouble there. Kiddies does get fake called in, but Kid just goes down. The knockup comes a little too late, and Drizzle gets the kill.
Yeah, so very nice gank coming out there. We mentioned how much trouble Hecarim gives this Kalista, and that was just a very good initiation coming out of Amazing J. He knows the champion Hecarim inside and out.
He really doesn't. I mean, unfortunately, Drizzle landed a Q, and there's nowhere for Kid to go there. Even with Kiddies trying to help for a little bit of peel, just not enough there. So actually, even the top side, we might even see a dive there coming through as well. There's a lot of people moving in. Kiddies has to run all the way back to the tier 2.
Yeah, certainly does. Gets zoned off that huge wave, was trying to cheat, get some experience, and pick up that level 6 a little bit earlier, but gets forced back. That's 2 massive waves, a third about to crash into that turret. So a lot of resources taken away from IG in the top side.
Yeah, that's a bit of proxying going on there for EP. Raphael, though, will clear out the midway period. Going for potentially a quick Abyssal, actually. Got both the Fiendish Codex and a Negatron Cloak already in the inventory.
Yeah, so we see this a lot against Assassins, and I guess Lissandra is that quasi-assassin until it gets to really late game, looking to take one person out with that ultimate. That you sit on the Negatron, you pick up your CDR item, and then you go straight into the Abyssal. Gives you a lot of survivability, a lot of mid-game team fighting ability, and we see that a lot. And just speaking about pink ward coverage, where Rookie has placed that pink ward means that it is so hard for Elysian and Ari, both very short range, to be able to contest taking that out. It's on his side of the brush, and with Rek'Sai's tunnel right on top of it, means Rek'Sai can ult get down there extremely quickly, and that's nearly impossible to sweep.
Yeah, and to move... kind of hark back to the point you made about the Raptor side earlier being so important. I love that it sort of extends vision down the same side of the map that Kakao already wants to be on.
Yeah, exactly right. It's that line that Kakao can keep an eye on, be able to get in there. And we actually saw Rookie starting to roam through that side of the map as well, using the denial of vision to try and get in behind Graves, who is building in a lead. He's about 30 CS up at the moment.
Yeah, looking good actually here for Kane. Kind of winning, not winning the matchup because they haven't laned against each other, but I mean, Kid will take, I guess, some of the deficit here. A lot of the early action was revolved around the top side for him, so I guess he's a little sad that he's not a bit further ahead or maybe closer to even here, but if Kid is getting farm like he is in this situation, that's probably all he can ask for.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I guess from Kid's point of view, all he wants to do is get to that 2-item threshold without falling too far behind. In saying that, Graves has one of the best 2-item spikes out of an AD carry in the game. Being able to go for an Infinity Edge into a crit, or even better in a composition like that, the Yomu's Ghostblade that just adds so much burst damage. You have to think, with a Hecarim diving on top of you, with a Graves providing a lot of the burst, is going to mean that it's very hard for Kalista to survive.
Yeah, and it's just something that we talk about here. When you first pick Kalista or pick her early, there are so many, not excellent counters, but everyone kind of knows what to do against her now. You know, she's not that good against tanks. We've seen that now. If you can get on top of her and lock her down, all of that mobility in the world that she has just doesn't do enough here. So I like what EP have done to pick here. And a lot of this game is honestly on Kid towards the late game. How well can he perform on this champion with so many members of the enemy team gunning for him?
Yeah, and that's always the danger when you build a threat around 2 damage comps. We talk about it a lot, but if one of them gets taken out early, which is what the team of Energy Pacemaker are really designed to do, dive onto one person and get rid of them, then it just becomes so hard to win these team fights. There's not enough persistent damage that comes out. And whilst you can bring as much damage mitigation and CC as you want, if you can't kill people, it doesn't really matter.
Then, you know, Rookie maybe the person we look to here to get the ball rolling early. And Kakao has been a bit aggressive as well on the Rex side. In fact, Kitty's positioning quite aggressively, but we will have Shu join Amazing J on the top side. So going to make sure that turret stays up for a little while longer. But Rookie's, you know, he's had a decent lane. He's up in CS still on the mid side, but he's not been able to leave the lane yet. That's his big problem.
Yeah, and that's because of the fact that Shu's just been absolutely everywhere on this map, rotating between top and bottom with a lot of frequency, really sacrificing his levels. He's only level 6 at 12 minutes into this game, but really has been able to facilitate a lot of the map movements, and it's actually paid off for Kane, who's able to keep up in levels nearly with the solo laners.
Yeah, and which is a great thing here for the Graves. I mean, Zatai is getting ahead at least of his particular lane opponent here in Amazing J, and Makai is getting stronger. I assume that's a righteous glory from Zatai. I'd be very surprised if he went for a Rod of Ages this late. But, you know, has a very safe build. Going to be, again, a big, good playmaking initiation threat for his team, which is how's the like to play from the mid lane anyway?
Yeah, it certainly is, and I definitely agree that Righteous Glory is the item to go for in this situation, just because of the fact that it is very late to be able to pick up that roller. Looks like they're actually contesting the next dragon as well as it comes through, and in general, IG looking pretty aggressive.
Yeah, they are. I mean, the Dragon is up, like you mentioned. There's one already gone for EP, but they would love to get this here, and they should. Rookie's very strong at this point on the Lissandra. They've got plenty of good tools. The ties already here in the bottom side as well, so IG are going to start it as 5, but EP might answer.
Yeah, it certainly looks like they're trying to fight this one. Amazing J down there has teleport and ignite ready. He's as strong as he's going to be.
Yeah, good flank as well. Kitties actually gets thrown all the way back in, and Drizzle with a good kick there gets the first kill. Hecarim gets one onto Makai. Kid just gets destroyed there by Ari as well. Lissandra gets a trade kill onto Lycia, but 3-1 EP.
Yeah, able to really take that fight with some big authority coming in there, and it looks like Energy Pacemaker will take the second dragon, and finally nearly even in gold as well. They're still behind, even though they're 5 kills to 2.
And it's pretty crazy to look at a team comp with Lissandra and Maokai in it and not be able to actually win any sort of hard engage situation. Hecarim's ult's just so good, and Raphael got right in there and just assassinated those carries.
Yeah, so Hecarim being able to get so far onto that backline meant that there was absolutely no help. Hecarim does very well with corners in team fights because he can dive through the corner to start the initiation and push you back around.
Yeah, Raphael looking for the flash jump, just misses, but forces Rookie to flash away as well, preserving his blue buff. And the Abyssal already done. That actually came up quite big in the Dragon fight as well.
Yeah, it certainly did, and he went it before he had even finished up the Morella Nomicon, so fantastic effort there, being able to influence the team fight with a good early item build.
Yeah, Kid down the bottom looking to keep farming there as well. Actually fallen a little bit behind in CS here. Graves is already done with his early item build, so he's good as far as his first item goes, i.e. already done. And Kid's actually deferring a little bit here. I like the early Berserker Graves. The BF so we thought was coming in for more of a standard AD carry, but he does also have a recurve bow.
Yeah, so going for a little bit more attack speed on top of the build. Don't know if I like it. I think that lifesteal is just too important against this particular team comp to go for too much longer. And you can see already the Shroud finished up for Amazing J on Hecarim. He's just sat on a phage, not looking to get any further into the build, and has completely neglected the Triforce now, actually looking for probably some MR after that.
Yeah, and that's actually one of the biggest differences, I feel like, in Amazing J's Hecarim plays specifically. He very rarely, if ever, goes for the Triforce. He's much more about being a tank for his team.
Yeah, it certainly does want to be that team player. Of course, phage just adds so much to the kit, being able to keep up with carries and continue to output damage. So I like the fact that he's picked that up, a little bit of early aggression, and then just sitting on some tanky items. And we saw the top lane turret fall. Bottom lane turret probably will follow very soon. But Energy Pacemaker, they're responding in kind. They've got control over the top side of the map.
Yeah, gold lead is even right now, but Energy Pacemaker do have 2 dragons to 0, and they're keeping great control here. Going to leap ahead in gold just slightly there as they do get the tower, and actually going to, the red buff might get donated over. Cacao does smite it over. Rookie actually looking for a kill. The Umbaro finds in there. Rookie going to follow up in there. The slow just missing though. Hecarim just charging out of the way.
Yeah, able to get out of there, but the tier 2 turret in the top lane now under siege. Someone has to get out up there to help Zatai out because that's a very early tier 2 to lose.
Unfortunately, the only help coming is Drizzle, who's on the enemy team here, and he's going to come in. They'll actually get this turret here, and Zatai can't do anything on the Maokai.
Yeah, so it looks like it finally will fall. One last shot comes through from Kane, and they trade 2 turrets for 1, although now 2.
Yeah, I mean, good rotations here. IG actually answering well with turrets. First in the bottom, taken out by Kid, and then sticking together in the mid lane to take out the next one. But interesting to me that IG, lose a tier 2 turret for that trade. They're even in turrets, but are they really even, Spawn?
No, I just don't know what a winning team fight looks like at this point in the game for IG. It's very, very difficult to see where they come out ahead. Just with how this Hecarim is being played, the fact that Graves has so much burst damage at this point in the game, and 2 completed items on Ari, foregoing the boots even just to get as much power from Raphael, really is meaning that at this point in the game, IG look for picks or just farm up.
Yeah, I mean, they have to look for picks because Kid does need to farm up already. He's finally finished his Hurricane there on the Callista, so is kind of ready to transition to heavier farming mode and get his second major item where Callista really gets going. But if that doesn't happen before the 3rd dragon fight, EP might just pick up their 3rd very easily.
Yeah, exactly right. And the problem is that the response comes through from a Hecarim, who's going to be the person diving on top of the Callista. So even if able to get the equal farm, I don't know that Hecarim comes out too far behind that trade. A very, very farmed Hecarim split pushing the waves is going to be a fantastic thing for Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, and then great follow-up even in the team fights. If Kid has 2 or 3 items by Raphael Zari as well. So we said it in the draft, there are a lot of good threats here for EP against the Callista. It's a matter of what else can IG do with their team comp. And they've got good tools here, but they do need to keep their vision up. And right now, they have barely any vision over on the side of EP.
Yeah, shining light really is Cacao. He's 1,000 gold ahead on the jungle position. He's going to be much tankier than the Lee Sin at this point in the game, and he's just put the jungle on farm mode. Maybe you can see in the kill participation, because 100% coming out of Drizzle here, 2, 1, and 3, has had a terrific early game, but Cacao still able to eke every advantage he can.
Yeah, going to go for a quick Warmogs, it looks like as well, and actually that might be no. Rookie does not want to dive in there, and Raphael, Kane, and Shu will all back off.
Yeah, but you saw the threat of the layered CC, the Leona Solar Flare followed up by the Tomb, just would have been too much for him to deal with there. So Raphael kind of looked a little bit shaken.
Yeah, grab does go down there for EP. I would be scared too as Amazing J. Actually going to meet Zatai here on the top side of the map, but just continuing to farm. He's got the teleport. He can join the fight whenever he needs to. And like you said, Hecarim very competitive against Kalista if they both get free farm. And right now, only Amazing J is getting that farm.
Yeah, exactly right. And Kalista being forced to group up is some of that wave clear. And Amazing J just pushes so well on this Hecarim against a Maokai that didn't have the luxury of going for that extra AP. Can't shove the wave out as quick as possible. So if Zatai ever teleports to join these fights, the wave will be shoving, and with no top lane turrets, that is a danger at this point.
It is indeed. Is Kane now even going to look delicious here in the bottom side? Drizzle's actually camping in the brush just towards the left, and smart stuff from EP. Dragon back up in 35 seconds. They're going to get some vision, which they already have exclusively around the Dragon Pit. And if someone wanders along, get a pick, and the Dragon's even easier.
Yeah, exactly right. And with a couple of early Dragons, this game's been rapidly accelerated for EP, so the fact that they didn't get a gold deficit while picking up the first 2 Dragons is going to be huge as this game progresses, because it puts it on a very short clock. That 5th Dragon is a pretty important tool.
It is indeed, especially in 2 threat comps, which is this effectively, unless Amazing J can finish the Trinity Force, what EP have here, and they're going to just carry themselves so well through the mid game. I mean, great wave clear from Rookie, going to defend the mid turret. He does have his Zhonya's now as well, so some big playmaking tools left, but Kid, probably the biggest person to fall behind here, doesn't have very much damage moving into this next Dragon.
Yeah, certainly doesn't, and just doesn't have the abilities to compete with the Grave, so they're going to give this one up. 3rd Dragon over to Energy Pacemaker. That's the all-important movement speed. Shu probably benefits the most from that, being able to get between these lanes, really control vision, and from here, the next Dragon has to be contested, 26 minutes, but that's probably a 2.5 item Kalista. Maokai just getting rolling. Once again, I just don't know if they have the tools available.
Yeah, IG just haven't been able to be very proactive, it feels like, in this game. I mean, they're going to look for a blue buff still here. That's not a bad trade, I suppose. The pink ward's there, by the way, absolutely insane to compete for that Dragon Vision.
Yeah, all 5 pink wards on the bottom side of the map. That's just complete coordination coming out of this Energy Pacemaker team. And what it does is it allows Kane to push up with reckless abandon. He knows that there's no one near him, so he doesn't have to be worried.
Yeah, kind of a good little minigame to think about will be how long do those pink wards last in that bottom side? Because EP right now have so much control. The hook just going to go wide there. The mid tower still being defended, but Kitty's actually gets played back in. The buck popped in there as well. A good ulti though in return, and Kid will get the first kill. Those Sandra's burst up. The Kitties does get pulled up by the fence. Called Rookie. Amazing flash W there for the 3-man snare, and Kid trying to clean house here, but Kane just blows him up.
Yeah, that was a fantastic play out of Kane there to be able to turn around with the low health and still get his combo off for the kill. Looked like that was going to be a fight in IG's favor, but not able to get there.
Yeah, and just a 1-for-1 trade, I think there as Raphael will clean out some more minions and go back, possibly a Void Stuff or maybe even a Rabadon going to get built up here as well. Ari doesn't have too much gold, so can't go for Need to See Large Rod yet, but instead just completes the Soul Truce.
Yeah, and that's a lot of flat penetration at this point in the game with, I guess, not looking like there is going to be a locket for any time soon. Kitties is trying to get that one as soon as possible, but very expensive item for a support to have to go for. And across the board, it really is Struggle Town right now for this IG lineup.
I mean, you know, Kakar's not building damage like him, like we saw earlier. He is ahead, but is kind of going tanky, going for a quick round, which is a good snowball item. But again, IG's biggest problem is damage. Kid does plenty if he can do it consistently, but struggling to do that now. And Raphael's powering up. Graves is at 2 items now as well. EP eventually, they'll get this mid lane tower.
Yeah, they certainly will. They continue to push in, and if Kid makes one misplay here, he'll eat a charm, so he needs to be careful.
Yeah, Hook actually landing onto Kitties, but Shu will just not follow that one in. They'll keep moving in. Kakao actually caught out there, trying to defend the pink ward. Raphael going to dive back in. Drizzle gets ulted up there, but Kakao in trouble, does go down. That's a Raphael. The teleport coming in, but the Ty's forced to cancel it. Amazing J has come down though. He's moving in. The onslaught comes in. Actually finds Rookie there, who still has the zone. His Amazing J will keep chasing. No one else from his team can join him, unfortunately, so Rookie gets away safely.
Yeah, but Amazing J went for the wave clear so they can take as many objectives as they want in this mid lane. There's absolutely no way now IG can defend this one. There's no mid laner there, and they might push in for a second turret off that.
Yeah, final auto goes out. They're going to look for the tier 2 here in mid as well. Shu actually might even find a grab. Kid actually doing a decent amount of damage. The Thai wave clearing well. in melee range with his spells there as well. So EP getting to about 50% health, unable to get it, but still a very good convert after that pick.
Yeah, very good pick. Transition it into an objective. That gives him a 1,300 gold, and wow, Cacao.
Yeah, a little too far forward, actually looking for the knockup to start the fight. He's pretty tanky, but he might go down soon there. Amazing J, no ulti though, I don't believe in. Kane gets the first kill onto Cacao. Amazing J still running in. Shu actually will go down to Kid. The rookie's on, he's in the backline, looking to go down as well. Actually ults himself there to buy more time. The time moving in, but Raphael cleans up a kill. Graves gets the next one, 3-1 AP.
Yeah, and there's just nothing the bottom lane can do out of IG. Not able to get in there, and just taking too much upfront damage with Kid. So once again, one fight for EP. They're going to push in, and this time they will be able to secure the mid turret.
Yeah, so one pick gets them a tower. 3 kills, they're going to get them the tier 2, and they might push for more. No, back off instead. Want to play it a bit safer, but just picked up a massive amount of gold. They're 3,000 gold ahead, and it's creeping forward now for EP.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that was just a heads-up play, recognizing the Cacao wanted to get aggressive. He's very tanky. This is an inflated and, I guess, very far ahead Rek'Sai. He's double the CS. He's still 600 gold ahead of Drizzle, who has 10 kill participations to 2. But Cacao just not able to do enough.
I mean, it's Kid, right? He now does have his Bloodthirster. Didn't have it, I don't believe, for the last little team fight that we saw. Rookie's playing very well in this Lissandra, but adds more utility at this stage of the game in the team fights than damage. So the onus is on Kid to get in there with his frontline tanking for him, with Rookie disrupting the opponents and to do all the damage, but he just doesn't have the items right now.
Yeah, and the problem is that Hecarim's got a frozen heart and nearly a Randuin's. Even when he has the items, it's not going to be enough. This horse is absolutely huge, and the threat coming through from Raphael, he's nearly finished up his death cap after that fight. It's just so big at this point for Kid, and this is the danger of getting Kalista early on in the drafts. There's a lot of answers, and it seems that teams have figured it out.
Yeah, I mean, for a while it was Vi, but that's not even necessary at this stage of the game. Actually dropped through the draft here in this game, and looking at Drizzle here as well, we talk about him from the jungle. I actually love what he's done here with his item. We've got a quick Banshee's Veil to join his jungle item in the Sightstone, and is much more basically just a glorified support for this 2-threat comp.
Yeah, and really is able to get the kick that he needs, because he'll be able to ignore the first knock-up that comes out of the Rek'Sai or any CC that comes through from Lissandra. And across the board, it looks like Energy Pacemaker have really thought about this. Now the QS, wow.
Zotaya caught up there, gets played back there. It is pretty tanky, but Amazing J able to clean him out. Just not enough damage from Arkai to tank at this stage.
Yeah, exactly right. And the QSS has been picked up by Kane as well, so they can siege this turret. Don't even have to be worried about the CC coming through. Cacao's looking for a flank, but I don't know what IG can do.
Well, I mean, Energy Pacemaker right now are just going to take out this turret. The ulti almost lands around to Kane. A good attempt there, but Amazing J lanterns himself out, and that's a cooldown gone. EP going to keep pushing in, you have to think. Although Dragon's back up, they'll just take their 4th.
Yeah, and they had eyes on Cacao, so they knew the fact that he was looking for a flank. Just back away. You got nearly all of the health from that turret. Keeping Dragon on cooldown, very important. They've got 3 at this point. Unless a Miracle Steal comes through, you don't really think a team fight can be won by this IG lineup, and looks like they're going to try.
Yeah, they're going to look for a fight, it seems like here. Cooldown's up for everyone here. The teleport actually coming in as well. Idea onto the Dragon. It's pretty squishy at this stage of the game, but they're still tanking a little bit of damage from it. They just have to line up the ultis. The tie gets clipped by an orb. That's a lot of damage, actually.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we see that they're just trying to use Kalista to get as much Ren down to stop the snowball.
Kiddies gets played though. That Dragon is going to go over, but the first kill goes down. Amazing J jumps into the backline there. The ulti comes down as well, locking out Kane, but he QSS is out. Rookie though does get a few kills. Kid finally getting a fight he wants, rending through the enemy team, and it's a 3 for 1 so far. The Tiger running onto Shu. Kid still going in. Rek'Sai gets another kill there, and IG are going to turn it around.
Yeah, what a one-team fight for IG on the back of their mid laner. Rookie is so good at this game. He was able to get the perfect ultimate and flash over the wall to keep himself safe. Came in for a second rotation of spell and just set that team fight up for Kid, who played it so well. That's a Dragon, that's an Ace, and probably a Baron.
And you know what? IG going to prove me wrong. I thought the Kid wouldn't have the damage there, but IG split them so well with the Lissandra utility and were able to pick just a couple of skirmishes. Kid is actually ulting the Baron just for a bit of extra passive procs there, because they have to take it quickly.
Yeah, they certainly do. Hecarim can fly in at any point, has the home guard, looking to teleport in, and he'll be very close.
But he's really close, actually. The ulti not quite up, but he's going to go a win. He doesn't have a smite to try and take it, but he can at least do some damage here. IG going to dance around the Baron. Does get secured there by Kid's Rend. And Amazing J, a great teleport, but not enough.
Yeah, and he was just looking to keep them there as long as possible, so maybe his team could get there in time, but a lot of damage coming out of that Kalista, able to secure the Baron, and with that pickup, looks like it's going to be good. We'll have a look at the replay around Dragon. I want everyone to just watch Kid. He gets into the middle right here, and now that he's on that side, able to get the Frozen Tomb down, get over the wall, and then he comes back through for the second rotation. This is so key because he sacrifices his life but gets so much extra damage. All the meanwhile, Kid on the backside just doing work, able to save his support again with that ultimate, and Shu not going to last through the Rend.
Yeah, no, just can't. He's getting chased down by Kid and Zatai. Nothing he can do there. And I think actually that fight not only illustrated how good Rookie is, but how strong Kalista Lissandra specifically is. Lissandra we talk about in the early game. Good wave clear, very non-interactive, good burst as well, can set up for kills, but mid-game team fighting is much more about the utility side of her kit, and Rookie had that fully on display there.
Yeah, it certainly did, and now it's got Kalista in the position we're able to pick up that last Whisper, and that's going to be so key dealing with this Hecarim who's prioritized armor over health. That percentage shred is just going to do so much work.
Yeah, and AP are trying to clear out a bit more vision. IG have actually equalized the gold now as well. They're behind about 4,000 gold maybe 5 minutes ago, so have done a very good job keeping themselves back in this game. The Baron buff still on them as well, of course, after picking it up. So they've got a lot of work they can do here.
Kiddies gets caught.
Yeah, it does get caught. Amazing J going to wrap in there as well with the ulti, but a good fade score for Kid. He's actually going to go back in there. Uses the ulti, finds Kane with the stun, but Rookie can't get in there. Little too aggressive there by Leona.
Yeah, it certainly was. Pulling the trigger a little bit quickly. Cacao was looking to get in position for a flank. Rookie was also quite close, but in the end, that's a pick, and that delays a lot of what Baron could have done for IG.
Yeah, lose a spare Baron buff there, lose a bit of pressure here, and EP going to keep pushing out the waves. IG anchored to the bottom half of the map here, camping in a brush near the red. So they've actually taken over vision almost on this particular side of the map, and they're hoping some from EP walks through, but EP very cleverly just staying to the mid lane.
Yeah, they want absolutely nothing to do with this because they know if they get picked, Baroned up minions just destroy turrets so quickly. So very, very smart play out of Energy Pacemaker. In the past, we've criticized them for maybe getting ahead early, then not really knowing what to do. Looks like they're in full control of this game now that they've got a lead.
Good rotation, though, by IG. Will pop themselves down to the bottom side of the map, and EP going to take the long way around to defend their tier 2. Raphael going to throw out their Q just for a bit of extra movement speed, and they'll get here in time to defend, and IG might just have to give up all pressure, although the Cannon Minion is here and helping out.
Yeah, Cannon Minion helping out. Kid has that Bloodthirster shield, so he can poke up the turret. They will get one turret, it looks like, and maybe even start a team fight on its fall.
Yeah, Kid actually going to go in. Very good start there under the turret. And the rest of IG are back here after Leona's response. So Ty actually popped his Righteous Glory. Wanted to take the win, but they'll take the turret instead.
Yeah, exactly right. That's a very good push coming through. They don't have any tunnels on the top side of the map, unfortunately, so they can't sneakily send Cacao up there to maybe grab a second turret with that Baron, but one turret for nothing, get themselves back in the lead. IG will take that after what was a very rough mid-game.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned Rek'Sai tunnels, by the way. There actually aren't very many at all here. EP have done a very good job of cleaning them out, especially when they're on the front foot.
Wow, and what an aggressive play out of IG, trying to take another turret.
There's the Ty actually does get hooked up, but he's pretty tanky. The turret will go down up in the back. Amazing J pops it with the onslaught of shadows, but Kid still alive. The Rookie locking everybody down. Raphael gets the Ty, and Kid, I think, yes, does finally go down, so EP might be able to take away. Rookie going massive there for another kill, but the ace gets completed. A triple kill for Raphael.
Yeah, that was just over-aggression coming out of IG. They felt that they had a bit of an advantage, tried to force the issue, but Amazing J just got the flank of a lifetime there, able to get on top of 3 members and really decide that fight solo.
Yeah, a bonkers ulti there coming through for Hecarim, and Kane going to push in now as well. 3-item grave plus a QSS. This turret is dead now as Raphael going to move in for some damage as well. Minion Wave will join them. Inhibitor even going to go down as well.
Yeah, so they pick up the first inhibitor of the game, and this game is so close now. Both teams look like they're to the point where they're happy to fight at will, and from here, it's going to be very scrappy because you've got a brawly Hecarim against the Maokai, and we'll see this again. So on the backside, that ultimate that came through, as well as a 3-man Lee Sin kick, have to give a big shout out to Drizzle there to get the fight started. And Kane, when you're sitting on the back as a 5-1-7, Graves just doing damage at will, it's going to be great. And triple kill was even picked up for Raphael. Across the board, that was a pretty stellar team fight coming out of EP.
It was, and Rookie did almost everything in his power to let IG win that fight. He was controlling well, he was in the right spots, locking down carries, but Kid just took too much damage from Amazing J, Lee Sin, and Raphael, and that's what we talk about. EP have great tools to get on top of IG's carries, and the fights that EP have mostly won here in this game have all been about Amazing J, especially getting on top of them. Lee Sin actually gets the Dragon there away as well. Now Amazing J going to dive in. So much damage there from the collateral damage as well. Raphael flanking out the back, another triple. Might even make it a few more. There's the tie on top of him. He's going to go down. It looks like here Drizzle and Raphael will fight him to the death here. It's going to take a while, maybe not that much longer, as Raphael going to make it a delayed quadra kill. Kakao going to get out, Penta denied.
Yeah, so from there, this will probably be the game. And what a one team fight, 2 in a row. Energy Pacemaker really showing what they wanted to do with that team comp. And Kakao sneakily around the corner will mean that the Penta is denied, but Energy Pacemaker will probably take the Nexus.
Well, Raphael not going to get the Penta. Kakao very sneaky hiding his way away, but EP shred through IG's last remaining buildings and take a very convincing game against Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, and what a surprise. Energy Pacemaker again on the back of their mid laner with the double-double, 11-1-10 against Rookie. That's a fantastic game out of Raphael and Ari.
I mean, we talked about Ari here. Wanted to make sure Rookie didn't get it. Raphael looked fantastic on the champion though, and we talk about an EP coming up. Finally, it feels like as a team. That was a game won by them as a squad.
Yeah, it certainly was. They fell behind early. They really were in a hole. You thought Kakao was going to take that game over, but Drizzle stuck with his game plan. Early game pressure, wanted to get his lanes ahead, was very unselfish in his play, and in the end, 2-3-15 on Lee Sin, 17 out of 20 kill participations, and a fantastic Lee Sin kick to seal it all off. Probably worked out for him.
Just a great drop from EP and a great execution. The mid game, a little shaky there. Rookie demonstrating that he's an excellent player and can still play in kind of sticky looking situations, but unfortunately Rookie, he can't put the whole team in his backpack.
Yeah, certainly can't. You have to question why they threw Zatai in there on a tank like Maokai. We've complimented Pokemon consistently about how well he's played these tanks in the top lane, and Zatai, if you're not going to play an aggressive laner, I just think there's better options there.
I mean, they're clearly testing him. Maybe they fancy him more as a player, maybe he's a little bit more flexible, but you're right, it's funny that we have the Maokai player of the LPL, and he's not even playing Maokai for the team.
Yeah, he certainly isn't, but I think we have a replay to jump into to demonstrate exactly how Energy Pacemaker won the game. So Zatai's in the top lane as this going on, and watch the positioning of both the carries, Graves and Ari over the wall. So if we roll this one out, Kane actually dashes through the Dragon Pit as they initiate. So Amazing J goes in. He actually does it later on. So comes through. Ari with a fantastic ultimate there, gets a lot of damage out. And in the end, when you're just on top of everyone with a very good short-range team, and we mentioned this, if the carries get blown up on the side of IG, that they're just not going to do enough damage, and that's exactly what happened. Rookie and Kid just taken out at the very start of the fight, and from there, Kane doesn't have to worry about his life.
Yeah, just great cleanup. And we talk about the freight train with Graves and Hecarim. Was in full force there for Energy Pacemaker. And, you know, Kane might have been a little late to that fight there, but just threw his ulti in and was able to clean up pretty comfortably from there.
Yeah, exactly right. When you have a lot of AoE damage, it doesn't really matter who you're targeting because people are just going to die if you're that far ahead.
Yeah, and a great game there from EP. Can they do it again is the question. Invictus Gaming still struggling for points here in the LPL. After a quick break, we'll discover who's going to take the next one as EP and IG move into Game 2.
I swear to God, I will hold you my own.
welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I'm Julian Pastry-Tamkar. Joining with me again is Jake, Spawn, Tiberian, Energy Pacemaker. Just looked awesome in Game 1.
Yeah, they certainly did. They put together a fantastic team comp as we jump into Champion Select again, and they were able to run over the top of Invictus Gaming.
They were indeed. The Heck Room from Amazing J really looking strong there in that one. But as you said, we're straight into it here. Victor, Jonna, Annie, the 3 bands there from IG on the blue side, and Energy Pacemaker, FLICKR, Nidalee, and Azir, their 3 bands.
Yeah, certainly looking to take away, I guess, a lot of things aimed at rookie Kakao there. Of course, FLICKR just not going to be ever seen again in his current state.
No, not on this 5.2 patch at least here. And a good pickup again. Rookie this time, though. He's going to get the Ari first pick.
Yeah, and I think that was instrumental last game. We just saw how much damage came out of Ari in that last team fight. Just a very good champion and a very rookie-centric champion.
And you know what? Credit to Rookie for his Lissandra play. Was awesome to watch. He played the team fight so well, but I feel like Lissandra's not that much of a hard carry mid lane mage, and Ari definitely suits the carry position. So Rookie just can be even more influential this game.
Yeah, and of course the longer range picks come through, and I think that the Kakao and Rookie really do need to team up for those picks in the mid game to get things rolling. Lissandra looked fantastic in the team fights, but wasn't able to do much outside of that.
Yeah, just couldn't carry quite hard enough there, and Kid had a lot on his shoulders to try and carry those through, but EP have gone for their picks now as well. Thresh going to be picked up for Shoot again, I believe, for a second game in a row, and we're going to have Lissandra this time for EP, so either Amazing J or Raphael can take that one.
Yeah, so looking to get those flex picks going, and the Thresh did look fantastic, able to roam, really supported the lanes well throughout that laning phase against a melee support like Leona, and Kakao's kind of playing Rek'Sai the way he used to play Nocturne. He's farming up a lot, getting himself to a position, going for a more tanky build instead of that damage, but didn't have as much impact in the laning phase as you would have expected out of Kakao.
No, and I like the pick and the comparison to Nocturne especially. They are going to take Rek'Sai Kalista again here, so IG not changing much from Game 1, liking what they had, just want to execute a little differently here, but Energy Pacemaker, they're hovering some champions.
Yeah, they certainly are, and I think that this is a very dangerous pickup out of Kid with all the counters still up, and one of the counters locked in that Lissandra. Just a lot of pressure to be able to play this Kalista and be able to do it effectively.
Yeah, and Zatai is back, by the way. We didn't quite mention it as we jumped in, but he's still playing top lane again, so they're going to run it again here and see what they can get done. Couldn't make it happen in Game 1, and there is the Lee Sin and the Grave, so much more aggression and a lot of the same here for EP.
Yeah, it's almost the exact same. It is the exact same thing, but with a Lissandra in there. Wouldn't be surprised if it was the Heck Room if they get a favorable matchup, although, of course, Zatai has the opportunity to pick that one away right now, and I almost think that you have to, because if you give them the exact same thing but hard engage out of the mid laner, once again, so much AoE, so much persistent damage, it's just going to be more of the same out of Energy Pacemaker.
It's a bit tricky though, because you're probably getting a lane swap. You want to move your Kalista out of the Graves lane, so can you realistically pick Heck Room in a low farm situation? I'm not sure, but IG aren't going to listen to you at least this time. We're going to have Leona again there for Kitties, and Nah locked in here for Zatai.
Yeah, and I have to question why Zatai's in the lineup if they're just going to play these pure tanks. Of course, Pokemon sitting on the bench, one of the best pure tank players. Very consistent, doesn't often win lane, but never loses lane, and can be this teamfight presence. And that's all they're asking of Zatai. They're not asking him to carry at all. Maybe it's a shot calling thing. Do have to get a little bit more info on it, but once again, maybe they're just trying something new, but it didn't work out last game. And once again, if they go for the same lane swap, it's going to be ranged and melee. Still, a lot of CC that comes out of Leona as well as Nah, but just a lot of dive potential coming onto that Kalista.
Amazing J might be mixing it up here. I actually like the Heck Room quite a bit more, but they're going to take Maokai instead.
Yeah, so go for the Maokai, and once again, now this is 2 threats versus 2 threats. And now that that's the case, I actually prefer IG's lineup here, because Nah, very good top laner, able to influence teamfights. We've seen a lot of teamfights come through here, and I think that Rek'Sai out-brawls Lee Sin after the early game. Drizzle played it well last time, but wouldn't expect him to get ahead of Kakao 2 times in a row, so this is a very close pick ban phase now.
Yeah, and again, the fact that Heck Room's open there for Amazing J, EP kind of left it up for themselves, it looked like, because they pretty sure that Zatai doesn't want to play it, I guess, or the IG, with the way they've been playing, don't want to pick it up. But instead, very standard stuff across the board and low threats on both teams, you have to think.
Yeah, definitely agree. And maybe it was because of what you said, the 2v1, it forced him off farm early, forced him into a non-favorable build, and maybe they're just looking to not push their luck any further and avoid that situation.
I mean, maybe here, but we're going to get the same matchup reverse. Now, Rookie going to be the one on the Aria, but Raphael probably expected to get ahead there on Lissandra. Kid versus Kane, probably not going to be our matchup. I would be surprised if IG walked intentionally into a 2v2, and actually we're going to have the same supports as well. So both teams like the elements they had in Game 1. A couple of changes here and there, but mainly just some tweaks. And you have to think if that is the case, EP probably advantage after Game 1.
Yeah, exactly right. Only one change, and that's a Naren instead of a Hecarim. So very similar champions in a team fight, looking to get in there, use their ultimate, disrupt the back line. And I really feel, as exactly you do, that Energy Pacemaker, they have the mental edge now. They won with a very similar team comp. They're taking nearly the same thing in. Why can't they win again? They're in the advantage, driver's seat.
And if that's true, like, do both teams have to snowball? I guess we're going to find it because they're straight onto the Rift. And right back in here with IG versus EP. EP are actually up a game here at this point. Did win Game 1 in a really strong-looking fashion, and both teams have taken a lot of the same or similar elements from Game 1 here into this one, and a couple tweaks here and there, but both teams going to look for the same recipe again.
Yeah, they certainly are. We might have Kitties and Kane bumping into each other in this bottom lane. Of course, you have to be careful of the Leona's level 1. That Q just good ability there, and looks like maybe standard lanes this time around.
I mean, maybe. Kalista definitely does suffer a bit in the Graves lane, but I feel like Kid and Kitties probably feel that they can at least try and go slightly even in the 2v2 if they pick it up.
Yeah, I certainly think that they feel the same way as well. I think that the low kill potential that comes out of a Thresh in lane, but nope, they're just starting to dodge it.
Yep, they feel differently. As apparently here, they're going to make the swap once again here, and it makes sense. You do want to not put Kalista against the Graves here, but Kid almost demanding the Kalista pick, it feels like, in this series, wants to make sure he has it, and IG going to give him space to carry again. We'll see if he can have maybe just a slightly improved performance, because he actually fell behind in farm despite the lane swap happening for both teams.
Yeah, he certainly did, and we see that they actually were spotted out walking over a ward, and Energy Pacemaker happy to commit to this lane swap. Maokai gets a very too quick level 2 if he's left by himself in the jungle, stacking those saplings up. He'll pick up the wolves and then be able to go into the lane, probably even in an advantage in the 1v1.
Yeah, so we'll see how that shakes out here, but Amazing J is going to start off with a camp here for himself. Does blow up, throw another sapling in, and looks like he will clean the camp out, just hit the minions down, and yep, he's actually going to finish it for himself. So he's eventually going to clear it out and get himself to level 2.
Yeah, so they're not leaving Kalista up there by herself. They're actually sending the Leona into the lane. Kitties will try and get level 2, and you feel the gank goes to the mid lane after that, because Lissandra, if doesn't get the E exactly right, can be ganked pretty easily.
Yeah, and both ADs sort of attempting to freeze here, but not doing, like, you know, a hard freeze, I suppose, to start things off. So he's going to keep the lane, slow push it in and deny it what they can, but neither team started with a super hard freeze, and Amazing J, knowing that, is going to teleport in.
Wow, that's an aggressive teleport out of Amazing J. If he goes down for any reason here, that's a lot of minions he will miss. So aggressive play, maybe looking for the Lee Sin to help him out, who's already on the top side of the jungle.
Yeah, but again, the wave not hard frozen, so Amazing J going to get some experience here.
Yeah, so we'll be able to pick some of it up. Cacao, of course, got that early shot through. Got a ward for himself, now looking to clear the top side of his jungle. So overall, a very even early game. Nah has also headed into the bottom lane, but didn't use the teleport. Very important.
Yeah, Zatai just going to walk down there instead. So we'll have some time around the bottom side. Does ding level 2, actually catching the boomerang again. And this is interesting because both Nara and Maokai are fairly good in 1v2 situations.
Yeah, Maokai especially, I feel, because of all the added CC at all points. You can dive Zatai after he's transformed back to Mini Nara, and it's a little bit easier, but the bounce makes him relatively safe. Definitely isn't the worst 2v1.
No, and instead, Kane and Shu actually going to push in pretty aggressively down the bottom side. It's going to start trying to fast push the turret in, and meanwhile, as we have an isolated mid lane now after that swap, Rookie versus Raphael, and Raphael, as maybe expected in the early stages, slightly ahead in the matchup.
Yeah, just using that passive to push out the wave as much as possible. You really do want to start looking for roams as soon as possible on the Lissandra pickup. Rookie grabs the lane and actually tanks it up before it hits the turret, so maybe looking to deny some CS after an early back from Raphael.
Yeah, and we talk about Rookies landing a lot. He's one of the few people that consistently freezes mid lanes.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't. I guess when you watch him do it, he takes relatively low damage as well because he uses his passive extremely well on Ahri to do it at the right time, as we see Zatai actually getting shoved very hard in the bottom lane by this Graves. And I guess that's a benefit of understanding mid lane the way that he does.
Yeah, actually, Amazing J will just dodge the Zenith Blade there, but level 4 actually already on the Maokai. Looking good here in his solo experience situation. Zatai not quite there yet, and Kane and Shu are pushing very hard.
Yeah, and that's because he picked up the early Wolf Camp. That's just a benefit of taking Maokai into these lanes. Does get chunked out and needs to be careful he doesn't get ganked by the Rek'Sai here because, of course, still doesn't have his teleport available.
Yeah, EP, though, going to start an early Dragon here, so Amazing J actually just love that play. Hits onto the Krugs for a bit of regen, but Drizzle and Shu are two-manning the Dragon at almost 5 minutes.
Yeah, so once again, they'll have complete control over that objective B in the driver's seat for that one. Drizzle able to tank it up with the Lee Sin W, and Shu will go back and buy an in a 1v1. Graves is all over this now.
Yeah, I mean, Graves is a fine laner in his own right, you have to think. Drizzle actually didn't even use his smite on that Dragon. That confident here, but Raphael, that was an amazing E.
Yeah, that was a very brave E as well coming through there. Not electing to go diagonally away from them, but back under his turret, the quickest way to safety. And Kakao might have thought he had a gank there, but nothing came of it.
Yeah, couldn't quite get the knock up there, and Raphael conserves his flash with a kind of a slick little mind game there. But, you know, Kakao going to move through. Actually did flash in to try and get the unburrow, and Raphael was already out.
Yeah, so good play out of Raphael there. Also steps on that tunnel, so nothing's going to happen there. And Kakao, on his first back, wasn't able to upgrade his jungle item, so maybe didn't have the ability to get that Chilling Smite down and get the gank in the way that he wanted to.
Yeah, went for the early ward like you noted, so isn't going to have that option. Raphael going to keep pushing Ari in here, and Rookie, actually, even on CS, that's actually very impressive of Rookie to keep up here, because Lysandra we saw in the last matchup when it was reversed, but in the top, Kid and Kitty's going in towards the top. Amazing Day does actually save a bit of his life. Kitty's forced to heal out there, and Kid gets first blood.
Yeah, they use a lot of summoner spells, but the teleport still isn't up, and this is the risk. Ooh, when you do early teleport to a lane, if you get killed, you lose out on a lot of experience.
Yeah, and Rookie maybe looking to get aggressive. Actually dinged level 6 before Raphael. The charm is down, though, and Drizzle actually is off to the side, so they might fancy their chances, but Frozen Tomb just now picked up. We'll see what Drizzle wants to do.
Yeah, and once again, that deep pink ward that we speak of, so hard to clear out because of the fact that you have to walk all the way through the brush with the short range, and nice control over the mid area. Yeah,
just going to keep things safe here. Is down the bottom lane. Kane keeping up in CS here on the Graves here. Kid, though, having a much better time in his early stages. He kind of fell behind in transition in the last game here. So we'll see if he can keep the CS up this time as we move towards 10-15 minutes into the game.
And look at the difference in the Gnar versus Maokai. Maokai has to walk back to lane now and has only just been able to get back in there. So Gnar's completely caught up in CS because he was able to use his teleport, and completely caught up in levels, actually ahead now. So the benefit of holding your teleport early coming through.
Yeah, so nice illustration of that there is Amazing J. Will almost ding level 6 here after the waves get cleared out. Kid will return to the top side, going for the quick Hurricane this time around. Doesn't want an early BF sword.
Yeah, there are 6 members around this mid lane. This is going to be fireworks. Ooh, actually, IG pull away first. Looking to maybe get behind.
Yeah, Shu's here as well, actually. Kakao and Kitty's just doing a little bit of counter jungling together. Zatai actually might spot them off. A good boomerang just kind of moves them out, and now he knows for sure that they're there with the red buff being aggressed on as well. Kakao coming around the side. The Rookie wants to land it, nails the charm there. Raphael ults himself, and the teleport coming in for Amazing Day. Shu flies back. Rookie tries to find the hook, but Spirit Rush keeps him safe. Now Raphael diving back in onto Kakao. He does get knocked up there as well. An Amazing J, very strong teleport.
Yeah, and once again, the teleports are coming in big this game. They're securing advantages and giving them away very quick. So very greedy teleport from Zatai. You thought it was going to be an extended laning phase because he was happy to use that to farm as he gets aggressed on now.
Yeah, Drizzle actually level 4 here, but fighting Zatai 1v1 here. Shu's here as well, going to make it a 2v1. Blazing back there. Drizzle goes in. Great hook there. And a clean. Oh my god! Zatai knocks him into the wall, but Kane blows him up.
Yeah, able to get their snipe through there. They'll also push into the bottom turret, so that will pick them up at an objective. But Amazing J being dove once again in the top lane.
Yeah, Kid and Kitties might go back in for the redive as well. We do have Fate's Call ready, but the Mending Wave not quite there, so they'll move to push out. But Zatai made a very good use of a bad situation.
Yeah, he certainly did. Able to equalize the kills there, just so important. So he's 1-1-0 and still even with Amazing J, and they will be able to trade turrets evenly. So it's only really the mid lane where they're able to get Raphael an advantage in that situation.
And you know what? We looked at the top lane here and said, why are they giving tanks as a turret when they have Pokemon on the bench? And that does make a lot of sense. As Kid will hop away and get the next turret here. In fact, Shu, not really much of a threat at all here in the pseudo 2v2, but EP are forced to back up.
Yeah, Amazing J just had no mana there, so wasn't able to go in and pressure anything. So free turret. Once again, good idea for the roam coming through, but they need to be careful now because Kakar's in their jungle and they had no mana on their top laner.
Yeah, actually, they know that Amazing J is gone because he sat on top of a ward while recalling a nice long ward there on the top side, and IG going to move in for the red buff. Still should be able to get it. In fact, Kid might even get it donated to him here.
Yeah, and that would be very bad news for Amazing J, actually. They do give it over to Kitties, I think?
I think Kakao got at least one of the experience, but I think, yep, Kitties... no, Kakao does have it, so managed to pick up the buff, and most importantly, got to level 6.
Yeah, so able to get to level 6. That was actually the passive coming through from Kalista there. As we see, once the push still continuing in this top lane, now joined by Kane, so that's a lot of members on the side of Energy Pacemaker.
Raphael forced back as well. Rookie, though, with his blue buff, pushing in pretty aggressively. Zatai freezing in the bottom side now as well.
Yeah, so he has got that long sword, picked it up as his first item. Now also has a giant's belt, so going for a very tanky route. An Amazing J in the top lane, ooh, gets the sapling in. Looked like he was going to have to face check that, but heads up play.
Yeah, I mean, nice here, but Kid actually going to keep pushing in as well. I wondered if IG wanted to freeze, but it looks like they'll continue to pressure the top lane instead.
Yeah, so I like this move. Extended laning phase certainly suits a late game coming out of IG. I think they have a much stronger late game, actually. Good mid-game pressure that comes out of Ari by herself, but then when it gets into the late game, Leona really shines as a support, just gets so inherently tanky. Can't speak highly enough of Kalista and Na. So like the fact that they're happy to extend the laning phase, not swap back, no dangerous situation for Kid to really walk into. And at this time last game, he was down by about 20 CS, so being equal is a very good thing.
Yeah, kept up much better and now does have the Hurricane, so he's actually going to transition back down to the bottom side of the map here as well. Try and push in this Graves and stay competitive on CS, and this is the big point here for Kid. IG have navigated a good first 11 minutes, but they need to keep the train rolling for Kid's Kalista.
Yeah, they certainly do. Look how many wards they had to place to clean out that one pink on that side of the map. They're trying to get control over this dragon objective, and once again, teleport in favor of IG. The third time it swung back around the other way. So in the top lane, Zatai able to pick up a lot of free CS, while Amazing J really has to hover around that mid lane in case something starts.
Yeah, this is one of the changes I do like for IG. You know, we talk about Maokai, not really a good Zatai champion, especially with Pokemon being so good on it, but nah, despite being a tank, is at least a playmaking champion, and that's what Zatai needs to be doing for IG.
Yeah, certainly, and see how well he can manage this Narbire in this fight, because it looks like EP want to go in.
They do indeed. They're Amazing J going to jump in onto Kitties. This is the plate out onto Shu, though. They are going to disperse as Rookie does back in there. Shu getting low. Rookie going to pick up the first kills. Zatai dive in the back. Not two into the wall. There's Raphael. He's going to go down low as well. Kiddo cleaning up in the backside. There's a double actually coming through for Rookie. Amazing J going to eat a charmer. Going to make it a third kill there for IG, and they clean house against EP.
Well, that's how well he can manage the Narbire. Teleports has it available straight away onto the Lysandra. Cleans up the fight for his team. Kid's positioning as well was terrific, not only for the free damage, but the Fate's Call coming through. So overall, much better execution out of IG. They'll probably even pick up a turret in the bot lane for their troubles. And once again, crazy series coming through, completely different sides of the team.
Yeah, super crazy. Very similar comps from both games here, but IG now on the front foot in this game here. They're going to be up about 4,000 gold as they take out a turret there as well, and they've got the dragon picked up for themselves as well. So even on that objective, I believe, yeah, both teams do have access to their first dragon. In fact, Kid might even go further in, but Kane and Shu down here as well. A good rend actually keeps them back, and they'll defend that turret.
Yeah, very smart use of the rend there, just for the slow to not allow them to get into range of that one, and we saw that they wanted to go aggressive after it, weren't able to do so. Want to point out one more thing from the last team fight. Rookie flashed to make sure his Orb of Deception went through Raphael and survived off the spell vamp that came through from his passive. So once again, a fantastic heads-up play from the mid laner of IG to really control that team fight and put it in an even better situation than it already was.
Yeah, Rookie is just a wonderful player to watch play League of Legends here, and Ari is one of his best champions, I think, as well. And he's showing it off here as well. It's, you know, not super flashy. It's not a hard carry from the mid lane, but he does a lot of heavy lifting here, and that shows in this game.
Yeah, he certainly does, and he was up 20 CS in the reverse matchup last game and has been able to stay very competitive against a fantastic laner in Lissandra. So really big props to that guy coming up. Pretty important for his team. And once again, Kakao this game hasn't gone the hard farm, has tried to participate a little bit more in team fights, has tracked around with some counter jungling instead and tried to control the Lee Sin, and you have to say that's worked out much better for IG.
Yeah, gone Satsune again here, but being a little more proactive with his vision, it seems like, as well. Shu actually does get spotted off there, hiding in the bottom lane with a scrying. That was Kid that spotted him out there. And right now, Kalista, understandably, just wants to stay away from the Graves. And EP, interestingly, are freezing this lane again and getting Kane ahead.
Yeah, so they're just looking to try and propel Graves into a position where all these incidental damage will just put out too much pressure for the Kalista to be able to stand. The problem is, this time Kalista equals CS nearly, and 2-0 and 3 is doing fantastically. Of course, Kid not going to be able to freeze because of that Hurricane.
Yeah, can't freeze, but catches up nicely in CS. Chunks the deficit down to only 10 here as well. And just going to keep safe, try and get the Bloodthirster at a fairly good clip as Kakao rookie are going to clean out the Raptor. Does go to Kakao as he picks up the camp there for himself. And Zatai also continuing to farm. And you mentioned it already, Spawn. IG here more than happy to play this patiently.
Yeah, exactly right. Their late game's so good. The reason that they gave Kakao that is because he gets a bonus gold, of course. Don't take the big minions away from your jungler. Little minions are fine. That doesn't really matter. But Scuttle Crabs and big minions, give them to your jungler.
Well, Kakao going to take in another big minion here as well. Big monster, sorry. And Rookie thinks about it but does not entertain the steal. Just checks the Krugs instead. And Kakao going to continue the counter jungle pressure.
Yeah, and you saw it right there. That 30 gold is what I'm talking about. You get the bonus for it. So cannot stress it enough. As we see a little bit of lull actually coming into the game, and this is exactly what we spoke about. IG think they have a better late game. They think that they can just play around objectives and force fights on their terms, so they're not willing to push anything with no clear objective on the map.
I mean, I love what they're doing here. They're actually pretty much anchoring Zatai and Kid to lanes, trying to put them in empty lanes to give them farm, and using the rest of them to either push waves if they need to and just control EP. All you have to do is contain them. You don't need to fight.
Yeah, exactly right. And you can see exactly what it's led to. In the early game, Maokai teleported with that minion advantage, now completely equal. And of course, Nah, with a pure tank build, is just going to be doing so much more because it adds a lot of CC into these fights. And from there, it's just really looking to be in IG's favor because of how they're playing the controlled fashion again. There's no aggression. It's this very controlled KTA style of play.
Yeah, and I feel like the biggest hiccup from last game wasn't necessarily Kid's play on Kalista, but how IG played around it. It was a very awkward transition for Kid's power spikes here with the 2 items, and this game is a whole lot smoother. So Dragon's coming back up in 1 minute 50. That's the tipping point here for IG. Are they going to contest, or do they want to keep farming?
Yeah, I think that they're willing to fight in the chokes around the Dragon area. Of course, it just matches the CC that they're bringing so well. They can play with the denial of vision that Ari loves, keep her over walls, and dive in and out of the fight, and then really get this Gnar in there to do some work. As soon as he picks up that Randall and Omen, going to be very hard for Graves to get around him.
Yeah, and looks like as far as items go for the next Dragon, Rookie will have finished his Zhonya's by the time they come around, and Kid should have an extra BF sword. So that's a decent amount of items to try and fight with if IG do want to contest.
Yeah, it certainly is. And across the board, you have to say the 2-hour item swipe coming through for Kalista is very important. Going to only be that sole item for Graves unless he gets back his shop very quickly, which he just has. And he's picked up a crit cloak only, so not very many choices coming through for Energy Pacemaker.
No, a lot of raw damage there for Graves. I think EP recognizing that this is a pretty big point of contention here for these two teams and want to contest for the Dragons. Both teleports finally in sync now. They'll be up for this next Dragon fight, and it's going to be a big one.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it once again, a lot of pressure on Zatai to manage that Narbar and get in a good zone to be able to impact the fight from the get-go. If he isn't able to get in there, has to kite around in Mini-Gnar, you feel that it maybe goes in Maokai's favor. However, if that Mega Gnar jumps in, could be dangerous things.
And Rookie tricked me, by the way. He doesn't want a Zhonya's, he wants a Rabadons, which is just now finished for this upcoming fight.
Yeah, and that is an absolute huge power spike there for the Ari player. Once again, Ari foregoing boots to just get as much raw damage as possible. Doesn't care about resists, just wants to be in there blowing people up.
Well, IG, I think, definitely want to fight now if that's the choice that Rookie's going for. But EP are setting up vision. They've got the Scuttle Crab down already. IG almost all in position. Kakao will reposition with his ulti now as well. And it's on. Both tallies up. We're going to at least start this off 4v4.
Yeah, so the advantage here is that they had eyes on the Ari, and they've been able to back away. They've got the Scuttle Crab for a lot longer time now, not going to be able to start it up, and they've just seen Gnar transform in the top lane. So now they have that window to play around where they can get in But IG recognized it, started up early.
Love the port by Zatai. He's in Mega now right now. They have a very slim window here for Zatai to sort of zone them off. I think he used his ulti, he did, but he got kicked back there by Drizzle. But IG, they don't care. They get the dragon.
Yeah, and all his ultimate was meant to do there was get rid of Lee Sin anyway. The Rend, of course, such a powerful ability to be able to smite those objectives away, and so they're able to pick that one up. They'll just walk back into the top lane, maybe even pressure mid.
Very clever stuff there by IG, and EP will rotate in to defend their tier 2 mid turret as well. Amazing J could be caught out here. Kitty's actually going to set something up. Cacao coming up in there as well with, I believe, no, Rookie's in the bottom side. That's Nar actually for Zatai coming through, and Rookie actually might start split pushing as well, which is another nice thing about the IG comp.
Yeah, it certainly is. They do have some good choices in that split push. They have a very strong 3-man comp in the Rek'Sai, the Leona, as well as the Kalista. They have good wave clear coming out of there because of the Hurricane, as well as very good skirmish potential. So look for them to maybe even go to a 1-3-1 throughout the game to try and mix it up and put pressure on this Energy Pacemaker lineup.
I mean, they've actually done a lot of 1-3-1ing already using that call that you mentioned to just get the farm onto key members here. IG have played the first 20 minutes of this game spectacularly.
Yeah, they certainly have, and I guess the CS is even across the board. You kind of swap the Gnar benefit for the Graves benefit across the other side of the map, and you have to say, once again, the fact that this Graves isn't the hyper carry, needs to get going in the mid lane, probably in the advantage of IG, because we spoke about how well Hecarim deals with Kalista. The exact same can be said about Gnar and Graves.
I mean, and probably the biggest thing here as well is that EP only have a single turret here. We often see teams with these big mid-game short-range JD carries like Corki, like Graves, rotate in and take turrets, and EP have just been denied that at this point.
Yeah, they certainly haven't. It's because they haven't been able to pick where the fights occur. That's really been up to IG this time around. They're refusing to fight on EP's terms, and what that's led to is a very slow game out of Drizzle and Raphael, who haven't been able to team up and influence the map the way they were last game.
Rookie back down towards the bottom side as well, actually, going to move in. Actually, there's a lot of gold banked for Kalista, so Kid should have the 2-item spike coming through very swiftly now as well. Actually has, I think, about 1,000 in change or so after he gets the BT. So looking good there for IG, and again, playing very patient, very controlled. This was the IG that we started to see maybe 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and this is when they looked the most impressive. Like, they could start really competing with the teams at the top of the table and taking games off them. As Cacao smites that and immediately gets it popped, which is very frustrating, of course, with the Raptor camp, but we'll be able to grab 2 wards for his trouble, I believe. Raphael in the bottom lane really is where a lot of this hope lies for the late game of Energy Pacemaker. He needs to be able to get on top of the Kalista, who still hasn't been able to pick up a QSS, and disable her in these team fights, allow Maokai to get in there, disrupt a lot of the damage. Otherwise, with how far ahead Kid is, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, Amazing J actually going to use his teleport now as well. Going to be on to Cacao. The Cacao gets kicked away there by Drizzle. Might be okay. Smites the Scuttle Crab, but Kane just ultis him.
Yeah, so a very good follow-up play there. A lot burnt after Drizzle nearly saved Cacao's life, but a kill for nothing and potentially a push into the mid lane will mean that Energy Pacemakers start pegging back a bit of this lead.
Yeah, EP needs something here. They need to start getting the turrets down and really pushing the mid-game element of their comp, because they're kind of running out of timing windows to do so. But Kid and Kitty's still here, just going to clear out, and Rookie dissuades them from pushing down the mid lane.
Yeah, and it was a 1-3-1 again. They really split the map up. They drew Raphael into the bottom lane, and then it became a 4v4 because the rotation just wasn't matched. So good heads-up play out of Rookie, forcing the pace, and whilst they picked up the kill, no objective fell, so in the end, not even a horrible thing for IG, it was just a jungler.
Yeah, secure at least some vision as well with Cacao going down. 2 of a nice little trinity of wards in the right-hand side, just above, just left of the blue buff there, sorry. So Kid now finally going to go back with a massive amount of gold to spend back at the shop, and he'll have some items, we'll say that much.
Certainly will. I think that he has to go for a QSS with the leftover change here. Otherwise, he's just in a very dangerous situation as the game progresses, and
he's waiting for something.
Needs to be able to survive against.
Oh, he spent it. There we go. It is the QSS. Even sold the potion to afford it.
Yeah, that's just a very important pickup here. Being able to live against that Lysandra is just going to be crucial in the next team fight. 1:40 until Dragon, and looks like this is really where IG want to fight. Only around Dragons over nothing else.
And you know, that's a good observation, because the game does seem a bit slow. IG are taking it very patiently, not really letting EP get a window back into the game. The gold lead kind of slim, maybe, what, 4,000 gold, 3,000 gold here for IG, but if they can keep on the Dragon here, they'll balance what is effectively a 2-threat comp nicely as soon as the 5th Dragon comes in.
Yeah, and I guess the advantage this time is that Zatai's teleport is available, and it's not available over the other side of the map for Amazing J. as there's a little bit of a scuffle in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Drizzle actually down the bottom, smites onto Rookie. Charm lands very nicely, and the Foxfire going to come in. Can't dodge the Q, but does flash it, and will get away to safety.
Yeah, so able to get him very low, though, a little bit early, maybe a minute until the Dragon is up. However, what this means is they have complete control over the zone, will be able to sweep out any wards they like.
Yeah, Kakao going to put more vision down as well. Dragon up in 45 seconds, and IG a very strong vision around the area.
Yeah, and we see Graves has now picked up his 2-item spike, so as far as damage goes, Graves might even be a little bit ahead for this team fight, although the fact that there is no armor on Amazing J will be a big influence.
Yeah, and Zatai actually starting to bully this Maokai as well. The hyper brocking back and forth on Minino. Zatai going in, the boomerang. Oh, doesn't land back in, and Shu will save him.
But what that means is over the top side of the map, Zatai is king, has complete control, will be able to push down the turret. If someone doesn't rotate up there to answer it, it will mean that they just get a free dragon. So a very hard decision now for EP.
Yeah, Zatai actually going to back off here. Has already hit Meganar, but doesn't feel like pushing it any further. Has a bit of gold to spend as well. Dragon up in 2 seconds. Amazing J is here, but he's got no teleport. He has to walk back to the dragon.
Yeah, and I think that Zatai made that decision because of the fact that he had used his transform as the bottom lane turret finally does fall for IG. So he wasn't in a position to be able to restack that bar in time. Felt it was more important to walk down to the dragon area.
Yeah, IG again going to check the area around as well. Rookie will scout out there looking for a pick. Does have a blasting wand in his inventory as well for a bit of a stronger fight here. It's 2 for 1, I believe, with IG. No, it's actually 1 apiece on the dragons. Let me double check it. No, it is 2 for 1. Thought so. IG have 2 dragons, EP only with 1. So a very important third here for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, it certainly is. And now we see how well Invictus Gaming can play around their composition. Nah with absolutely no rage, getting just above halfway now, looking to use the mini-mar form to poke out, and crucial that he gets it up there. He does now, and they've made a very smart play here. They're behind the lineup, might even be able to get in and start a fight.
Yeah, EP looking for rotation, do find the tower in the mid lane, but Kitty's going to line up the ulti, finds Raphael, slows him out of the E, now follows up with the Zenith Blade, the Lantern down is over, Raphael just gets CC'd to death there as Rookie diving in over the top, going to look for Shu as his next target, dashes in there with the Spirit Rush, massive damage chunking him out, and Zatai going to throw a house dust, misses there, looking for it, the Prey Seeker lands in on Rookie, finds, nope, doesn't find it, Zatai instead.
Yeah, and Zatai is just so massive, he's happy to tank up that turret, and that was a beautiful play out of IG. EP tried to get the smart rotation through, but that Leona absolutely flew into the fight, able to start it up, and just so much follow-up CC.
Yeah, just forcing EP to fight them finally after they've been dodging him for so long here. And Leona actually has a frozen heart now as well. So you talked about the scaling across the map here for Invictus Gaming. It is all coming through now.
Yeah, it certainly is a little bit of a strange pickup maybe out of Leona because there's only really one attack speed carry, that is Graves. And Leona's W just gives so much armor that the diminishing returns is actually pretty poor out of the item as a whole. Probably would have rathered some flat health to come through, looking in the direction of a locket to try and keep his teammate alive, but does go for the very, I guess, selfish item and looking to shut down Kane here along with the Gnar.
Yeah, possibly looking to tower dive as well. I guess that's the other good thing that Frozen Heart lets you do. So we could see some pretty creative stuff coming through for Kitty soon.
Yeah, it certainly could be the case. And in the mid lane, I guess, that's where the real danger is. You just see how strong Rookie is at the moment. He's also sitting on another needlessly large rod, so we'll be going back. Might even try and pick up the Void Staff first time around. Hasn't been really under fire here. Doesn't need the Zhonya's Hourglass anytime soon. And 3-item Ari at this point, 3-0 and 2, is very scary.
Yeah, just does go for the Void Star, but like you mentioned, just some MR here on Amazing J, but no Locket or Aegis done yet for EP. Not a massive amount of magic resist, but just consistent choice there for Rookie. Going to be up towards that zone fairly quickly as well.
Well, the worst feeling ever is when you go for a very greedy build and then all of a sudden everyone picks up a single Negatron Cloak and you're like, well, the Void Staff would have been a better pick. So just maybe a little bit of foresight, understanding where they're at in the game. He's not under any fire because they're engaging the fights. He's not being caught out, as Kitties maybe does.
Yeah, it's grabbed actually there. Twisted advance there onto as well. Good knockback there for Amazing J. Kakao going to dive back in, but Raphael threatening with the claw will keep IG out of the jungle.
Yeah, and Raphael wasn't there, so he was just so tanky with that Frozen Heart that he never really was in any danger of dying. As we see Zatai once again in the bottom lane, split pushing. They can even send Kakao there because he has his ultimate available very soon. That cooldown is so short. There's not really much threat of a Baron coming through.
Yeah, already swimming down towards the bottom side of the map, but can, like you mentioned, go back on the other side. Rookie even going to look for a bit more split push as well, and IG continually 1-3-1ing EP in this game.
Yeah, they certainly are, and once again, we spoke about that three-man squad. So strong.
Kakao, flash knockups they gets to there now. Xenoplay going to dive in as well. Teleports coming in for both sides. They're pretty messy there. Kakao takes a big ulti to the face, but Rookie round the back. Great flank there. Picks up Graves. Amazing J coming through, but Kid hopping through the rest of Energy Pacemaker now as well. Amazing J the next to fall. 4-for-1 in favor of IG.
Yeah, and what a play. We spoke about how good this three-man comp is as they're not done.
That bounce boomerang so good there, and Drizzle, oh my god, just missing the Gnar and safeguards away to a ward. But IG, they can take whatever they want now.
Yeah, the only problem is can't be the Baron because the jungle is still available, so they'll elect for a top lane. Minion wave already prepped by the split-pushing Rookie before the fight came through, and they'll be able to pick it up.
Yeah, smart stuff here. Rookie actually getting aggressive with his minion wave clearing. They're actually tanking some turret hits there, but IG going to move in, going to get at least one tower. Unfortunately for them, can't get any more with the short death timers.
Yeah, and once again, that was Kid and Kitty starting that fight up as aggressively as they could. That Leona flew in there. Fantastic ultimate followed up by the Fate's Call. And the threat out of the Ahri on the backside just meant that they were completely pincered in. Couldn't get onto either carry. In the end, Kakao was the only one to fall. And what a team fight out of IG. They look completely different than they did the game one.
They do. They're almost, what, 8,500 gold ahead here at this point. Rookie working on a Zhonya's now as well with a needlessly large rod done after the gold there from that fight. Kid's just getting stronger. Infinity Edge is actually going to be his next choice here, which is very aggressive. Raphael, they're getting locked up there. Restun comes in there as well. Actually does dodge away there, so can't quite find the kill, but IG continuing to pressure.
Yeah, and that's all the wave clear. Complete control over the mid lane now. They've got a tiny minion wave there, but they've got two huge tanks that they can use to tank it up, as well as the split pushing Ahri still available.
And just still going there, Rookie going to find a way. Here's a Ty going to join in as Mega Gnar. Might even peel off now and try and help push with Rookie now that Mini Gnar's going to be coming through. I mean, Gnar, such a dynamic champion. Zatai has looked very good on it.
Yeah, he certainly has, and he's gone for all of the armor in his build. They really are just trying to... Ooh.
Tower not yet. He's going to go down. So time moves in. Q actually landing there by Drizzle as well. But the rest of IG are here. Kakao split pushing now with the Rek'Sai. IG all over this map.
Yeah, very nice play coming through from IG. They're making Energy Pacemaker choose between any objective. And in the end, Energy Pacemaker aren't actually even making a choice. They're just running around a little bit confused at the moment. That's meant an 11,000 gold advantage for this team. And from here, once again, 2 damage threat. There's not very much damage coming through to take out the Kalista in that first wave now that she's picked up that QSS, and we'll be able to jump around these fights and get a lot of work done.
Yeah, I mean, Raphael, you can see as well, has tried to do something here. He's gone big damage on his build with Abyssal Rabadons and soon to be Avoid stuff, but just can't lock down the threats that IG have. As you said, they only have 2 of them, but that's been enough so far.
Yeah, and I like the adaptation of his build, going for that death cap instead of the Zhonya's, because he really only has the choice of ulting himself at the moment because of how the game has worked out with that quick QSS coming through. Wants to get into the middle of the fight and use as much spells as he can. Otherwise, he's probably going to get blown up anyway. As we see IG, once again, looking to pick up a dragon.
IG might actually trade it off. A Kid going to stay and finish the dragon as quickly as he can, but Kakao already in the area, making sure EP stay off the Baron.
Yeah, and this is going to be a massive run. 1,500. I think it could have been actually bigger there from Kid, but he lets it fall a little bit lower.
Yeah, and there's the 4th dragon coming through for IG, so if they rotate for some more towers, they're going to fall down very swiftly.
And once again, they're using Kakao as their split pusher. Now that it's got to the latest stage of the game, his ultimate really is the shortest cooldown to be able to do that, and he's getting very beefy.
I mean, just the amount of rotational play from IG in this game has looked absolutely incredible. They've been brilliantly just dragging EP back and forth across the map, and you know what? They kind of plowed through the mid-game, avoiding any big fights, and it's come up massive for them now. It's 33 minutes in.
Yeah, it certainly has, and you have to wonder which IG will turn... Wow.
Amazing J gets caught by Rookie. That charm does land in. Rookie going to look in again. Finally use the Spear Rush. Going to force the flash out. Amazing J going to get soloed out there by Rookie. He's taking a lot of turret damage, but does finally bop out there, and he'll keep going.
Yeah, he might actually fall here in return for that. It was a little bit of a misplay coming out, trying to execute to the fountain, and they've left him alone.
Yeah, I mean, he's actually going to be safe here potentially. Kate, oh, ulti's in there. Good snipe from Graves.
Yeah, but what that did mean is that they've been able to get control over this Baron area. Will they be able to pick pick it up? No, it doesn't look like it. So in the end, Energy Pacemaker trade a kill for a kill, probably in their favor at this point.
You have to be careful. IG at least secure vision around the Baron, so strong stuff there, but EP are coming back. They'll get the vision back down here as well, and Kid needs to go shop his Infinity Edge. Not quite done yet here. Does have the gold, has a lot of gold banked actually, but IG have to spend it first.
Yeah, actually sitting on 2,300 gold there is Kid. So even though they're in the advantage at the moment, he's only 700 gold up, and because he hasn't bought until about now, wasn't really meaning that much.
No, it wasn't, and we've got 4 items now for Rookie, who's finally done a shop after his died here. Zonya's is complete there for the 4-item Ari. Kid now as well should go back soon. Now does pick up his Infinity Edge, and we'll see what else he wants to get up as well. So the carries for IG very well enabled. Pickaxe actually the spare item there for Kids. Rookie is zooming out of the base.
Yeah, I actually want to just talk about the Infinity Edge quickly. I don't like it as a pickup because he has no other crit modifier in his build. So of course, very, very good AD item by itself, but really not adding that much else. You look at items like more of Malmortius, and it seems like a very strange pickup, but works well with how Kalista team fights, because the lower in health you get, inevitably, as a short-range carry, you're going to get low in health. It adds a lot of extra AD, even gives you a shield to survive some of the magic damage coming through from this threat. I just don't think that crit is worth it from the Infinity Edge.
Yeah, the nice thing as well is you kind of somewhat double scale with the shield, because you get low shield pops, life steal back up.
Exactly right, and that's why I like it. Maybe even a Blade of the Ruined King for the extra kite ability away from the Maokai would have been a good pickup, who still doesn't really have that much armor. So have to, I guess, have a bit of a comment about the build, but
sure.
At the end of the day, if you are 350 CS at 34 minutes and 3-0-7, you've done something right.
Yeah, Kid's still doing damage, thankfully, here on Kalista. And it is an interesting pickup. I think the discussion's interesting, but Kakao is going to scout out some members of EP here. Tremorsense helping out. Rookie still split pushing, actually level 18 already on the Ari. It's a tie. He is ignoring Amazing J.
Yeah, he has absolutely no cares now that he's picked up that Banshee's Veil. Can't get locked up under the turret, really. Will be able to bounce out as soon as he goes aggressive, and he just does a lot of damage as well. The initiation coming in.
Yeah, Kakao going to look in there. Drizzle, good kick away. Safeguards to Kane as well. So that ulti down there for Lee Sin, but Energy Pacemaker will stay safe for now.
Yeah, and once again, that's just a bad decision to have to make. He had to kick him away. Ooh, otherwise it would have been horrible news for his team, but now the ultimate is on cooldown. They can't get any engages. The tie completely ignoring
just
Amazing
headbutting
J.
the turret actually stuns Amazing J there as well, and then just walks away from the turret. Rookie pushing in there as well. Energy Pacemaker have been run ragged around this map, and IG is straight onto Baron.
Yeah, so able to start up the Baron. Amazing J is 3 levels higher and 50 CS, 70 CS above Amazing J. They cannot fight this. That Gnar is huge.
Drizzle wanting to look for the steal, though. Teleports coming in for both the Lantern down there as well. Shu actually coming in. Kid gets grabbed, but Kakao does secure it. But Kid taking so much damage there in the backline, but Rookie cleaning house there with the help of Kalista. Kid does go down, but Rookie's going to play Janitor here, and Kakao getting knocked back, but it doesn't matter. 5 for 1 for IG.
Yeah, what a team fight. 2 very big threats flying over the back of the pit, whilst Energy Pacemaker really concentrated on the AD carry there, and yeah, they got the kill, but the rest of the mission went horribly wrong.
It did, and now IG are going to take even more of the base. Satai will do respectable stuff here to the tower. Rek'Sai as well, going to just get some work done. Satai will headbutt as many structures as he sees fit here. IG might just be able to take it from this point. Rookie coming back in as well with a lot of AP, and they're going to blow down some structures.
Yeah, they certainly are in the bottom lane, of course. They could choose to rotate there if they would like, but everyone's back up. It's only 36 minutes through. Actually tapping the mat. EP surrendering.
Yeah, they kind of know what's up. Rookie blows all his cooldowns at the end. Forgot to use his cleanse, so we'll point that out. But a very strong game there for IG, and it feels like we had the same game played twice and a different team just won.
Yeah, exactly right. And it was kind of the same theory. Get in the AD space, make his life hell with your tanky top laner, and go from there. And Zatai, this time around, we mentioned that Pokemon sitting on the bench, but Zatai, much better performance. 80 CS up in the end, was absolutely huge in that win.
And again, it's not a carry performance from Zatai necessarily, but just so much playmaking potential from this player, and it really showed in his Gnar play. Not criticizing Pokemon's Gnar too heavily. He's a fine Gnar player, but I think if you put Pokemon in that seat, he doesn't do the same things Zatai managed to do that game.
Yeah, and we mentioned it. They're looking for that X factor. They want someone that can take over a game and impact, and maybe that is Zatai. But people need to look at this draft and think, how does Rookie get Ari? It's the question of the ages. It really boggles me that a guy like Rookie can get a champion like Ari and just force pressure around the map. As a mid laner, 15 out of 18 kill participations, 8-1 and 7, 60 CS in the advantage across the board. He just destroyed.
Yeah, and that honestly felt like a quieter game from Rookie, if we're honest. He didn't get super ahead early. He laned very well in the slightly unfavorable matchup, but at the end of the day, just didn't need to do anything other than his job, and he did it with aplomb.
Yeah, he certainly did, and he team fights on a pick champion just so well. So across the board, very confusing and much better game out of Kakao and Rookie the second time around. Still very solid performance from the other three.
Yeah, a split there will kind of leave both teams maybe wishing they had a few more points, but don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a quick break here, but when we return, the LPL action continues.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Jake Spawn Tiberian. We're here for the third matchup to follow up from that pretty ridiculous series, especially from IG. I mean, that first game was insane. Energy Pacemaker coming through really huge there, but we're into our next one. This is going to be World Elite taking on M3. Look at it in a mirror. It's a very interesting matchup, of course. M3, formerly World Elite Academy, now coming in under their own banner. And we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we certainly will. Both teams actually looking much more impressive recently than they were at the start of the season. When you look at an 11 versus 7 matchup, you're probably not expecting fireworks, but this time round, they're both starting to get going.
Yeah, and especially World Elite now sort of on the eve of IEM, just around the corner, really starting to find some form. Off the back of, you have to say their jungler, Spirit is looking huge.
Yeah, Spirit was always playing well, if we're honest. He
Well,
really was the
that's a good
shining light
point.
for the team. But going back towards different kinds of junglers, the Nidalee really does suit him at the moment and still able to run around with the tanky ones like the J4 of late in the Rek'Sai. So I like what he's doing. But to me, this is all about the mid lane. Ninja has been amazing. I think that's a big difference. Where Spirit's always been consistent, Ninja's really started to step up.
Yeah, and I mean, he even looked good on the likes of Anivia and Cho'Gath, but now picking up, you know, a lot of kills on Ezreal in the last performance, but I just really want to highlight his Kassadin. 11-0-6, massive dumpstering performance there against Snake, and tying with a team like Snake, and we just saw looking fantastic. That is huge for World Elite.
Yeah, it certainly is. Their top laner, Aluka, as we go through the lineups, also just playing those standard takes, gone away from Sion a little bit, back onto the Maokai as well as Anar.
Yeah, and Spirit, you can see he likes to favor certain champions here, and there would be Nidalees in that list of 5 champions if it wasn't permabanned against this guy.
Yeah, certainly. He is one of the premier junglers at the moment. Hasn't had much support, but now it's coming from this man. His Ezreals look great, but Kassadin really is the shining light, as we already pointed out. Just so much mastery of that champion. Might be a little bit different when we get patched, but at the moment, Kassadin's still very strong.
Yeah, just ridiculous. STYZ has, you know, had some ups and downs irrespective of, you know, World Elite's newfound form, but he's a fantastic player in his own right. And UJ, some of his Thresh performances have just been godlike.
Yeah, the bottom lane for me really is the polarizing point of this team.
Yeah.
Both members capable of very good things and very strange things, particularly on the other side of STYZ. But when he goes off, he really does go off.
Yeah, it's true. And he seems to be favoring these short-range carries as well. I mean, his Jinx tried to be sort of the hyper carry, the sole damage source for his team. It didn't really work out for World Elite, but since he's been moving to these sort of burst carries in like Corki, you've got Graves, you've got Lucian, things like this that can really get in your face and get the damage done. Really looking good, and UJ able to complement that quite well.
Yeah, I agree. And look, UJ on Thresh probably looks better than a lot of his other supports, which is why I think they go for the shorter range carries. I think that just able to play that kind of pick style and blow people up. I like the Graves when they bring that in because of the way that they've been playing with the Kassadin. However, STYZ still has the Caitlyn, still has the Ezreal. You can play anything. As you saw, 5 champions in 5 games.
Yeah.
Really won't be tied down.
Yeah, and that's actually been a really exciting part of this season so far, is the fact that the 80 carry pool is so huge, you can basically play whatever you want as long as Kallista's banned.
Yeah, exactly right. And Callista definitely is one of the stronger ones at this point, although teams are starting to figure it out. We saw it game 1 where they took the Ahri and the Hecarim into it, didn't even go for those really hard counters, and were able to handily deal with it in the IG matchup. So I definitely think that whilst Callista's still strong, is starting to, I guess, teams are putting it together.
Yeah, and I want to have a look at this M3 lineup here as well. Looper in the top lane. You can see kind of likes the Gnar, and he wasn't playing it earlier on. This is the thing that I really want to highlight, and since he's picked that up, M3 have just completely changed.
Yeah, certainly, and I think that that is the selling point at the moment for M3, is Looper is returning to form. We take a look at their jungler. Condi only got 2 champions in the last 5 games because he's only played 2 of them and didn't look fantastic.
No, he didn't, and I don't know why they replaced Dreams. Dreams was really shouldn't have, and I mean, Dade, he's had some great performances as well. His Azirs looked great, and Dade, of course, has been a little bit hit or miss throughout this whole season, but you know that when he's on, he's definitely on. And Candy, Can't go past that Corki. I mean, his Corki is ridiculous. And I was talking about how this AD carry pool has opened up. Candy doesn't think so. I mean, it's all in the Corki for this guy.
Yeah, it certainly is. And love CD on that Annie as well. Just goes so well.
Yeah.
The burst damage that comes out of that bottom lane when they catch people is phenomenal. And you touched on Dade. His Azirs look good. Surprisingly, his Zed did not.
No.
His Zed actually was very shaky, and even during the laning phase looked like he was having trouble. So that was interesting for me, because maybe he's going away from these assassin pickups and trying to move into the control mages again. And Dade historically has had hard times adjusting to the meta shifting.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we have flashbacks of, I think it was Season 3 Worlds that just wasn't really Dade's time.
Yeah, exactly right. He tried to take the tier champions into off meta, and he's been very stubborn with his champion pool as time has gone on. But he started mixing it up, played the LeBlanc, has moved into the Azirs,
Yeah.
as well as I think he had a Xerath game in there as well. So he's definitely trying to mix it up, but very hit and miss, as you said. Inconsistent, I think, is a word that you can just throw across the whole M3 lineup and hit everyone apart from maybe Candy.
Yeah, and I mean, you can say inconsistent over the lineup in mostly the jungle role as well, and it's not about being inconsistent with champion picks or playstyle. It's inconsistent with who's in the jungle for this roster. Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think this is the third jungler.
Yeah,
that
they're just going through
that.
them. There's
So-
Ro, and then there's Dreams, and then the Dreams was dead, and it's Condi now.
Yeah, so Condi is moving into that role. We have to give him a little bit more time, I guess, to be able to change that one around, because, of course, only had one set.
Yeah, it's true. And we're going to have a look at the graph here, sort of the consistency of jungler graph. You can see M3 not doing so well on that front. World Elite strides ahead.
100% roster changes there coming through
Yeah,
from the jungle
100%
position.
roster changes for the jungle. It's just ridiculous.
We see, of course, so WE at this point, they're looking to build momentum, I guess. They're going into an international tournament, do need to make sure that they're in a position to represent the LPL in a very nice way, of course.
Yeah.
Needs to be able to get up there with some wins. And I guess M3, they're started to look more like a playoff side, a side that can get in there, really mix it up with the likes of maybe not OMG and EDG, but the Kings and the like. They're definitely in amongst that. So we'll be interested to see how this game plays out.
Yeah, it's true. And I mean, Dade as well is a very playoff-based player as well. I mean, he doesn't really look like he's giving it everything in these sort of long leagues, and LPL is gigantic. So many games going on. We're going to hop into Champion Select, and we'll see whether Dade's going to, actually sort of give it 110%. But World Elite, they don't want to see anything from Dade at all. In fact, they don't want to see any of the champions that he plays, and maybe all they want is to see that Xerath.
Yeah, exactly right. So we see Azir, Zed, Lissandra get taken away. The Lissandra's aimed at Lupa. He's played it fantastically. On the other side of the rift, M3 has got rid of the Nidalee as well as the Rek'Sai. So 2 picks towards the Spirit taken away, as well as the Cassidy being taken away from Ninja. Not surprised at all. And they're picking up the Gnar, it looks like, first pick. Got to agree with that. Lupa looked better on Gnar and Lissandra than he has anyone else.
Yeah, or do they want to take away the Jarvan here? I mean, there are so many different options as far as counter-picking, and STYZ could have also picked away the Corki. They've got the Jarvan now, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Lupa lock away that Corki now that it has been the Gnar that's the decision from Aluka.
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't. Corki, not a great tank buster, but in the mid-game has a lot of mixed damage and deals with Gnar very well in a lane swap situation. So wouldn't be surprised if that was a pickup. I want to see what Lupa goes to as kind of his third pick down. We saw the Rumble in there. Don't think that's going to be a staple, although it definitely is a possibility if they lock the Jarvan in just because of how good that combo is. But it will actually be maybe the Thresh taken away from Yuji, and I like that pickup.
Yeah, I like the pickup as well, and it seems like we're playing very sort of reactionary picks, and Condi actually switching last minute to the Lee Sin. I disagree. I entirely disagree. Spirit has looked fantastic on the Jarvan. You have to get rid of it.
Yeah, certainly. Maybe it's a comfort issue trying to get Condi onto a champion that he feels he can play, but I agree. Spirit has looked great on the Jarvan.
And it gives the Narvan combo. Spawn. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, Narvan I think is a little bit overrated at the point. I think
okay.
that teams have learned to play around it. I think that definitely the early pressure coming out of Spirit will be more of a factor than the Narvan combo in the late game. But yeah, definitely agree. Very strong picks coming through. The Janna also being picked up. More importantly for WE is it's a very ambiguous lineup. They haven't committed to anything. They're not necessarily an objective-focused team. They're not necessarily a lane swap team. They're completely open to any kind of playstyle at the moment.
Yeah, Candy looking to potentially pick up this Callista as well as Hecarim's being considered for the top lane. We'll see what Looper decides to go for as far as summoner spells if he does lock this one in. Or maybe it's Dade. Maybe Dade wants to bring the mid-horse into the LPL. Of course, it's happened in the NALCS. A bit of oceanic flavor there from Keen bringing that one in, but it's going to be locked away, and we'll see exactly who's going to play. I have a feeling it's going to be Looper as we see the summoner spells change over. And Ninja, he's going to go for a last round Ahri.
Yeah, and we've mentioned how huge Ahri's been in the last couple of weeks. I'm surprised it's not the Ezreal pickup, although might be a little bit scared to blind pick that one. If it is the Ahri at this point, I think that Dade does go back towards maybe Zed because he just can't go the Xerath. It's too much of a dangerous matchup coming through.
Yeah.
And Ninja will have Ahri, and this really puts Dade in a strange position. Does he risk it? Does he go back to the Zed and try and play the classic
it's going to be very difficult because I have a feeling that one's going to be grayed out.
It is. So Zed's gone, so maybe... Oh, he picked it in, it looked great.
Oh dear, we'll see whether it is going to be the victor here for Dade and whether or not he's managed to adjust because Victor, very newly introduced to the meta here, and you were talking about the fact that Dade takes a while to adjust.
Yeah, it certainly is something along those lines. Very GE Tiger-esque. If we cross an ocean and go towards, not an ocean, sorry, if you just go down a little bit and go towards Korea.
Yeah, you still have to go through a little bit of ocean.
Yeah, so that is a very GE Tiger lineup coming through from M3 here, with the Victor, with the Hecarim coming through against a very, very, I guess, strong mid-game composition. A lot of CC coming out, a lot of surprising burst damage.
Yeah, and I mean, do they have enough to protect this Kalista, though? Because, of course, Dade going to be extremely squishy on this Victor, wants to be, like, in amongst it, or, well, has to be in amongst it in order to get his damage down. That gravity field, almost the only CC that he's going to be able to bring to these fights, and Looper probably just going to be a menace there, trying to mess with the backline of World Elite. Is Candy going to be safe with Just Love CD helping him out?
I don't think it will be Just Love CD. This is the thing I like about the Kalista, Victor matchup, is you just drop the gravity field at her feet, and she has an actual very good time of kiting away by herself with just one ability. As we see in the matchup, Spirit versus Condi, that's where the game for me really will be in WE's favor. I think Spirit will look to bully the new rookie jungler.
Yeah, I could imagine so as well. And this is the dangerous matchup for M3, you have to think, because Dade, on a new champion, not necessarily something that he's generally favored, but we'll see whether it comes through. Of course, it might be just his pocket pick coming through here.
Yeah, exactly right. And in the bottom lane, of course, we have STYZ and UJ. A little bit of a different feeling out of there. The Janna Graves, a very old school lane, I guess, adding a lot of AD to that burst combo. Will look to maybe bully the lane early on, but have to think going against the Kalista Thresh, that might be a lane swap.
Yeah, it could be difficult. And we've seen sort of this Janna Graves lane get a little bit dominated by Kalista lanes in the past. It's been a little bit more difficult for Graves to really get ahead without the likes of a Leona for the hard engage. But we'll see how it goes as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with World Elite taking on M3, formerly World Elite Academy, of course. And our team's going to be fanning out defensively, and we'll see what this first game brings as far as working out where these teams are stacked up at the moment, because a lot has changed since they faced off against one another last time. Yeah,
it certainly has, and we see immediately trying to get vision of where STYZ is. Maybe looking for the lane swap. They've got some more. Everyone's been spotted out on the Rift.
Everyone.
And not really much happening.
No, not entirely a lot, but we'll see what happens as things develop. Of course, Dade is going to have to go back here, as we do have a pause coming through just momentarily, ladies and gentlemen. Dade probably wondering where that damage came from and needs to work out quickly with the technician.
Yeah, just needs to get back and get some health out. I think that across the board, standard lane matchups, whilst you want a lane swap with a Kalista, you don't want a lane swap with the Hecarim. I think that's why they're actually going for the standard lanes on the side of M3. Maybe just trusting to some nice mechanics coming out of Candy to keep himself alive. But as I said, I really am looking towards Spirit to be aggressive, to counter jungle with the early pressure that it's going to have on Ahri being able to shove out that lane and get in there. Of course, Victor's wave clear, very admirable with that E being able to push out. But across the board, you just feel that they peak earlier on the side of World Elite, which is dangerous for Masters 3.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult to deal with. I think that the reason for this pause, Dade was looking like he was needing to adjust his hair just a little bit. We'll see whether that one's going to be completed relatively soon. Spirit hanging out here as well. It's a sweet mustache.
Certainly was a pretty cool face mask there coming through. And as we see, maybe hearing some pings. There we go. Looks like we're back into the game.
Yeah, heading back through. Ninja throwing out some more orbs of deception, but no Dardes to be found in that brush. Loop are going to be moving around, heading towards this bottom side of the map, and we'll see whether this is because we've got a little bit of a lane swap coming through. Welcome back to our spectator client, ladies and gentlemen, as STYZ heading towards this bottom side. We're not going to have Callista heading towards that top, so we will have standard lanes breaking out here for both teams.
Potentially, because they've sent the Hecarim down to the bottom side of the map. He might just be picking up a camp for himself. Of course, many top laners can do that. Hecarim being normally a jungler, does it better than most with that Q, being able to stack up and looking just for an early level advantage.
Yeah, and hopefully, see, decided not to go for the Raptors, which almost killed one of our LPL Hecarims earlier on in this particular week. But Condi going to be starting here at the rev up, which is interesting because normally you'd go for those Krugs, but wants to guarantee it. Definitely locking away that red early.
Okay, so the thing about Lee Sin is if you start red, you get a lot of health back and you take your W next and you generally survive the jungle much better than if you started a small camp by yourself, just because of how his Q percentage health damage works. So on Lee Sin, if you're going to start by yourself, definitely better to start a big buff.
Okay. Didn't even know. Okay, Yuji hanging out here on the Janna, but there's a Flay very early on. You can see, look at that W damage in great effect. Yuji forced to flash as the Ren comes through. Ignite not going to be quite enough, but M3 definitely sending their message early.
Yeah, looking to get aggressive, and I guess that's how they were going to win the lane, with a good early heads-up play, but because it was onto the support, those 3 potions will tick through, and they've burned a summoner spell on their side as well. Flash was, so it was Ignite for 2 summoner spells, still in their favor, but they haven't been able to get the push they were looking for.
Yeah, STYZ still hanging on to his heal, and we've got Exhaust from UJ here as well, but it was only the Ignite burn for 2 flashes. That's definitely working out in M3's favor, and we'll see whether that means that Condi's going to head down to this bottom side a little bit earlier on. You can see Ninja just happily farming up here against Dade. We're actually taking a lot of aggression here from Ninja as well. Dade actually using that empowered auto attack on the creeps. Candy.
Ooh, zoned off the cannon creep. That is a very unfortunate situation for STYZ.
That's not going to land. Dangerous stuff coming through. Top lane, not so dangerous, ladies and gentlemen, as we've got a bit of a tank battle up there.
Although we do have an Ignite, and you have to remember in a top lane, if you can get a jungler up there, Ignite does surprising damage that sometimes you're not willing to, I guess, take into account at the start of the game. Spirit looking to get aggressive early. We mentioned that that might be the case. A very deep ward coming through. A trio of very deep wards trying to get some vision over Condi.
Yeah, making sure that Ninja has complete control of this mid lane as well.
Yeah, so good utilization of that from Spirit. Also looking to maybe come in on the bottom lane, set that back in his team's favor, although we'll just go back to farming up. And we've seen Spirit play polarizing ways. The farm heavy, try and carry with some champions. We even saw the Riven at the start of the season. But he's also gone back to more of a gank prioritized counter jungling over some junglers as well. And the second option seems to be helping out a little bit more.
Yeah, Spirit just seems to be able to adjust his playstyle on the fly. I mean, there's a lot of these junglers that tend to fall into, you know, their one style of play. I mean, thinking about Insec here just a little bit, of course, loves to be aggressive all the time, but Spirit seems to be able to do whatever his team needs or whatever he feels like doing on the day.
Yeah, exactly right. And right now he's looking for a counter gank coming through. Nothing happening, so we'll go back over the wall. Of course, he's carrying that Raptor buff around, so knows he hasn't been spotted out by any wards. And this has allowed his bottom lane to have a little bit of pressure relief because he hasn't been sighted on the map for quite some time, as well as the mid lane to just continue to shove.
Yeah, and speaking of shoving, I mean, Candy is having the wave pushed back towards him, and you can see 5 CS is the lead here for this Callista. And is this just not going the way STYZ can afford to let it go here in the bottom lane?
I still think STYZ will be completely fine with the Jarvan Cataclysm coming through. They have a lot of damage at level 6, and I think that he is just willing to farm up. If he doesn't make anything happen before level 9, then it's completely in Candy's favor. And we actually have a gank coming through here. in the bottom lane.
Yeah, there's actually the flash forward from Love City. He gets caught by the Howling Gale, but STYZ, lot of damage. Yujay is going to be focused, though, and insta-killed by that Ren. That was ridiculous, and this Janna a little bit too squishy at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and a very good heads-up play out of the jungler. We mentioned that that might be one area that M3 are behind him, but First Blood goes over to their line off the back of a very good gank.
Yeah, of course, and having those 2 flashes down early definitely paying dividends, and Conde reacting accordingly here and having a better game. I mean, there were some questionable plays by Conde yesterday, of course, with his first sort of debut onto the Rift, not necessarily being the most fantastic, but you have to say that that gank was brilliant.
Yeah, and we see that it's also led to maybe an early Dragon, although the ping does come out.
Yeah, Yujay might be able to spot this one out. It is down to 600 health, though, and that Dragon is definitely going over to M3. No vision actually afforded here for World Elite either. So they're going to have a rough idea for when that went down. Of course, having Love City not in this lane means that they probably think that that may have happened. But Dade forced out of the mid lane here as well. Conde extraordinarily low, can't really offer any help, and Ninja's just been having his way with this mid.
Yeah, he's down in CS, which is in Dade's favor. It has been able to farm up relatively well. Ninja actually went aggressive onto Dade there, who had to use both his summoner spell. Ninja, as you can see, only had to use the ultimate as well as the ignite, so saves his flash. So he comes out ahead in the trade. However, in saying that, with the amount of, I guess, focus that Spirit was doing around the mid lane, roaming around, making sure he was denying vision, being even in CS is probably in Dade's favor.
Well, he's probably going to be absolutely fine with it, of course. Very even on gold. No difference is going to be coming through there. Of course, if Ninja managed to pick up that kill, you could imagine he'd probably be able to snowball it. But having that Hex Core upgrade, meaning that Dade can clear out waves so much more quickly, assuming that he has actually evolved or, I guess, augmented his Death Ray.
Yeah, that's generally what we see, the Death Ray coming through. It's just such good wave clear and persistent harass if you can get it in the minion wave. So looking to see how far he can push this. Of course, Victor gets an earlier power spike because of the fact that he can choose to augment the abilities as opposed to have to wait for only items.
Yeah, and of course that Hex Core actually gives you a whole lot of ability power as well. You get a bit of mana for it. I mean, it's a decent item here, and in the late game, because it scales with level, is just stupid. I think you can get numbers like 160 ability power with just that item that, yeah, you have to buy it, but you'd buy it anyway.
Yeah, exactly right. It definitely is in his favor. So Victor, being a very nice champion at this point, definitely has some weaknesses like being camped, which is why Dade without summoner spells has to play so far back. But you just see the raw damage that can come out of that E.
Yeah, Howling Gale going to find Love City there, but STYZ now playing further up in this lane. Hasn't gone back to buy any items. Of course, both of these AD carries still sitting on those Doran's rings. Conde has actually set up shop here in the top side. Has now got that kick as well as Aluka.
Oh, they've gone in on the bottom side.
Yeah, there's the box actually coming down. Yujay getting trapped there, but Fate's Call comes through. Candy might be in. Oh, that leapfrog was so cute as the Dark Passage going to get Candy to safety. Man, that was cool.
Yeah, that was a very heads-up play coming out of the bottom lane, but they do have to use both ultimates for it. And with no one having shopped yet, although the first blood went over as well as some CS in the advantage. Ooh.
Yeah, Conde actually finds Aluka there. Just kicks him to safety. Yeah. Yeah.
So a little bit of a misplay, but with no one buying in the bottom lane yet, the lane is in Graves' favor because of all the raw power he gets out of levels, as opposed to Candy, who really relies on those auto attacks coming through and stacking up the rend. With the buckshot and collateral damage, as well as a Janna shield, you have to feel that STYZ pretty comfortable if no one shops ever.
Yeah, well, that's very, very true. Candy actually now forced under his turret, doesn't have that Hurricane yet, and we'll see whether he actually decides to buy it. Of course, the likes of him not actually wanting to pick up that item at all. But we'll see what he does go back and pick up. And you're right. I mean, Graves being that caster AD, you're just going to naturally benefit more from those levels.
Well, I'm being able to grab all of that raw AD in the form of the BF and the pickaxe. That's a fantastic first shot coming through there.
Oh, so efficient too. Only had 12 gold left over. That is wonderful.
As we see Dade still playing so far back, looking for his blue buff now, although it's been invaded maybe by Spirit, pinging out that one.
Yeah, he's actually pinging like he's going over there, but you can see Conde already started that up, and Spirit, he's just going to take away the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, Scuttle Crab. My favorite objective on the game. Just gives
Oh,
you so much gold
so
for
good.
absolutely no fight. As you can see, 82 going over under the jungle. So important to be able to pick those up often and early.
Yeah. Spirit now going to find his way here. Actually, Condi forced to use that flash. There's a flash Cataclysm, though. And Love City, what? That Dark Passage, not exactly in the right spot.
So what happens, he cast it on the wall and it went to the shortest part, which was actually over into the turret. So just a little bit of a mistake there. Does cost the jungler his life, and very good invade early on from Spirit here, although having to use a lot for it.
Yeah, Fate's Call actually going to come down, gets the knock on at STYZ, an easy death sentence to help the Graves go down. The flash in from Candy, but Spirit's here. Looper teleports in. Spirit going down solo. Candy picks up the kill. Onslaught of Shadows, though. STYZ falls down at the same time. It's a double kill so far for M3, but in comes Ninja, and Candy falls down. Aluka chasing Loot. Oh my goodness. That Nah was insane. It's a 2 for 2. And everyone was involved.
Yeah, so in the end, a very good trade coming out.
Apart from Dade. He decided not to come down.
So Dade actually shopped, and that's what facilitated the roam that came out of Ninja there. Being able to pick up 2 kills is crucial in this matchup. Didn't even get really punished by that wave hitting his turret. Looper with a very heads-up teleport, able to get down there a little bit early as well. So overall, top lane probably coming out ahead for M3, and mid lane coming out so far ahead for World Elite.
Yeah, but Aluka's Nah was also fantastic. Straight into that wallop as well, and it just shows how much he's improved over this season for World Elite. We were talking about the fact that Aluka sort of plays these super tanks, but just wasn't able to get much done in that top lane earlier on in the season. But so far, it's sort of been the evolution of Aluka's story for World Elite.
Yeah, it certainly has. He's been playing much better as the season progressed, as you mentioned. I just think that if you can turn the Hecarim into a damage threat early in the game and not have to forgo tankiness, as you can see that Grey Shield Shroud already being picked up, it just spells such bad news for a short carry like Graves, because he just can't get away.
And he can't really do much in response here as well. Death Sentence going to come through, but not find them. But that Rend easily able to lock down the Dragon here for M3. They've got 2 already at 13 minutes into this game. Already accelerating through. You can see Aluka getting
mid lane,
some deep vision.
There's a lot of damage going through on both members.
Oh, the Sonic Wave doesn't land here as Ninja able to nimbly get out of the way of that one. Dade, has to be careful. He's going to head back to base here as well, but no kills to go through in these mid laners, but so much fighting.
Yeah, I don't think there was a ward available on the Sightstone, which meant he couldn't get in range without his flash to set up the kick into the resonating strike. So had to try and throw it out. In the end, very good sidestep out of Ninja and some re-aggression to force Dade out of the fight. Very nicely played overall, and Dade once again has to go back to shop.
He's going to head back to base. Oh, usually gets caught by that death sentence. There's the flayback here as well. There's Fate's Call. Doesn't actually land the knock-up, and that's a beautiful Monsoon to get Love City under that turret. STYZ tries to get down the damage, but not going to be enough as Candy just rends Yuji to death.
Yeah, and once again, Spirit looking towards the bottom lane, but not able to get down there soon enough. And 2-1-2. That's a very good news story coming out of M3. This should be the bully lane, but that's not happening at all.
Yeah, just unable to get anything done. And having Yuji on this sort of reactionary support, he isn't able to react enough. I mean, that was a great Monsoon to get Love City under the turret, but pretty tanky here on this Thresh.
Yeah, it certainly is. Goes that Sightstone first, as well as, of course, having the upgraded Bulwark come through as well. So very nice play there. In the top lane, Condi is just recalling, is starting to fall a little bit behind as well. More aggression.
Yeah, there's the gravity field coming down as well. Misses the charm, though, does Ninja.
That's without ultimate. That's how much Dade does in damage with a rotation of spells without even throwing the ultimate out there. And that's why we see a lot of Victor being picked up. The damage potential is just so high.
Yeah, and if you land the auto attack after your Q there as well, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. We return to the top lane where Looper having a little bit of a harder time farming now that Nah has some levels into that Q, of course. One of the best at... Ooh.
Ninja, you have to be very careful, mate. Gravity field comes down. Isn't going to stop the tower from doing anything, Dade. STYZ, oh, there's the Fate's call to come down. STYZ getting knocked up. There's the box for a little bit of additional damage. The Ren coming through early as Candy gets the shield from that one. Oh, actually dives very deep into this one as well. STYZ falls down. Condi's here just to hang out, and he's going to pick up an assist on that last one. Double kill now for this Kalista. 4-1 and 2.
Oh, and Dade in the mid lane turns around a 2v1.
Yeah, he's actually going to go down to Spirit in the end, but 1 for 1, he'll take it.
Yeah, he certainly will. What a good heads-up play, being able to secure the kill. This Kalista, though, is getting out of control.
Oh, Spirit actually under the turret. Condi flashes after him, picks up the kill, not going to die to that turret, and just walks out. So in the end, I guess in that mid lane, it's going to be a 2 for 1.
Yeah, so 4 for 1 across the map.
Yeah.
If you take it into account, and that's absolutely huge. Pick up the first objective as well, being that turret. They've got 2 dragons already, a 3,000 gold advantage, and this is what we've been seeing more often out of M3. Very good, consistent game 1s. Whether they can win a game 2, I'm yet to be convinced, but game 1 at least looking very much in control.
Yeah, and Candy now picks up the BF sword, has the Vamp Scepter here as well. And things getting very, very scary for our World Elite friends as Dade, he's going to come down and pick up his blue buff. Of course, able to secure that one very easily. Looper hanging out here in this mid lane as well. He's moving down. Dragon not going to be available for the next little while as they have already taken 2 of them.
Yeah, and you see that they're actually rotating the duo into the top lane now, trying to secure as many objectives as possible. But wow,
yeah, Condi in a lot of trouble. Sonic waves his way out of it. Gravity field there just to try and zone, but Ninja Spirit rushes over the wall, doesn't land the charm there onto Looper here on the backside, but he can pick up 1 kill, not too bad at all. 3-1 and 1, but that's going to be the bottom lane outer turret falling for STYZ. Just unaware of what was going on in the jungle, just wanted to kill some objectives.
Yeah, the PvE coming through, but Aluka now being aggressed on.
Yeah, there's the Fate's Call Death Sentence to come through as well, and it's just another day in the office here for Love City. There's the flash forward, actually hasn't rendered yet as Candy. There's the render finally come down. Is he going to be able to get the auto attack? Oh, the arrow, the pierce to pick up the kill, and Candy, he's just getting so far ahead on this Kalista.
Yeah, 5-1 and 2 now, being able to take down 2 turrets solo, and they're just playing aggressive at every point, trying to get their team in an advantage across the map. And you see how much pressure they're putting out. No one responding. They're picking up another unanswered turret.
Yeah, and we were talking about Candy looking fantastic on that Corki, but his Kalista mechanics this game have looked brilliant.
Yeah, it certainly has stepped up here, and what we said was a pseudo counter of that Graves, of course. Maybe the support's just playing in their favor. And in the pregame, we mentioned Yuji just does not look the same if he isn't on the Thresh.
Yeah, it's true. And I mean, Love City picking that one away. He's looked fantastic in response.
Yeah, he certainly has had a fantastic job of it. But when you're thrown on top of people, it is much easier to hit skill shots.
Yeah, that's true. If you're right in their face and they're knocked up into the air, pretty obvious that they're not going to be able to juke.
Yeah, it certainly
It's a
is.
good point, Jake.
And we see Victor in the mid lane actually going for a death cap second item. So Dade not respecting the, I guess, assassination potential coming out of this Ahri at this point, who looks like will be going towards the Abyssal Scepter. And this might be the 3rd dragon for M3 at only 19 minutes.
Yeah, they've got the Ren. This is easily going to be taken down. It's actually Looper that picks it up. Charm not going to find it, but there goes the box. Fate's Call to come through here. Actually goes really deep into that backline. Dade picks up Spirit. There's the onslaught of shadows from Looper into the backline. STYZ has to deal with this huge horse, but Ninja is going huge. Double kill already. Candy gets exhausted. Aluka trying to do some work, dodges out of the way, and look at that. Candy just outplaying left, right, and center. This is going to be the triple kill, you have to think. The Pierce picks it up. Blind there onto UJ. Beautiful play, and that's actually an ace coming through for M3.
Ace and the 3rd dragon coming through. Fantastic holding of the ult coming out of Looper, and then Candy went nuts in the backline, just able to get through a lot of the spells. And we mentioned if you can't get rid of Kalista at the start of the fight, it becomes extremely hard to hold her down.
Yeah, and Ninja, I mean, he played that brilliantly, picked up a double kill early on, took down Dade, took down Condi there as well, but then could not land an ability on this Kalista at all. I mean, she was just dancing out of the way of every orb and every charm.
Yeah, just way too mobile. Let's take a look at it again. So able to get it started up with Love CD. keep an eye on Dade because he gets a very good gravity field here as well as ultimate and flashes out and lands a not bad death ray. So from there, it looks like it's in their favor, but then Ninja, as you mentioned, nails everyone repetitively, able to pick Dade up there, gets a lot of damage down onto Candy, but Candy just too good, able to dance around the fight, use that Ren to reset, dodges out on a charm right there, and it was fantastic. Meanwhile, in live, yeah, see in the bottom right-hand corner, maybe Dade picking up a kill.
Yeah, so Dade, he's going to grab that one. Not too bad at all. Spirit's going to fall down there, but my goodness, M3 really with a lot of control. With the jungler dead, is this going to be M3 going for a Baron?
Yeah, they certainly have a lot of Baron damage coming through right now. Teleport is available on their top laner, Lupa, so they started it up, have been spotted out. Condi not tanky enough.
Yeah, that was a brilliant scrying orb to be used there by STYZ. Notices that that Baron's available. Oh, Ninja actually getting knocked up here from Love City. Throws out the Dark Passage. Comes over the wall there as well with a flash. The Ignite's burning down. Condi takes down Ninja though in the back line. He's going to fall for it. Candy picks up STYZ though. That's the 2 damage threats are already dead for World Elite, and that has to mean some objectives here for M3. They can take down this inner turret, but can they take more?
Yeah, more importantly, all the wave clear gone. The Ahri and the Graves off the map. They have absolutely no one to withstand this onslaught, apart from maybe the Gnar, which just isn't going to be enough. They push into the base, take down the first base turret of the game.
Yeah, inhibitor turret going to fall down. They are going to be able to take this inhibitor. STYZ up in another 2 seconds. 6 on Ninja. This inhibitor's going to fall down, and M3 say, yeah, we won't do the Baron, but we'll take your base.
Yeah, good heads-up play to be able to get that one started. And across the board, this is a very aggressive M3. I don't think we've seen them play this proactive, and all of it is the bottom lane. 13 out of 17 kills for the AD carry participations. 12 out of 17 for the support. They've done an absolute fantastic job of pretty much smashing STYZ.
Yeah, STYZ has been a non-factor in this entire game. I mean, 0-4-4. The gold is just stupid in response. And Candy is just running away with this game. And we were talking about the fact that Kallista's a little bit strong at the moment. And I think that's being illustrated here.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we saw that the teams had kind of started to figure it out, but just not enough lockdown CC apart from the Ahri. I really have to go back to the Janna support. Don't agree with it in the composition whatsoever. It was good because it was an ambiguous pick, but hasn't really led to anything. Good ability to pick up a turret. Dada actually nearly falls in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, he's just going to die to the collateral damage as well. Walks in a little bit too far. Ninja going to charm up Condi here, but there's the onslaught of shadows. STYZ already dead. We don't have Candy in this fight just yet as Condi kicks out Ninja. Lupa just being massive on the front line. He's going to take down Ahri himself. Fate's call onto a Luca here as Candy wants to get some action in this fight. The play away from the wall so that Aluka couldn't bounce. Beautiful play from Love CD, and you have to think M3 probably just going to take down the Baron now as Lupa finds himself in the enemy base.
Yeah, gets himself another kill as well. He'll be able to go towards that Baron and tank it up. And in the end, what a game out of M3 across the board, completely smashing World Elite. The surrender comes through at 23 minutes.
Yeah, 23 minutes surrender coming down from World Elite. They don't want to have anything to do with this game, and when you think of M3 as being World Elite Academy, I think that they maybe gave them a few too many of their secrets.
Yeah, just too many tips given away. The only thing they can take away from that was Spirit Cataclysm ulted him because Lupa didn't have Flash, couldn't kill him in the last fight. So the moral victory coming through for Spirit. But in the end, across the board, really, with the exception of maybe mid lane, which was pretty even, that game was completely in M3's favor.
Yeah, 9-1-4 for Candy as well. I mean, ridiculous Callista performance. And we've spoken about the fact that Graves is very strong against Callista, but needs to be paired with an engage-heavy support. And we've seen from the likes of LGD, I mean, the Graves Leona lane is fantastic. Even if you dodge it early, level 6, you've just got way too much burst, way too much lockdown, and that Callista's going to die. But in this situation, Yujay wasn't really able to do anything.
Yeah, exactly right. Yujay coming through with a very passive support. And the problem was that if he got hit by a death sentence, Love CD was holding it for that long that he was able to still get on top of it. Or even if they did blow him back, the Fate's Call would come through, throw him straight back into the fight. So
yeah,
really not enough disengage tools to be able to deal with what was a very difficult lane. And the Ren slow, I think, is very underrated. Yeah, sure, the damage is great, but that slow is brutal in the long lane.
Yeah, it's just stupid. And one thing that I want to highlight here as well is the Fate's Call into Dark Passage leapfrog maneuver. That was so damn cool coming through from the bottom lane of M3. Love to see it. We'll see whether we can see that one again. But ladies and gentlemen, there is still, of course, one more game to go in this series, and we'll see whether World Elite can find a win before they have to head over to IEM. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, this is Spawn, and we're about to hop into Game 2 between World Elite and M3. And M3 came out really strong in that first one.
Yeah, they came out throwing punches, especially in the bottom lane. They put the beat down on STYZ in particular early, and from there, the game really fell away.
Yeah, really devolved. World Elite decided to change nothing as far as their bans are concerned. And going to be taking away that Zed and the Azir here as well. And you have to think that maybe Kallista's going to sneak in to that ban list, as Kassadin already banned away here for M3.
Yeah, so Kassadin, as well as in Italy, taken away from Spirit. That is what they went with last time, so absolutely nothing changed. If anything, they'll ban the Rek'Sai just to prove that they are going to do the same thing.
Yeah, we'll see whether it's going to be the Gnar band away from M3, see whether they are going to pick up that Rek'Sai potentially for that first pick. Otherwise, the Lissandra would be available for either Dade or Lupa.
And they don't ban anything.
Interesting. And Lissandra going to be the final option here, but we'll see whether that's because they lost a ban for some reason that we are unaware of thus far, or whether it was strategic, as they are going to be able to pick up the Rek'Sai here as well. And interesting first round for M3. Aluka looking to go for the Maokai here. Does have the ability to pick up that Gnar. Do you think the Gnar would be a better option, or do you think they've probably got an idea?
I think that Maokai, as well as Sion, they feel a very similar role. They're just very big absorbs. I don't think that they're necessarily worse than one another. I do like the pick away of the Corki here. Deals, once again, with the Kalista very well in lane. Compare it with an aggressive support. Also allows you to play, I guess, a double AD composition around that Ezreal. So wouldn't be surprised if we saw the Maokai come through just as that solo tank role. Feels it very well.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, they had the opportunity to pick away Yujay's Thresh, though, and this is going to give it straight back to Love CD, and Kallista's also available. They could just lock both of them in right now.
Yeah, they certainly can. So they can go back to the exact same comp they played, but with the Rek'Sai instead of the Lee Sin, and very similar jungle. Looking to get around impact early. Very high damage coming through there. And this is exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, easy peasy. It's exactly what they wanted to do, but we'll see whether World Elite have got a strategy formed in order to deal with this, because it looks like a very similar comp coming through for M3. World Elite, though, now able to adjust accordingly. One of the options that they've decided to go for is that Morgana, most likely heading towards that bottom side of the map. Of course, Aluka not going to be playing that one. We'll see whether, you know, Ninja might be able to pick that one up in the mid lane if he feels like it, but Spirit back on the Rengar. This could be very exciting if he locks that one in.
Yeah, it certainly could be, especially with the fact that they've got a Soul Tank. Might be able to pick up an extra Brutalizer and try and see if he can deal with Candy in these team fights, with the Maokai diving on top as well as follow up with the Rengar damage. Very easy way to close the distance and get onto Candy with some lockdown CC. So I like what they're bringing so far. We'll be able to get in with Maokai 100% of the time because of the Black Shield that comes through from Morgana. Now it really depends what M3 want to take into the rest of the lanes. We've seen that Lupa in particular loves to play Singed in the top lane against Maokai, but has the opportunity to pick up a super tank here like a Mundo, like a Gnar, and really shut down the possibility of the caster ADs. If they come through now, would be very surprised.
Yeah, and it's going to be a very last-minute Xerath lock-in here for Dade. We've seen his sort of Xerath have mixed results earlier on in the split, but I like Lupa picking up this Mundo because, of course, if anyone can go toe-to-toe with a Maokai as far as mega tankiness is concerned, it has to be that Mundo.
Yeah, and what it did is it shut down Ninja's Ezreal. There is no way he can play Ezreal Corki into a Mundo because he can itemize purely AD, and their casting just won't get... purely for the AD, and their casting abilities won't get through it. There's not a hyper carry to be able to chunk him out in these fights. So we see that straight away Ninja once again looking at the Ahri, trying to get into Dade's zone on Xerath and really blow him up. The danger behind this is if you land the charm and you get a very good upfront burst, it goes very well for Ahri. If your first dash isn't on point and Xerath can get that stun through, he does so much damage with 4 damage abilities.
Yeah, super burst to come through, and especially if he then just hops into that Rite of the Arcane and just blows you up before you even come out of that stun. It's just ridiculous. And the thing that I'm worried about here, especially for World Elite, is the fact that Candy and Love City looked fantastic in that bottom lane on exactly the same duo.
Yeah, exactly right. And they really haven't changed it up too much. They've gone for a very passive support one more time.
Yep.
And once again, a caster burst AD like Corki instead of the Grave. So not really much change. Could be a repeat.
Yeah, and we've got Looper now able to run around exactly where he wants on this Mundo, just being annoying in that front line. Condi now on the Rek'Sai, which I have to admit yesterday looked a lot better than his Lee Sin.
Yeah, so maybe he'll be able to take that. Spirit, of course, a fantastic Rengar player. Can't wait to see what he does in this game.
Yeah, and I think it might be the duo of Ninja and Spirit. If they can just shut down Dade, feed off him there in the mid lane and really get themselves ahead, they might be able to take control of this game.
Yeah, definitely, but something has to be done about Candy because he and Love CD had this exact duo last game, and he went off 9-1 and 4, I believe, was his final scoreline. Around that mark at 23 minutes. Pretty decent game on the Rift.
Yeah, pretty damn good. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with the second game between M3 and World Elite. We'll see what happens. World Elite actually grouping up pretty early. But we'll see, of course, a lot on the backs of Ninja and Spirit, who have been doing fantastically well thus far. Condi going to get a ward down to spot the invade, but he's walking pretty slowly, dodges the Dark Binding beautifully there, and World Elite unable to follow up.
Yeah, so they're still going, though. They're looking for a deep ward. The danger here, they know exactly where the whole World Elite lineup is. So in the reverse, see the bottom side, Candy as well as Love CD able to get the very deep wards down to spot the lane swap.
And they're actually just placing wards, I think, in almost like kill range of these turrets. Interestingly played. And what do you think about that? The ward between the mid turrets. This is the first time that I've seen that one to spot a lane swap.
Yeah, that's just spot in case they just sit middle and then let the wave push in and then go late to lane to guarantee the lane swap, I think. So they'll be able to see exactly where they pass through here. And, you know, I don't know whether it's necessarily... Oh, wow, that was in turret range. So I don't know whether it was necessarily in their favor to look for a lane swap here. And the other one was as well. So both wards were in turret range. An early 20 gold lead over to the World Elite lineup.
Yep. Beautiful. Fantastically well played here from World Elite, able to capitalize on the vision placed down by M3. But Candy and Love City going to start these Krugs, get an early experience advantage here.
This is what they did last game, and it allowed them to get the early level 2 and go aggressive straight away. That blew both flashes, so nothing has changed whatsoever at the start of this game.
Yeah, but this time World Elite do have a completely different duo lane, and we'll see whether that Dark Binding is going to be imperative in this matchup in order to get this bottom lane from World Elite a little bit further ahead than they were otherwise. Aluka now able to shove out this wave. Of course, those saplings helping him out level 1. Does manage to hit that level 2 before Looper, but of course, as a Mundo, all you want to do is get to level 6 as soon as you can. Dade already chunked out here by Ninja. Throwing out these Arcano Pulses, trying to get some minions where he can, but Ninja already putting the pressure on.
Yeah, and Spirit looking to be...
Oh my goodness, the flash forward from Candy. That's another first blood in the bottom.
If I'm STYZ, I'm not looking 16 minutes into the future where I land a Trinity Force. He needs to worry about the lane now. Boots 2 picked up. That means that Kalista is going to be able to dance in and out of range. Phosphorus Bombs, very difficult to hit when that much movement speed and mobility is in that bottom lane. This has got a real potential. They need to get Spirit into that lane because they're going to continue to try and bully.
Yeah, and this is the beautiful thing about Martial Poise here as well, is the fact that Candy now has those boots too. Actually, got a bit confused about what's going on. Does have those boots too, and is going to be able to jump a little bit further each time. So able to get out of that Phosphorus Bomb a whole lot easier. But Condi, he's found Ninja here as well. Shocking Orb's going to land. Orbit Deception doing some work onto Dade, and Ninja going to blow his flash in order to get out of this one.
And look at the zone coming through in the bottom lane. They have kept complete control of the whole lane, going to be able to deny so much. And the push is starting in the opposite direction. If they can get this to reverse on the next wave, that is so much damage that will go down to the turret. But Candy's not even waiting.
Yep, doesn't even mind about this one. Of course, if that Dark Binding gets wasted on Love City, Candy is going to go aggressive every single time. And STYZ is almost relegated to be under his turret, no matter where his creep wave is.
Yeah, and look how big the wave is stacking up, and this just means that they're going to be able to put down all of the hurt onto the turret. That's about 2.5 waves currently there with so many caster creeps, and without that level 6, not going to be able to clear it out very quickly.
Yeah, and STYZ, if he continues to get zoned, I mean, as these creeps die, things are going to get more and more difficult. Has to use the Phosphorus Bomb in order to pick up all the farm that he can. Can, of course, pick up a sweet World Elite jacket there as well, ladies and gentlemen.
The old baseball jacket polo coming through.
Not bad at all. Going to throw a Pierce here as well from Candy. Oh, Condi looking for something here in the mid lane. There's the flash. Arcano Pulse doesn't find Ninja.
He flashed in response though, so trading summoner spells probably in Ahri's favor because of how immobile Xerath is. And of course he will have that ultimate back up relatively soon. And maybe a dive coming through in the bottom lane. They're looking very aggressive.
STYZ still very healthy here in this lane. Only just dinged level 4. That is ridiculous, the lead that Candy has in this bottom side. Of course, Ninja had actually already blown his flash there in the mid lane, but Gade going aggressive. There's the death sentence onto UJ. The phosphorus bomb to come down. Candy can't quite get in range to land the abilities. Oh my goodness, the Pierce almost nets himself the kill, and STYZ able to get a lot of follow-up damage.
But it's a 2v1 once again in the bottom lane, and all the damage is going to go down onto that turret one more time.
Yep. And of course, M3 now know exactly where Spirit is as well. They know that they can go as aggressive as they like in this bottom side. UJ actually stuck around there on the bottom side of the map. Just wanting to soak up the experience on the turret. Is not going to fall down, but is still very, very low.
It's going to be a very non-interactive until about level 9. At that point, Mundo actually does a very good job of chasing down the Maokai, the percentage damage that comes through, of course. Maokai not grabbing much early MR, generally goes for the HP through the Righteous Glory or that Rod of Ages, so.
And it looks as well, I mean, Aluka, when he tends to pick up double Doran's Ring here in this top lane, it does sort of give away the fact that he is going for that Righteous Glory, wants to get a little bit more of the regen in his back pocket from these Doran's Rings and the extra power that he's going to get, because, of course, not going to have as much damage potential when he picks up sort of that pure tank initiation item first up.
Yeah, exactly right, and we see that on the other side of the rift, Condi really hasn't had to do much this game. It's just trying to scout out exactly where Spirit is, and Spirit, he's waiting for that level 6 to go aggressive, but Condi trying to put down as much pressure as possible.
I find it so cute when you see Rek'Sai's coming around, and of course the Tremor Sense is fantastic, except when you don't actually know where anyone is at all.
Yeah, it does give you very limited vision. Feel like I haven't got my glasses on when I see that.
A little bit confusing, but still in this bottom lane. The tail has not changed. Dark Binding not going to find Candy here as well. You can see how much further he can dash as well with those boots being picked up. Candy just knows the ins and outs of this champion, knows exactly what he needs to purchase in each matchup, as that minion is going to get punished by the death sentence. Love City able to lock that one down. And Looper and Aluka. This is probably a lane that we just not really going to get too much action out of.
Yeah, 2,000 gold actually on Looper at the moment. He hasn't been back to shop whatsoever. Still just sitting on that Doran's shield and hasn't even had to use the potion. So he's just chilling in this lane. Absolutely no cares in the world.
And he doesn't need a potion. I could imagine that his like base health regen probably more than that potion even now at level like 7, even with just this Doran's shield. So maybe he just didn't even need to buy that item. It's a bit of a waste of money there.
35 gold. Got to get that premium.
Exactly. Exactly.
And we actually see the game going extremely slow here, and you have to feel that is in M3's favor, because I don't know who deals with this Mundo late game. That's the problem with the Trinity Force casters coming through. Mundo just so good at shrugging off all of that upfront damage, getting the ultimate through and just running rampant. And the Qs deal so much damage, not to mention all of the free AD and AoE damage that he generally does just with his kit. Difficult to deal with at the best of times, let alone when you don't really have a team comp built around it.
Yeah, and that Masochism often goes a little bit underrated here as well, just because it does give him so much extra AD based on the missing health. And Looper finally going to head back to base as these lanes reset.
Yeah, 2,600 gold.
Is that a Spirit Visage? No,
nah,
just the Spectres.
Yep.
Very close.
Pretty close. Had 100 gold left as we actually see Condi get aggressed on. He's got deleted off the map nearly.
Yeah. See you later, Condi. Ninja going to be able to pick that kill up. Beautiful play from World Elite, able to rotate around. And this is what we're talking about. Spirit and Ninja hanging out together.
Yeah, and this is what they need to do. Set up the pick comp. Get the Rengar vision going with that ultimate. Be able to get some objectives in their favor. Only problem is he's very squishy, so we're going to struggle with this Dragon. If Dade has a heads-up play of being able to ult it when they run over here, might even be able to pick himself up a cheeky kill in response.
Yeah, that's going to be the Void Rush being popped here, but this Dragon definitely going to go the way of World Elite. Spirit just going to wander out of that one. And Condi, of course, just wanted to be able to pick up some extra farm.
Yeah, timing the backs of the bottom lane, meaning that they couldn't fight whatsoever, and Lupa grabs a wave. He's setting up a little bit of a freeze here in the top lane, trying to, now that he's picked up those items, being able to shrug off a lot of the damage, zone out this Maokai. And really not much. Ooh.
There's the Fate's Call. Beautiful black shield from UJ, though, as the box comes down. Forced to use that flash. There's the death sentence, though. Condi comes around, picks himself up a cheeky assist with a Prey Seeker, and just chills out on the back of his incredible bottom lane.
And this lane has obviously been practiced a lot because they're swapping targets extremely well after that black shield comes out. And overall, just a fantastic play once again from the bottom lane, using the Ren for the slow, setting up all of the CC that comes out, and it's just a devastating combo.
Yeah, and they just seem to know the ins and outs of every matchup that they've needed to deal with, picking up the early boots too, so you can jump a little bit further. Lupa now actually doing a lot of damage to Aluka here in this top side. Aluka, nice twisted advance to dodge out of the way of the last cleaver, and he's not going to find that one. Sadism going to keep him healthy here, as well as Lupa just not really struggling as far as dying is concerned at all. Bottom outer turret, of course, no surprises, is going to fall down very early, and based on how this bottom lane's gone, it's amazing that World Elite managed to pick up that Dragon.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that's probably the only thing you can say about this game being in their favor, is Candy dodging out of the way of a lot of the rockets.
There's the flash forward there as well. So many Rens, but doesn't get the reset with the kill. As actually the Empowered Bowler is going to go wide from Spirit here, but Lupa taking a lot of aggression, doesn't have the ultimate. Ninja's here as well. Lupa's alive somehow. And Condi going to come back to this top lane as well. Oh, Dade actually right at the arcane. He picks up Spirit, gets a little bit of extra damage down at the same time. And I love Rek'Sai plus Xerath, because that Tremor Sense, he can never hide from the right of the arcane.
Yeah, exactly right. Very good counter gank this time around coming through from Condi, flashing and making sure Ninja had to get out of there without the kill. And on the back of it, good heads-up play from Dade. The communication looks on point from M3, rotating around the map. They're playing very together as a unit.
Yeah, 3,000 gold is now the lead here for M3, and it's exactly right. The fact that Dade was even there surprised me, because last time we saw, I mean, Ninja able to roam towards that bottom lane in that big skirmish that got World Elite sort of back into the game in the early stages, and Dade was just hanging out in the mid lane.
Yeah, and we see now the lane swap once again has come through, looking to pick up the second turret and maybe even going aggressive one more time.
Yeah, Descent's actually landing in here as well as Condi comes around. He gets Darkbound here as well as the Fate's Call comes through. Aluka, you're pretty tanky, but there's the Rend, and Candy easily picks up that kill. Teleport to come through from M3 here, as well as the Thrill of the Hunt has been popped. Ninja gets slowed down to high heaven there from the box, but he is going to be okay.
Dade's on the backside as well, looking to get some CC down.
Yep, Cleaver doesn't land here on the top side, as that turret is going to fall down. Charm goes wide. Condi looking to try and get the knock up. He is going to find it, but there's the Spirit Rush as well. Gets slowed down by all of these abilities. Love City does fall down as another Cleaver lands. Oh my goodness, Arcanopol's not going to find it, but Candy, he's there with the auto attack.
And how did Lupa survive again on absolutely no health? They're going to pick up a turret for their trouble as well in the top lane, and this is just M3 completely outplaying World Elite across the map in rotations, individually in skill, and Spirit, you need to be careful.
Yeah, they're not finished yet. Condi very, very low here, but Arcano Pulses are really starting to rip through this jungle. He picks up the red buff with a nice smite, leaps out of the brush here as well. The tunnel, we'll see whether it's going to be enough. Oh, they turn it around. Dade picks up the kill onto Spirit. Aluka's here as well. Condi's burning down, has to get out of this fight. Shocking Orb available from across the wall, lands onto Aluka here as well, as Candy's in, just rends the heck out of him.
Oh,
right at the arcane, all three bolts. UJ, you are very lucky.
Yeah, just surviving by the skin of the teeth. STYZ as well now needs to get away from Lupa, who's picked up the Silly Visage as well as 2 extra Ruby
Do you just call it
Crystals.
the Silly Visage?
On Mundo, he's going to be absolutely unkillable at this point of the game.
I love it. That's brilliant.
And this has deteriorated very rapidly again.
Yeah, actually, Pierce not going to land, but look at the death sentence from Love City. We're talking about UJ needing to pick up this Thresh, and Candy is a god on this Kalista.
What is going on? Masters 3 are playing so well around the whole map. Probably going to be able to siege down this mid turret. He's got 2,500 gold in his back pocket.
He's
Doesn't need any of the
3,000
shot.
ahead at 15 minutes into the game over his lane opponent.
Yeah, 6-0-0. And another hook lands.
Yeah, usually going to go down solo. Dade's here for some extra damage. Love City just happily tanking up that turret for a little bit longer than he would have otherwise wanted to. And STYZ trying to get some rockets through, but you are so right. M3 are just walking all over this game when, at the beginning, I mean, it went a little bit slowly after that first one.
Yeah, it certainly looked like that was going to be the case, but the rotation to the top side of the map, sending the duo that was so far ahead up to pressure the top turret, was just the correct play once again out of Masters 3. And they've played this game 2 times in the exact same fashion, and both times WE have not had any response.
Yeah, and now with Aluka being this frontline tank that Candy has to deal with, and having this Ahri that he has to get out of the way from as well, picked up that Blade of the Ruined King, and he's going to be super safe around these fights.
Yeah, he certainly is, and Dade is no slouch at the moment. 2-0-2, he looks great, and then over the other side of the map, we already mentioned how unkillable Lupa's looked. Couple of times came close to death. I don't even know if that's going to be the case anymore.
No, and I'm not even sure whether he ever was really close to death. I mean, this is Lupa. He's a tried and true singed player.
Ooh!
Oh, Condi finds STYZ. There's the Valkyrie, but there's the Chilling Smite as well. Heal has to be popped, and Condi just going to shrug off that turret damage using his borrowed form and eats some of that rage up. And Candy, he's got the Smite / Rend. You're going to be able to get a lot of damage down to this dragon. And look at that neutral objective damage. It's just ridiculous. What with the fact that you have Rend, but you've also got a Blade of the Ruined King? Just silly.
Going for a little bit of a gank in the mid lane, though. Dade is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Spirit, yeah, Dade's most definitely dead. Love City trying to do some work with the box, but Spirit just going to walk around that one. And World Elite, they do get something back, picking on Dade, but I think that they have to deal with this 6-0-0 Kalista a little bit sooner. Condi actually going to get caught by a bit of poke here as well. As the ward is going to fall down, Condi just saying, oh, I just want to go back to my jungle, guys.
And this is an area that they need to be careful in. They still have to deal with the fact that Rengar and Ahri haven't fallen behind. They're completely even with their opponents. It really is on this Kalista where the inflations come through. In fact, Ninja is ahead of Dade in terms of gold.
Yeah. Well, he's picked up an extra kill here. He does have that Abyssal Scepter already. Dade didn't actually pick up any items when he went back to base there as well. I think he was already sitting on that needlessly large rod, and it wasn't all that long ago that he'd actually already gone back. So unable to really get any extra stats here for this mid lane. Just grabbing that pink ward, some potions there as well, just to make sure that he keeps himself a little bit safe. You can see they had a lot of vision, but just weren't able to stop the hard engage.
Yeah, and it's just the fact that Rengar can ult from so far away. You really do need that deeper vision coming through to be able to stop him, as we see. Just a little bit of a lull in the game now. Ooh, Dark One just missing.
Yeah, Bowler does land, so they do at least get some damage onto Candy, but it's not a whole lot. He's just able to dance through here. Oh, actually, Charm landing on a Lupa, but Lupa does not care at all about almost anything.
Very little worries, but the ultimate maybe? No, that was actually the Raptor.
Yeah.
Thank you, Troll Raptor buff.
I know. It's so confusing when you've got a Thrill of the Hunt here, but that pink ward is going to fall down. M3 now grouping up around this mid lane, wanting to take down the last outer turret that they have available here. Of course, still actually even on turrets. As I don't know how that rocket missed. As Spirit looking to try and come in, about to have that ultimate back off cooldown. He is going to pop it immediately. Condi's going to spot him out. Sort of. Of course, he was underground. Aluka going to take a bit of poke damage, but Candy gets aggressed on him. Spirit's going to miss the bowler and probably just forced to flash out of the way of that one. Charm lands onto Dandy. Candy, though, is just launching himself around this fight. Shocking Orb picks up the tree, and now with no tank, World Elite in so much trouble. There's Rite of the Arcane. Is STYZ going to cop the last one? No, he's not. But M3, they're going to be able to get this turret and possibly more.
Yeah, 0 for 2, able to pick that one up as Ninja's still on the backside trying to...
Oh, the snipe onto Love City. There's the flash over here from Looper. He knows that there's no more Spirit Rushes and gets knocked up. Condi secures that kill.
Yeah, it certainly does. Candy versus STYZ. The showdown in the middle lane. I don't think STYZ wants much to do with it.
Yeah, the Rend actually doing a whole lot of work to this Corki as well, sort of incidentally as Candy was clearing out a minion wave. But now, finally, things chilling out just a little bit. But M3, they're just looking brilliant today.
Yeah, they really do look a much improved team coming through. And now Lupa has picked up that Warmog's armor as well. So things aren't improving quickly for World Elite. And really, it has only been Ninja today that's looked fantastic. Even Spirit not having the best couple of games hasn't looked horrible, but Condi on the other side of the map has really stepped it up.
Yeah, he's looked a whole lot better, especially than he did yesterday. Looking a little bit lackluster, but you have to say this game really working well with M3 as a team. And every member of M3, I mean, it hasn't necessarily been the story of M3 having great teamwork, but thus far today, it's been beautiful. And it's all on the back of this incredible bottom lane. It's just, Love City and Candy just look to be, like, neurally connected, as we do have the replay coming.
Yeah, so if we jump into the replay, we see once again a very good Fates call. And on the backside, everyone had used something to get onto Candy. So it started with, of course, a Rengar ultimate, moved into the Ahri trying to flank, and then, of course, Maokai tried his luck, and all three failed coming through there. Dade was able to pick up the double kill, so he was the beneficiary, probably good for the gold distribution, trying to get some more onto their mid laner. And we see Lupa even has the luxury of using his teleport to pick up farm at this point in the game. That's how confident they are in their ability.
And was that a Rite of the Arcane used in the mid lane? It was. Not going to find anyone, though, as Arcana Pulse just going to clear out the way. Black Shield onto Ninja here as well. He's able to ignore some of the CC as Candy actually going to use his ultimate there as well as SDYZ gets knocked up by that one. Ninja immediately down. Actually answered here by Dade as Candy just so much life still able to keep himself alive. Spirit is able to leap out of a brush. Candy can't come back into this fight as Love City's going to fall down. Condi, though, just going to take the turret, the tunnel that he prepared earlier in order to get himself out. Lupa has finally walked his way over to this one as Candy trying to heal up on some wolves here at the same time. Yuji, he's very, very low. Lupa pops the sadism, now looking to try and do some work as the tenacity coming through from his ultimate, doing some great stuff here, keeping him able to walk freely, and the rest of World Elite are able to back out. But in the end, it's actually an even trade.
Yeah, even trade. Dragon control is firmly in Masters 3 hands, though, because they have so much more control over that area of the map. Look at even the tunnels around the side. So Spirit, once again, able to get in there, live this time through. He's getting extremely tanky. Ninja's doing a lot of damage, as we've seen in the last couple of fights, but it really is a story of the fact that Candy, with this build, now he's got a QSS and even more attack speed, is too mobile and has too much lifesteal to really be taken out.
Yeah, that's 3 attack speed items here for Candy.
Yeah, it certainly is. So maybe looking to pick up an Infinity Edge as a part of his build. I do like the fact that having a little bit more crit helps augment that, as well as the fact that the lifesteal is so important, as we see. Condi is the same level as Ninja in the mid lane.
That is crazy. 1-1 and 6 now has an Aegis for his team here as well, of course. There's almost triple magic damage threats coming through from World Elite if you include the amount of magic damage that a Corki's going to be doing. Candy able to rend down that dragon. And now M3. We'll see what they're going to do as far as finishing out this game is concerned, because they might have a similar ailment that World Elite have, which is finishing games a little bit more difficult. Of course, it was easy last game because the surrender came through and they were so far ahead. World Elite, see whether they can make sort of the miracle play to turn this one around, because it's going to be very difficult for them. Shocking Orb lands onto Aluka. He gets Black Shielded, but UJ just finds the death sentence from the backside. There's the Fates call to come in as well, and it's just Candy launching himself throughout these fights. Spirit jumps in. Aluka, though, he's going to fall down. Condi picks up that kill. The charm not going to be aimed at Candy. It is going to be Condi falling down, though, in the end. STYZ picking up that kill, and 2 for 1 thus far, but this inhibitor turret, I feel, is just going to go down.
Yeah, 2 for 1, but all of the control still in Masters 3 favor, and the poke coming through from Dade is beginning to give them a lot of trouble. Candy still going aggressive. They'll pick up the turret and the inhibitor for their trouble. Probably need to exit after that because the kills are still relatively low death timers. Although, they're just not listening.
Yeah, Pierce not going to find Spirit here as the Ren comes through, but he's got enough armor to deal with it. Candy actually forced to use that flash in order to get out, but he is going to be safe. Oh, Aluka actually teleporting from the backside. Candy going to fall down eventually here as Dade finds himself in a very uncomfortable position. The rest of M3 are going to be forced to get out of here. They do take the inhibitor down, but they have lost their carries so far. They're going to have to wait until they're back up before they make any more aggressive moves. And you can see the waves now pushing for World Elite.
Yeah, so 2 kills go down for Masters 3, so it's 16-9. The kill score not out of control, but it's more the map control they have. If you look across the board, all the turrets falling, the bottom inhibitor now, that gives them complete control over the Baron. Lupa has no cares at all about anyone on their team.
This is just ridiculous. He has that ultimate popped here as well. Spirit Rush. Ninja looking to go aggressive on Condi because, of course, he can't do anything to Lupa, who is so huge in this fight. That Warmog's armor just keeping him so healthy, and now that it comes back up, look at all of the health regen, and Lupa's just, it's basically, you know, look at the 22s, man. It's just crazy.
It's just so many twos keeping him topped off. And you have to think, as soon as he picks up any armor, this is just completely horrible news. Corky has to go with the suboptimal build of going for the Last Whisper as a second item. That's not going to do much at all at this point.
I love the irony, though, of Lupa having the score 007 when he just wants to be in the face of the enemy the whole time. There ain't no spying to be done by this Mundo. He doesn't care who sees him.
Yeah, and we see how much damage that Ren really is doing at the moment. Now the static shiv's being brought up, so a lot of upfront burst coming from that item, as well as the bonus wave clear that comes through. The ability to secure objectives with the amount of Ren stacks coming through at the moment. They've just got all the tools to be able to take this game whenever they want.
Yeah, and it's the Blade of the Ruined King as well coming through. I mean, I love the fact that he's focused on all of this attack speed when he has the Blade of the Ruined King to guarantee tank busting ability.
Yeah, exactly right. And we see Grandeur and Omen has been picked up, but apart from that, not really much. And wow!
Oh, Ninja getting caught here as well. He's got the Black Shield. There's the Spirit Rush to come through. Candy actually catches a Dark Binding there on its way out, but Dade just going to eliminate UJ. There's a flash through from Ninja to get out of the way of the ultimate procs. And he is going to find his way to safety, but of course has to use all of his maneuverability, and Ninja has to get out of there now as well. This inner turret going to fall down. The inhibitor turret has to be the next option here for M3. As Arcano Pulse going to do a bit of work to STYZ, but is M3 just going to go for the Baron here?
Yeah, of course they are. The bottom wave can't be controlled by a Luki. You saw actually how low he was, and now that Loop has picked up the Warden's Mail, he can tank it forever. It's not going to do any damage to him. Spirit, the only hope, the last hope, some would say. Maybe a miracle steal.
Yeah, he's popped the Thrill of the Hunt here as well. I mean, it's going down very low, but remember, there's a Callista going to be so hard to steal this one. The Ren came through. Spirit is able to flash over the back wall. Death Sentence going to find him, though. Charm not going to find anyone. And Masters 3 sort of able to disengage from this fight.
But all they have to do is stall. The bottom wave is right back on the Nexus because they weren't able to push it out. Aluka just has no ability to control that wave. And it's just, they have no good decisions left, World Elite. At 28 minutes, down 10,000 gold. You've got so many threats across the board now and an unkillable member. Just, yeah, this game's very bad.
Yeah, it's looking horrific here as Condi. Yep, Ninja just going to get right of the Arcane to the head. Oh, see you later.
And we speak about Dade as a confidence player. This series is going to do wonders, you feel, for M3. On the other side of the rift, not going to do great things before IEM for World Elite, but the fact that Masters 3 have been able to control the series from start to finish, this has been missing so much in their gameplay. They just look fantastic, and it's all around that Callista and the Thresh.
Yeah, it is. It's around the fact that they've just got so much synergy here on the bottom side of the map, and it hasn't just been that. It's been the fact that M3 have been playing like a team, and now we've got the final fight here from World Elite. Lupa just running through, being a nuisance. The first turret going to fall down. Candy still so high on health. The Death Sentence landing left, right, and center here for Love CD. Candy just bounces around the turret, is soon going to be bouncing around this Nexus, as Spirit just can't do anything. The Surrender, I believe, won't come through. We're just not going to catch the depth of that Nexus, but it definitely went down. No extra kills falling here as well, as congratulations to M3. What a decisive series.
Yeah, so 23 minutes are ended, then a 29-minute win coming through, and 14,000 gold to 10,000. That was a 4,000 gold advantage just on the AD.
Yeah. And that was, 3,000 gold at 15 minutes, and managed to get back-to-back First Bloods in 2v2 situations in the bottom lane. And World Elite didn't change anything in their draft phase to deal with this Callista, and it's almost like a lack of respect here for World Elite in regards to M3.
Yeah, it just didn't have the answers to what was being brought to the table. Maybe thought that Dade was a little bit more of a threat, but Candy really made them pay for that. And you have to think, going forward, that opens up a lot of Dade's champion pool. If you have to pay that much respect to the AD carry, when you have a world-class mid laner who has been underperforming, that could just rip him out of his slump.
Yeah, but the thing is as well is that Xerath play looked fantastic that game. His Victor didn't look too bad either. He was getting focused there in the mid lane, but Ninja Zari couldn't really do anything. And we have to remember the fact that, Dade maybe didn't have a great time sort of early on in the laning phase, but that's a counter matchup for him.
Yeah, it certainly was. And even then, they had to bring Spirit repetitively into that lane. And it wasn't bad by any stretch of the imagination. So across the board, M3 really bringing it together.
Yeah, looking fantastic. Of course, obviously, playoffs are now on the minds of our M3 lineup. But ladies and gentlemen, we still have one more match for you coming up. It's going to be Gamty taking on OMG after this short break.
Hello and welcome back everyone to our last match of the evening here for the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I am Julian Patriotamkar. Joining with me is Jake Spawn Tiberi. And after some very surprising matches all day long, we have another very interesting one as well. OMG are taking on Gumty.
Yeah, and on paper, this looks like a very one-sided affair that would go in OMG's favor. But last time these teams met, it was anything but that. The 1-1 came through in both games. Game 1 very close. Game 2 got out of control.
Yeah, let me on Cassidy in the top lane really let OMG have it there in that second game. And that was kind of when Gamty started to pick themselves up and really play themselves into form. And they're still, not in playoff contention yet. They're fighting for the spots, I believe 10th currently in the standings. But they've done a lot of work since we last saw them.
Yeah, they certainly have, and a lot of it is on Let Me, as you mentioned, but Xiaohu as well in that mid lane. If there is a patch that suits a player, it is that guy. He comes up absolutely huge on the likes of the Azir, and he's just so much fun to watch.
Yeah, he's a great player. Azir, Xerath, of course, two of his main champions, which is true of a lot of mid laners, I feel like, here in the LPL. That will change at some point. Be interesting to see how the transition works out. But OMG, even recently, against not quite, similar standing teams, have struggled. They've subbed in Sun and Xiang. They've been playing Cloud. They've been mixing it up. Things are just very different right now for OMG.
Yeah, they have a very different feeling. It's not the, the swagger and the confidence that they had at the earlier part of the season. They really are trying new things. And when you're subbing out a player of Uzi or Uzi's, ability, that means that you guys really are digging deep in the barrel to find answers. Sun, of course, terrific player in his own right, especially on the likes of Graves and that. So is a good player, but yeah, they really are digging around, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they are trying stuff. They're looking very strong so far in the standings. Had a great first half of the split. So, trying some stuff, likely going to be in playoff contention. Not too worried about their standing maybe, but they've definitely been mixing it up, that's for sure. I mean, when Uzi doesn't play a game, that feels like a big high-impact thing, and they're definitely trying. They've got a ton of supports on the roster, and they've been trying almost all of them.
Yeah, exactly right. And I like the feel that does come across, the fact that they are willing to change it up. But the thing that surprises me is we looked at these guys and thought this might be the best team in the world. It was the Chinese superstar lineup coming through. They had their pick of the bunch, and when you start subbing out people that have made 2 world finals in a row, that means that, something might be going wrong there. So I guess EDG really have taken over that crown, especially in the LPL, of being the best team. You look at them and they really are performing very well. So you expect OMG at some point to really try and turn it back on, because these guys are a very proud bunch. You have the likes of Going and Loveling on this team. They're not used to losing. They want to come out firing.
Yeah, they do, and they've looked okay. In games they've won, they've looked very good, and it's the losses that really surprise us for OMG, because they don't lose very often, and recently they've actually split a lot of different series, and some of it just feels like maybe poor early game, or especially draft-based decision-making.
Yeah, exactly right, and they drafting weirdly and then losing lanes off the back of the draft, not even off mechanical errors, although a couple of even those have started to sneak in. Really, the Rock still is cool. I think that if anyone on the team still is playing very consistently, you would go towards a mid lane. But when you put him up against a very highly skilled, raw mechanical player like a Xiaohu, this game is, I think, a lot closer than people realize.
Yeah, and Gamty, again, have been playing a lot better. I mean, Cool has struggled in some lanes as well, certainly, despite being probably the best performing member of his team. But Gamty have some good strength. They've got Tail in the bottom and look like a really solid AD carry. We already mentioned Xiaohu, just such a good player.
Yeah, and then you have to go, I guess, a little bit deeper, but you pull out Sync Dream and you have a look at him, and he is a weird support, don't get me wrong. Some of his stuff he does just outright does not work, but the Annie roams and the ability to impact the map early really does surprise you from a support player. He packs up shop consistently at level 2 and 3 and just refuses to go back to lane with his AD carry, supports the whole map and really spreads his wards out and tries to get in there with some ganks.
Yeah, we see a lot of roaming supports in China, but Synctry might just take first place for most roamiest support. He just goes for a wonder every single game, and credit to Tail, who's had a lot of good games for this lineup. He's always just fine. He stays consistent, keeps his farm up, even though Synctry's usually leaving him behind.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it comes back to the fact that Tail does like to cheat towards the Corki, who does very well with levels and waves clears extremely well by himself, but doesn't often get caught out in lane does Tail, and he and Synctream play around each other and the spikes they have extremely well. So interested to see how they go into this matchup, and we can see that, it's very, very strange, I think.
Yeah, OMG is still actually starting their roster. We don't know who they're playing yet, but we'll find out fairly soon what's going on. But Xiang is currently hanging out in the lobby, so we already have a mix-up. Just kind of what we expected.
Yeah, exactly. We weren't expecting much consistency out of OMG. I think that if they are going to fiddle around, it will be against the likes of Gamti. These teams that are down towards the bottoms of the standing, so it doesn't impact OMG, but are also very good in their own right. So they're still playing a different lineup against a quality opponent. So I like the fact that they are willing to change it up. I think that if anything, they need to, I guess, towards the later part of the season, go back to locking it down. I can't see the fact that Uzi and Cloud, I think they're just mechanically superior in that bottom lane, but who knows if there's a composition that you want to run around someone like a Xiang with an aggressive support, or someone like a San, who can play, of course, at Graves very well and is willing to sacrifice a lot of farm to group early. Maybe they've just got specific things in mind that they want to execute.
Yeah, and we've seen this a little bit with IG, I feel like, who are also finding their feet with a lot of players on their roster who are all very good. OMG, again, if the time to experiment, it is definitely now. And if you have a team that has a very solid roster where you can bring people in and out interchangeably and have different game plans and tailor your players on your whole team, which is now a squad at this point, to do that, that's a really big weapon to have, especially moving towards playoffs.
Yeah, and the thing that you have to mention about OMG, we come back to it a lot, but they're an all-Chinese team. So swapping players doesn't affect their communication as much. They're still all speaking the same language. It's not like the likes of IG, who we compare them to, where they're swapping out Pokemon save and then rookies being subbed out, and now all of a sudden Zatai's a top laner and crazy stuff's happening everywhere, where they need to work on that communication with their Korean members. These guys, they've known each other for a very long time, veterans of the Chinese scene.
Yeah, important to note, though, as well, after the 2-0 today, Snake are actually currently second in the standings in the LPL. So if OMG do want to maintain their second place spot, they're third right now, I believe they actually need a 2-0 here. They can't just settle for a point.
Yeah, so they do need to get the move on, I guess. They don't want to give up that second place spot. As I said, these guys are very proud players, and the higher they can climb in the standings, the more momentum they feel they will have going towards that playoffs. But in the top three, you look at EDG at the moment, they don't have very many visible weaknesses, but teams are starting to have a look at the Snakes and they're starting to have a look at the OMGs, and when they piece it together, they look terrifically, but there are chinks starting to form across the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, they really are. EDG, even recently, have been kind of doing some weird stuff and dropping some games that maybe we didn't expect them to. They, of course, split recently with OMG, which was one of the biggest games so far of the LPL. I mean, Snake and OMG feel very close to me right now, and I think it's understandable that both rosters are figuring stuff out.
Yeah, definitely, because the thing is, as we jump across patches, especially when we catch up, and the fact that certain things are going to be taken away, the first thing that comes to the mind is the Azir and the Kassan are just going to drop out of favor. It will be interesting to see how the likes of the Snakes and the OMGs that rely on certain champions to be able to execute their composition. So definitely agree that overall they're very two close teams. I like the fact that it's turning into a mini playoff race for the second spot, even at this point in the season. And I think that, as I said, I can't imagine OMG taking a long time to figure it out. I think that the roster swaps will cause a little bit of a shake-up, but they will get it together pretty quickly.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing is definitely in the AD carry spot. Of course, San, long-time player for his team, not resourceless strictly because an AD carry still needs farm, but Sun did a lot with very little in situations. You talked about early grouping. He loved to get together with his team, really just come together and add, an ultimate or some sort of presence in, and then snowball off global gold. Uzi is the opposite player. He takes all of the gold on the map.
Yeah, and I like the way that you broke it down. The fact that Sun used to group just to throw out a buckshot and a collateral damage. Something like that. He'll group up, just use his abilities, and he would go very, the Archer build that was famous during when he was on the famous OMG lineup. So the fact that they are willing to do things like that, and their rotations through the top side of the map especially, they'll just look for a pick and then go as a group of five. So Uzi, on the other hand, he likes to split push. He plays very flashy carries. He has been relegated to a lot more Sivir, which we didn't really expect coming into the season, and has played it terrifically well, you have to say. So he's still the one of the premier AD carries in the world, without a doubt. This guy can still play, but they're two different players. And I think that actually is very good with OMG because it gives them options. And options in League of Legends being having to force teams to play different strategies in different games is a very important tool to be able to have if you can execute it correctly.
Yeah, and OMG, they're going to go through a couple more style changes, it feels like. They're going to finally settle on something. I mean, even Uzi recently was playing Graves, being a bit more of a lane bully, just playing the mid-game champion, not going for the Vaynes and the Jinxes and the Kog'Maws.
Yeah, and Uzi's always been a bully, but he wasn't the hyper-aggressive bully. He used to make you work for your lane with the likes of Caitlyn, and they used to say playing against Uzi was like battling for every CS. When he picked up Graves, he just went completely nuts. He was up above his minion wave, really bullying the lane around, and I guess that's what playing a champion like Graves allows you the luxury to be able to do. But even individually, as they go through these changes, it will be, I guess, very telling to see how they respond.
Yeah, it will. I mean, even if Sanders came in for the game, they actually won against EDG, by the way. Sand was a pretty good sub in there for that particular game, along with Xiang, their support, who used to be a mid laner. And again, OMG have a lot of supports on their roster. Still waiting for an AD carry for OMG, by the way. Don't know who they're playing yet, but Xiang is in the roster right now. But even if Sanders came in for a game and said, hey, remember how we used to play? This is it. And OMG are like, okay, that's interesting. How do we adapt Uzi into that? How can we bring him into that, if at all? Do we need to do that?
Yeah, exactly right. And that's the thing. If they have that, I guess, area of the big question mark. I like the fact that when we see these roster swaps, like we said it with Zatai, he's playing very Pokemon-esque champions. Maybe that's something where they're trying to throw an area of grey where either carry can play a certain way, so you can't necessarily counter-pick the comp based on who's the lineup. So if they're able to transition these caster AD carries onto Uzi and really use him to bully lanes and, I guess, create fast push situations, it will be a different, I guess, feeling coming out of OMG because they are known for wanting to get all three of their laners going. If you look across the board, cool, he's not going to sacrifice farm. That guy's an absolute beast. Uzi's not going to give it up. And if there is a top laner that wants farm, it's probably going to be going. So they were getting us stuck in a lot of situations where Loveling was kind of running around going, well, I would like to farm as well, but I'm going to camp a lane because you guys just aren't going to move around the map if I don't.
Yeah, and it's funny because in the first, like, maybe 5 weeks of the LPL, that's the style that OMG played, and it worked because they're all fantastic players, and everyone was kind of adjusting and the teams are building up. Like, OMG made try-carry work for a while, and I think they've realized it's probably not the best way to play. It's so difficult because the margin of error that you have is massive when you play that sort of style.
Yeah, I like that you pointed out the margin of error because there's things that go right when you play a 1-3-1. You've got the ability to be able to take objectives if teams don't rotate correctly. However, the problem with China is that there's a very high likelihood that 5 people are going to group and then just smash your group of 3 really hard. And they don't back down from these situations. We're seeing teams even lose the outer turrets when they did it, but just keep pushing up mid. And it got to the point where Uzi wasn't playing the wave clear in some of the games. He was going back to the veins. And that was what was hurting them. Not necessarily the tactic, but the champion choices coming through. So I think they still have a ways to go to put it together. They're not the perfect team, but I definitely... When I hear people say that they were overhyped and that they're probably not going to show up as like one of the best teams in the world, I do think that's a little bit premature to call. I still think that they're right up there with EDG, as I said. I think that EDG currently look a little bit better, but as soon as the patch goes through, I'm expecting these guys, because Oriana's coming back and Cool will be fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny that you mentioned Wave Clear. Cool recently hasn't really played Wave Clear champions. You mentioned Oriana. That would be one if they ever picked it, but Oriana's not seen almost any play in the LPL so far. Maybe none, actually.
Yeah, no competitive play, and it's because of the fact that you get Wave Clear in other ways at the moment, like the Azir that just turns into such a scaling hyper carry that it's very hard to take the Oriana into these matchups. But as we see the Assassins once again go down, and the fact that AD carry is starting to swing towards the likes of your Callista, augmenting AD carries is once again becoming a thing. Snake do it extremely well playing around their AD carry Crystal, and even though they've got players around the map that play very well, the likes of Lulu is coming back in as well. So I think that they will, I guess, rediscover their identity. They're all very experienced players.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We talk about a team like Snake, who are very Crystal-centric in the way they play. Love to get him going, feel like a lot of confidence in the way he plays. And, you know, have Flandre, have Beast, and have Baku, who can also make plays. Even Ella actually mixes it up sometimes. Like, they're each good players. They can make good individual plays, but at the end of the day, they kind of play one-dimensionally, and it is hurting Snake a little bit, but when it works beautifully. OMG don't play that way. They will flat out refuse to just build a comp really around Uzi, and we saw it. They tried the Juggernaut yesterday, and it didn't work at all.
Yeah, exactly right. So I like what you said, because it doesn't allow you to be banned out. We have a lot of people saying, get rid of Beast's champion pool at the moment and Snake will crumble because he has a very limited champion pool. And that is a lot of the team's identity, because you look at what augments our AD carry, and it is the fact that he's willing to play the Nunu and get in there. Or he's willing to go Jarvan and deny that much resources from the jungle that the jungle's really eliminated and can't dive onto Crystal and create a lot of the pressure. On this side, exactly right. They tried the typical Uzi comp, the Razor's a Puppy, get him in there. But apart from that, Uzi hasn't even really requested it of his team. He's played some solo-centric games, but that doesn't seem to be the way he's playing at all. He has been willing to group. They've been okay in their objective controls throughout the earlier part of the game. I think they still have a ways to go in that area, but their overall rotations around the map have been starting to get better.
Yeah, and again, OMG, not a bad team by any stretch. They've looked quite strong here. I'm going to shift over to Gamty for just a second here, because I forgot, they have a new jungler. He got a pentakill in his first game of the LPL, I'm pretty sure.
He certainly did on the Rek'Sai there in the bottom lane, which Atlas went absolutely nuts over. But that was a very interesting, I guess, change coming through here. We see why they did it, because he had an immediate impact and looked very nice on there. I think that he's a little bit more aggressive. We saw that in his movements coming through, so has been able to get into that mid lane and really help Xiaohu out. The fact that they're also willing to change it up, they're just across the board a very good team, Gamty, I feel, and they're very young, but they're very, I guess, new.
Yeah, and they've started to come together. They came in as one of the amateur teams moving in, but they've looked a lot better. There's Yui, of course, the man with the pentakill. Only 2 Rek'Sai games, only 2 LPL games so far, but like you said, has already made an impression on this team.
Yeah, it certainly has, and picked up the Rek'Sai, very aggressive, able to get into that mid lane. We see Xiaohu, and this guy's just consistent all over. You look at the KDA, it's not that impressive, but then you look at the fact that he's willing to stick on the same champions play that is very similar play style and really does good things for his team.
Remember, he hasn't played that many games either. Couldn't join until he turned 17, like midway through the first half of the split almost. So hasn't played that much. There's Tail, of course. Corky Grave Sivert. Been staying away from Tristana recently.
Yeah, and that FLICKR game on Sync Dream was very fun to watch. I do not think that will happen again, though, coming through. And as you can see, very engaged, heavy supports coming out of the support player. Wants to be able to rotate around, impact the map.
Yeah, and we're actually going to see OMG's lineup pretty soon, and I'm excited because I still don't know who they're playing for AD carry. So I imagine if we're going to find out, it's probably going to be now.
Yeah, certainly they need to give us some form of an answer coming through, I guess. And the whole of the Gamty lineup, I like what they're doing together. I like the fact that they're coming through as a team. We mentioned that they've had a couple of those swaps now with the fact that Zhao, who was formerly Angel Beats, was able to join the team, and he's come on and had a big impact. And now they've bring Huey in. He's had a very fantastic first couple of games. So the fact that they're willing to, I guess, try new things, they're very, very raw as a team, I think is the way you would describe them. Very often they get ahead and then kind of flounder a little bit as the game transitions. But as they start piecing this more and more together, I really think that these guys will be a team to watch.
Yeah, and if they can make a run at playoffs here, which is certainly possible given that there are quite a few games left to play in the split, Gamty are quite a big threat. When they were coming into the LPL, they were, weirdly enough, a big objective and rotation-based team, which wasn't really a thing in China, I guess, until we saw teams start to play in the LPL. But that's starting to become a thing for Gamty, and they've kind of played themselves back into the look that they had when they started playing or were moving into the split. They've looked very clean, super sick rotations, really clean objective-based play. Like, when Gamty fire, they fire very well. And we can finally, well, you know what, we're going to let you wait, because OMG's lineup's coming up next.
Yeah, certainly. You can see how many members there are there. They can't field all 5, but it will be going in the top lane. And you have to think, with the return of FLICKR and with the likes of Casson and Aurelia still so strong, this guy, he's nearly got the 5 KDA. He does it all.
Yeah, he's a beast. Loveling, of course, many Delving games so far. Hasn't got back to the Nidalee, unfortunately, that he looks so strong on as well. But in general, the rule is don't give Loveling a big pressure jungler.
Yeah, and cool, of course. This guy, once again, you talk about deep champion pools. I feel like talk about all of OMG this way, but the LeBlanc, the Zed, and then he goes completely away, the control of the Twisted Fate.
And there's a surprise. Son is back, and Graves is big in the meta. He's got the one Graves game, got 1 win there, 6-1 actually, in their last performance on Graves. And, you know, still want to make a big performance. Son is going to be playing at least this game.
Yeah, exactly right. And we see Ji coming through as well. Had the Morgana pick up there, of course. Was previously a mid laner. I'm looking for him to bring some craziness into the bottom lane. We've seen in the past the likes of like Syndra being pulled out, and then Viger became a thing. This guy should be able to play a lot of different champions down there. Has played Morgana, which is a little bit more meta, but even if it's something like an Annie, something a little bit more fun.
Yeah, and Shia, again, former mid laner, just I don't know what he's going to do, because Lowe used to play support Maokai as well. It's so funny to me that OMG have so many support players to draw on. I mean, I think Pomelo is even technically on the roster still, although I don't know if he's listed as support. And that guy did some crazy stuff back in 2013. So there's a lot going on here. It's cool to see Sun back in the team playing again. And, you know, Uzi's a fine player. We'll likely see him for game 2. I'm not too sure. But right now, OMG, they're still trying stuff.
Yeah, exactly right. So we spoke about it leading up to this. The fact that they're still willing to try and search for another identity, I think, is a good thing for OMG. They won with San against a very good opponent, so he is no slouch. I cannot stress that enough. And coming through, as we see Go going. Give a little bit of a smile there.
It's very handsome.
He is a very handsome man.
Yeah, and it's, you know, you mentioned good opponent. That good opponent was EDG, by the way. That was their only win in that 1-1 split that they had, and that was Sans Graves and Xiong's Morgane helping them through. So OMG, they've still got stuff to work on. They're clearly very they've got good vision, I guess, as far as their mentality goes as a team. They want to look forward to playoffs and be like, we want to be the best team in China. How can we accomplish that? And right now, sitting pretty at top 3 in the standings, they're going to look to try and make sure they keep mixing things up and, stay fresh as they move towards the playoffs now, because we are into the second half of the LPL.
Yeah, exactly right. And if there is a time to, I guess, give it a shot in the way that they are, it definitely is the second half of the season. They got off to an absolute blinder coming through, and they really did look fantastic. And they're starting to reclimb back to that form, and you feel that it's just, they're a couple of wins away. We say it about a lot of teams, but if they can piece it together just for a couple more wins, they definitely will return to their brilliant form. And I'm looking forward to what they pull out in this match. Both teams play very carry-centric through the top lane. I think Cassidy is a pick that we have to keep a very close eye on. Just let me and Go going, both willing to pick that one up. And if Cassidy is locked in the top lane, I want Go going to respond with the Hecarim, because Hecarim does very well against Cassidy in lane and is just such a fun champion to watch Go going play.
Yeah, I mean, Go going, it's funny. He can kind of play everything. He's even got Lulu games, but we think we prefer it when he's on sort of a carry-style champion. And that is kind of OMG's problem. A lot of them demand farm. Sun this game likely demand less than at least Uzi would. So OMG, they've already won with Sun. Let's see if we can make it 2 for 2.
Yeah, exactly right. Looks like we are about to jump into Champion Select, so straight away, Ari being taken away from Cool.
Yeah, very smart ban there. Do not give that man either of those champions. Gumty banning away Cool there with both a LeBlanc and an Ari ban. OMG going to start with a Rek'Sai, so clearly respecting Gumty's jungler, who will have to show a different champion now. The Veigar ban there is all very standard stuff, and right now, love what both teams are doing, but Cassidy, he's got to find a ban here somewhere.
Yeah, he has to be taken away somewhere. I think the fact that they've gone with those two bans in particular means Xiao who wants Xerath or Azir. Because being Cool's champion pool extremely large, so to throw 2 bans at the one player, although both very strong on the current patch, means that they're looking for something specific in that mid lane, and Azir just makes so much sense.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what Gumty do want to do. They could happily first pick either of those champions as well in this patch. There's a Cassidy ban actually from Gumty on the blue side, so despite Letme's great Cassidy game last time out, they respect it enough or don't want to first pick it that they're willing to ban it here.
Yeah, and I think that's a good decision. Oh, and the Azir actually gets taken away from Xiaohu, so OMG thinking the same thing. The Xerath now sticks out like a sore thumb in regards to contested picks.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably still fine blind pick. I'm trying to think in Cool's champion pool what he could play. LeBlanc, I think, would be the most common thing, but that matchup's okay, and it's already banned out.
Yeah, exactly right. So let me actually going towards the tanky Nara in the top lane. So not going towards a carry style laner, looking to just be a little bit of a bully in that mini Nara form, but get into the team fights and make a big impact.
Yeah, makes sense as well. Ban it away, take it away, sorry, from Go going might even be the thinking there, because he's a fantastic Nara player.
Yeah, he certainly is coming through. Go going's team fighting ability is, we talk about he's a carry laner, he likes to dictate farm, but his team fighting ability is still terrific.
Yeah, it really is here. And these are some pretty standard picks for OMG. Actually, Sun not taking Graves, weirdly enough, wants to deny tail Corki instead, but Corki job in the first 2 picks for OMG.
Yeah, very ambiguous picks coming through. It means that they can potentially even play the Zed mid lane if they want to, because of the fact that Corki adds a lot of that mixed damage coming through. And I like the denial away from Tail. Means that he can't 2v1 as easily if Sync Dream wants to go for a roam.
Yeah, pretty curious what Tail does want here as we drip through the draft. But we've got a few more picks to make here. Huey might default to Lee Sin now that Rek'Sai's been taken away. Rek'Sai, a very popular jungler for a lot of LPL junglers here. But Gumty going to have to make a change here, of course, with the Rek'Sai ban.
Yeah, exactly right. So we see that it actually will be Graves and Lissandra. A lot of team fighting coming out of Gumty here, which is brave. To say you want to take a team fighting comp into the likes of an OMG means that they're very confident in their abilities, and they've got 3. Even braver is to just not pick your jungle or your support in your first 3 picks.
Yep.
Give away your whole team comp and allow OMG the luxury of being able to counter pick every single lane they want to now.
A bit weird to have Graves, I think, because obviously that's probably not going to get taken here away, given that they already have Corki, but they do want to lock it down. I like the Lissandra pick. She's a very strong champion. I believe Xiaohu played Lissandra in Gumty's win against OMG, with Letme's Kassadin also going crazy. So I kind of like denying it away here, but OMG, like you said, have plenty of room, and Cool is going to do something I almost thought I'd never see him do. Maokai in the top there for going, and Xerath in the mid lane.
Yeah, so willing to take the long-range Xerath against a very short-range Lissandra, of course. If in any situation Lissandra gets on top of that Xerath, it's going to go all kinds of horrible for Cool, but taking in a very long-range poke-heavy mage will be able to dictate pace of the lane, and I like what Sync Dream's gone towards here. The Leona makes so much sense in terms of team fighting. Leona Gnar is a terrifying frontline without even putting a jungler in the mix.
Yeah, and they might just take away again the Lee Sin for Huey. And I mean, Sync Dream's a big Leona player, is going to lock it in, and that is going to leave Lee Sin as Gumty's 4th pick there, and of course the jungle there for Huey. And don't get me wrong about Cool Xerath, he's a fantastic Xerath player, but it's just not a big playmaking champion that we normally see Cool on.
Yeah, exactly right. That orb is deceptive in terms of picks because of the fact that it is, I guess, a Cataclysm is there to present itself a very easy target. But I agree with you, isn't something that you would expect maybe Cool to be able to jump on. He has picked up the Cleanse as well as his Summoner spell, so looking to maybe be a little bit more mobile than he other would be. And Ji Young, once again, on that Morgana. So a good team fighting comp coming out of OMG. They need to be able to keep their 2 carries safe here. They're very poke heavy and very focused on the magic damage, and that makes me worry about the fact that Sync Dream and Letme are just going to be these huge absorbs.
Yeah, I mean, we've got very similar, I think, spikes as far as power goes between the two teams. Lots of mid-game focus here for both of them, but as far as tank scaling up, Gumty might just have a slight edge moving into the late game.
Yeah, they have an edge in terms of the fact that their tank does a lot more in terms of damage, but Maokai against that team with his ultimate is going to reduce a lot of the AoE coming out, so I like the fact they've gone towards that 4-go going.
Yeah, we're going to have the top lane matchup. We've seen this one a lot at this point, Maokai versus Gnar, and going a fantastic Maokai player as well, loves that champion here. Lee Sin versus Java, and this will be interesting to see. Huey, of course, has only played Rek'Sai so far in his game, so he's going to mix it up.
Yeah, he certainly is, and we see the mid lane matchup, Xiaohu versus Cool, the Lissandra versus Xerath. It should go in Cool's favor, but if anyone can swing a matchup, probably going to be Xiaohu.
Yeah, especially because he knows the Xerath so well as well, so that'll be a very good test there for Xiaohu in the mid side, and Sync Dream on a big engage support. No one's surprised there.
Yeah, exactly right. Absolutely no surprises coming through, and has a very good level 1, 2, and 3 coming through, so does good work with little to no levels. So
I like that we have to keep that in mind.
Always have to keep that in mind when you look at that player, because, as I said, he's got tendencies to do weird stuff.
He does like to go walk about and hang out in some other lanes here. Kind of everyone else's but Tails, apparently.
Yeah, exactly right. Maybe he has something against him, but Tail, he's on a little bit of a different AD carry. He's gone for the Graves this time around. Will struggle a little bit in the 1v2.
Yeah, we'll see how he does. We're going to get straight onto the riff. And welcome onto the Rift here for our last match of the evening. Gumty versus OMG. Should be some fireworks here in this one. Some interesting stuff. We do have San back as the Corki this time around for OMG. And you mentioned here for Tail, a different AD carry for him as well.
Yeah, exactly right. Jumping onto that Graves a little bit more aggressive and maybe looking for the 2v2 matchup, because should be able to do very well in lane against a passive Corki Morgana, more looking for the poke damage than the heavy engage.
Yeah, as we see everyone just spreading out defensively here. Huey will get hit there by a banner from Lovely, and Xiong's going to move in as well, maybe look to throw down a binding. No, just the Tormented Soil actually, but gets a bit of gold from the Spell Thieves.
Yeah, exactly right. Always nice to be able to set that one up early to not have to worry about getting the gold in lane. So he's able to pick up all 3 ticks there, and we see very conservative start actually coming out from both teams.
Yeah, I imagine we will have standard lanes here as well. It's not obvious that either team really wants to look for a lane swap. I think that's great for Na, who does want farm, and Gogong, who likely wants to take the Rod of Ages into the lane as well. We've seen a lot of Maokai's getting swapped on today, and for me, my biggest takeaway was that, you know what, that kind of basically forces Maokai to go Righteous Glory.
Yeah, exactly right. You just can't get the roller quick enough to, I guess, allow for the stacking to come through for the first couple of dragons, which hurts teams. So definitely expect him to want the solo lane. Even picks up the level 2 Sun. Wow.
Yeah, he's getting face check the brush there, gets queued there, pops the heal, and Xiong's going to move in as well. Sun also forced a flash there. Sync Dream just had the Q there. For good first stun came in, but Gumty already won the lane.
Yeah, Gumty could have gone a little bit more aggressive. The funny thing about flashing is that if you walk near a corner, they can flash second and make up a lot more distance than you do if you don't flash around terrain. So, wow, Sync Dream going still aggressive in that lane.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. I mean, Xiang's going to pick up a little bit of gold, but Sun is already forced back from his lane, so Taylor's going to get a big edge early on in this one.
Yeah, going to be able to, I guess, build the wave up as well and force Sun into a tough decision of how he farms under this turret. Still hasn't completed the recall, actually, so only just getting back now.
Yeah, nice to see Cool actually getting aggressive in this lane as well, using the Q to really poke down Xiaohu, although Xiaohu does hit level 2 earlier.
Yeah, has to burn a potion already, and Cool using that Q just to try and look for harass, not really even using it to push out the lane, happy for it to be neutral.
Yeah, going to use his autos there as well, make sure he gets some mana back. And Cool, again, if anyone's going to take practically any champion into the mid lane and make it look good, it's this player.
Yeah, exactly right. And wow, it lands both the abilities in the combo. Still doing a lot of damage this early in the game, and that mid lane's starting to, I guess, hurt a lot.
Yeah, I actually love what Cool's doing in general with where he's sitting in the lane, because he's making sure that he basically never stands behind minions, but staying aggressive to kind of bait the Sunder with a short range.
Yeah, as we have another engage in the bottom.
Sun actually in trouble. They're going to take the Zenith Blade and the Buckshot, and Tail doing so much damage. Young answers with a binding, a bomb in there as well, but Sun might be forced out again.
Yeah, has got an extra potion this time round, so we'll be able to maybe stay for this lane, but the dive is a real possibility.
Yeah, and already look at the early CS. It's 14-2 right now for this bottom lane of Gumty.
Yeah, so we see, ooh, has a Buckshot also clipping him in the background. We'll be able to pick up a lot of this under turret with some assistance from Ziyong. So only 6 CF's the discrepancy, but more importantly, the early levels, the fact, the mentality of it, what it takes to be bullied twice, once out of lane, then once as soon as you return. Tail and Sync Dream playing this lane very nicely.
Yeah, and these are both fairly aggressive AD carries as well between Corki and Graves, so the fact that Tail's going to get any sort of edge in this lane at all is a big up for him.
Yeah, but maybe a more, ooh, as thought he might actually choose to go aggressive, maybe just looking for an early shot is Zhao, who might keep Sync Dream in lane a little bit longer than normally, you know, because of the fact that they are winning the lane so much in the bottom. Might not want to go for a little bit of a roam.
That's true. I mean, it also frees him up as well, so lots of good choices coming through for Gumty with the early landing in the bottom, but Sun is catching up now as well, looking a little bit better as he picks up more and more CS.
Yeah, so looking like he is in a little bit of a favorable position, was able to push out that wave in the bottom lane, so he looks completely fine.
Gets it frozen though, unfortunately, so Tail and Sync Dream might be able to deny a little bit more CS.
Ooh, just missing the engage. That will push the wave out again.
Yeah, and again, they'll just keep farming back and forth. Tail is getting an edge, of course, as they kind of freeze back CS, but Sun is going to be able to pick up 2, does get there with the fast bomb as well. And as long as he plays safe, Sun is kind of used to this situation. Like, he's not a bad player again by any stretch, but he's sort of used to having lanes sometimes go wrong.
Yeah, and you saw the aggressive show from Lee Sin, which allowed Tail to go a little bit more aggressively in that bottom lane. And that really is a saving grace at the moment, because all the other lanes very equal for the side of Gumty, and you would think that if this game went equal through to the finish, a little bit better scaling potentially. The exception, what it comes down to me is how the top lane is really executed in the team fights. I'd like to say that Jarvan is a little bit better than Lee Sin in the late game, just as far as jungle picks goes. Adds a lot more than what Lee Sin does, who really is relying on that ultimate to make plays.
But still room, of course. Like, just in general, I mean, Nara's a big playmaking champion. We've seen it from Korongo going, but haven't seen his Nara in quite a while.
Yeah, very good point coming through there. And we see the bully continues in the bottom lane with Tail really chunking out San again. Does take a turret shot in response for a little bit of return damage. And San will be able to pick up every CS under that, so he's still staying within the 5 CS margin.
Yeah, Xiang doing a very nice job helping him last hit under turret there as well. As Huey will move in through the jungle now as well. Does have his Rangers Trailblazer already built up, and is going to take away his camps here, see what he can see. And again, both Jarvan and Lee Sin actually taking a fairly farm-heavy approach to the early game.
Yeah, it certainly looks like they don't want to get in and impact the lanes. You'd think that that goes in Lee Sin's favor just because of the fact that Jarvan is so good.
Oh,
wow.
San down the bottom. Sync Dream goes right in. The Tail actually flashes forward. The Ignite was ticking. Xiang getting low. Bit of gold there back to Tail and a bit of health as well, and can't quite finish the kill.
Yeah, just surviving there. Was a very aggressive play from Tail to use his flash, especially because the junglers are going to be towards that level 6 relatively soon, and the last thing you want is to have to force to brawl Loveling in his Cataclysm, but will of course have that quick draw to get out of range.
I mean, it's still dangerous here, and Tails actually staying longer here as well, trying to get some tower damage. So very aggressive play by Gumty's AD carry.
Yeah, wants to be able to pick up probably that BF and is maybe one wave away from being able to do so. So just sticking around for a little bit of extra greed, being able to push that one out.
And if he does go back for the BF here, Sun returning to his lane only has the part to his fate, hasn't even finished the item yet. What kind of advantage has Tail developed for himself here?
Yeah, that is an absolute massive advantage, being able to take all that raw damage, especially on someone that scales with AD the way Graves does, just because of the buckshot and the ultimate that comes through. Throw in the fact that all the magic damage comes through from Leona at level 6 as well because of those sunlight procs. Very dangerous lane now to not have a summoner spell here.
Yeah, Xiaohui there as well in the mid, cleaning waves up very nicely. Looks like Fiendish Codex was the first buy, and Cool will return to lane as well. Fiendish Codex, Aether Wisp there for him. Sorry, actually no, that's a Forbidden Idol, never mind. But building into an early Morellonomicon.
Yeah, it looks like Morellonomicon coming through. Very standard item at the moment. We've seen Athene's maybe get a little bit more popular as we actually have a good roam coming up from Xiang, looking to maybe pick on Xiaohu.
Might catch him in transition. The ward's down, the binding hits there. Loveling going to move in as well. A great ulti there from Cool. Xiaohu, a perfect ulti to protect himself, but Xiang going to move back in. The Aldo's coming, but Sync Dream's here as well. Xiaohu somehow survives, and Cool just misses the stun onto Leona.
That was an incredible setup coming through from OMG, but just lacking at a tiny bit of damage. What a roam coming through from Xiang there. That's what we were expecting, a little bit of, I guess, something a little bit different. Actually beating Sync Dream to the punch in terms of roaming, and this might actually mean they're able to pick up a first dragon.
I mean, they might even rotate. They're looking around the area, at least, as Sync Dream and Huey clean out the minions out from under the tower. Xiang, though, is just going to return instead. Looks like Cool might even get his blue buff now, and that Loveling will donate it over. So a good ult there from Jai to protect himself, but a very nice attempt there. OMG almost robbed there not to get the first blood.
Yeah, that was extremely close. Good heads-up play to be able to use that E as well as a flash to get out of there. So you have to give Xiaohu a lot of credit for being able to survive the situation. But as you said, if someone sneezed on him, he would have probably died after that exchange.
Yeah, so a cool setup there, but no first blood given by either team at this point. Gumty actually have a very slight gold lead.
Yeah, just slight. It's in that bottom lane, about 10 CS coming through, and you think now, with the level 6 being reached on Tail, it's a matter of time before Sync Dream is able to pick that one up, and they must go aggressive.
Yeah, the all-in's very potent here if they can lock down either Morgana or Corki. Of course, Morgana's Black Shield makes it tricky, and the Valkyrie from Corki does as well, but especially if they hit 6 first, we could see a very strong all-in. They just hit it, so Sync Dream going to get aggressive maybe.
Yeah, looking to see if he can get in there. There he goes.
Yes, the Interplay lands in Xiang with a very good Black Shield, and Gumty can wait out the cooldown and look to go again.
Yeah, all they have to do now is throw out the ultimate, and it forces Xiang to flash, and he's gone back so far now. Wants absolutely nothing to do with that Leona level 6.
Yeah, in fact, going back so far, Xiang's gone home on this Morgana. Does not want to deal with this, and Sync Dream posturing aggressively. Might even try and freeze the wave, but actually no, they want to push. Going to pop the W and get it down. Tail and Sync Dream going to try and push their advantage even more.
Yeah, it looks like they want to start the Dragon up because they recognize the support player had gone back. Actually using the teleport into the top lane simultaneously. That might leave a bit of a window to be able to challenge, but nope. Gumty going to be able to pick up first dragon.
Yeah, can't get there in time. Very nice rotation there for Gumty. So smart for Tail and Sync Dream to say, you know what, we got pressure, they're forced out of lane, let's get the dragon.
Yeah, really good heads-up play. Gives the rest of the team an advantage because it's only 400 gold from what they've been able to do, which is a very heavy bully lane. But the first dragon is definitely something of note to be able to do, especially on someone like Graves who likes to build all that raw AD and scales so well with it.
Yeah, nice tangible advantage there coming through for Gumty, and they take the first big win in this game here. Big one there, just narrowly zips past Tail's head as Xiang goes in, collecting more good on the Spell Thieves. And we mentioned the roam earlier, he's actually gone for very fast Moby Boots.
Yeah, so picking that up even before a Sightstone, relying on the fact that Huey hasn't looked like he wants to gank very much at this point in the game. So why not? Why not go for something that maybe can get the rest of your team in a favorable position?
Yeah, both junglers actually have played very safe, with the exception, I guess, of Loveling and Cool and Xiang trying to pick up the enemy jungler, or the mid laner there, sorry, before in transition for the blue buff. But now Huey might try and get frisky. Does take Cool, the ulti comes in, and that's an immediate flash by Xerath.
Yeah, and that's, ooh.
Ulti comes in, last ball coming through, does hit him, and first blood goes to Cool. Xiang gonna find Sync Dream, has actually popped the ulti. Sync Dream forced to flash away as well, and OMG claimed the first kill.
Yeah, that is completely devastating. We thought that Xiaohu might be able to eke an advantage out in that lane, but Cool. Now with that first blood, very bad situation.
Loveling has come up through the lane. Here you go, going, locking down Let Me. The dunk moves in for Jarvan, and Loveling says, thanks, mate, I'll take it.
Kill secured coming through from Loveling. Using the ultimate as well. Going, set that up very nicely, and had actually previously forced the Nart back and had to make him use a teleport. They'll pick up a massive creep wave here and shove it into the turret. Give going another free back without having to use his TP in response. Very good news for the top laner.
Yeah, and again, we talked about the junglers not getting too aggressive, but finally making it matter when they get level 6. Huey's actually very aggressively farming his jungle at this point compared to Loveling, but Loveling's put on just a bit more pressure.
Yeah, and that's the difference between the Trailblazer towards the Chilling Smite. Just allows you to get through the camps a little bit quicker. Especially when you have that Lee Sin E, which just clears out the little camps very, very well. So Huey, done a good job so far to farm up the jungle, but giving over that first blood towards the Xerath is going to, I guess, hurt his team. Yeah, you can see some early aggression coming through as well for the item choices as Xiaohu and Huey team up for the Scuttle Crab. They will take it away, but Cool has already gotten his Morellonomicon and his Sorcerer Shoes finished. Yeah, and that is a huge spike for this Xerath. A lot of the mana regen that he needs to continually be able to shove out the wave, and then the flat penetration as they actually steal away the third blue buff on the side of Gamti. Yeah, almost got the kill onto Xiaohu in transition for the second one, and going to take the third one away now as well. So very good pressure in the center and top side of the map here. And you know what? Leaving Sun to his own devices, he's just fine, even though he's 20 CS behind. Yeah, but he is about to be dove by 4 members. Well, maybe not fine anymore. The ulti almost nails him. A very good flash by Sun gets him out, but Gamti might be able to get a tower now. Yeah, and that was reminiscent of how OMG used to play, just teaming up as 4 and shoving down a lane with the Graves, being able to push that one in. That's the first turret, but in response, good move from OMG here. They're looking towards the mid lane, which is the most important objective on the map at this point in the game. That's going to fall. Certainly as far as OMG are concerned, that's true, and they'll take it here, clean out a nice big chunk of space in the middle of the map, and again, it's been very classic OMG in the top side. Loveling's playing very well. Yeah, he certainly has been able to put on pressure where it matters. Has also been able to upgrade his jungle item, so you cannot underestimate the damage that is coming through from Jarvan at this point in the game. And Going has just continued to bully in this top lane. That top turret is very low. Yeah, he's actually taken it to about 40% health here and Going on a pretty good pace for a Rod of Ages, I was about to say, but actually has a Kindle gem in his inventory. Yeah, so it looks like he wants to go that tanky route, and what that means is it's just going to accelerate how quickly this Maokai gets into a position to be able to deal with the Graves. Looks like he's going for a little bit of MR as the first item, but after that, we'll probably transition into something like a Warden's Mail. Yeah, we'll see here. A Sync Dream might have been caught out. Huey going to dash out of the jungle as well. Xiang moving in, trying to find a binding, but does not connect. And we should clear out the Scuttle Crab here. And Gamti trying to make some moves around, but OMG just beating him to the punch. And Tail, though, will take away his own red buff. He actually has Infinity Edge done now on Graves. Yeah, so he's in a much better position than Korku, who's going back with about 2,800 gold. So we'll be able to pick up most of the components, actually all the components. Yeah, should be done with the item fairly soon as well. But Sun, not quite there with the Trinity Force. And given that Dragon's actually back in a minute 15, that's quite a big deal. A steal here as well, coming in there out onto the red buff. And Huey going to claim that one. Yeah, so Huey able to pick up a red buff whilst his blue was taken away, and the rotation into the top lane. Yeah, Freight Train's coming here. Loveling and Going have to be careful. Xiaohu moving in. A great gnaw there onto Let Me, but Going gets locked up by the ulti after Loveling flashes out. Maokai is going to go down there. Xiaohu claims the kill. Yeah, so a response kill. That's a very nice play coming out. A lot of pressure on the top side of the map, though, although OMG has rotated up to match them. So this time, not opting to take an objective somewhere else, looking to fight fire with fire, and it eventuates to nothing. Yeah, not an easy objective for them to take, I guess, and they just kind of scatter off the map, not looking for anything. Dragon up in 30 seconds now, so Going will be available for it when it comes up. At Gamti set themselves up another great 4-man kill. Yeah, and that's meant that the needlessly large rod has come out for this Lissandra, and that's a very nice place to be in just before a dragon fight, especially if they can deny the Trinity Force from this Corki. Yeah, almost everyone has spent their gold. Junglers actually haven't yet before this next dragon, so lots of strength coming in here with the flat stats. Tail actually going back early here as Gamti will look to likely set up for their second dragon. Yeah, it goes back just to pick up a dagger and a couple of potions there, so looking to, I guess, eke out every advantage possible at this point. Dragon has respawned. No team has any vision over it whatsoever, but Ji Young, the first support down there, looking to set it up.
Yeah, Loveling there as well. Xiang does have a side set, and OMG are going to get on top of this next dragon here as well. Gamti maybe a bit mistiming on the backstand, not going to be able to contest it, looks like.
Yeah, and Zhao, who's surprisingly nowhere near it, so that will fall in their favor.
Yeah, even roaming up the top, maybe Gamti decided to give it up, but OMG going to be very happy to claim an easy dragon.
Yeah, that was a strange decision to rotate Zhao, who, when they didn't actually even commit to the top lane turret dive. So overall, without even the ultimate on the Nab, probably was going to be fruitless, but Going just dictating so much respect in this lane.
Yeah, already drawn multiple people up there. Down the bottom as well, of course, the tower goes down, but Sana's just kept it safe, pushed it back in here. Tail will clean out the CS, but Corki short of his Trinity Force. Now, we might see a rotation of the Corki moving into some of these other lanes and trying to take down some turrets.
Yeah, well, now they have the Xerath and Corki together, especially with where Xerath is. They can put them in generally any lane they want, and it is very hard for Gamti to be able to withstand the poke that's coming through. And you see that they're moving Cool towards the top lane, although he is spotted out by a Warden. At this point in the game, OMG just have more tools in their team fight. They're not yet tanky enough on Gamti's line. Wow.
Good ulti there coming through. Cool immediately cleanses out. Xiaohu comes in, tries to ult Xiang, but the Black Shield was just there for a second too long.
Yeah, just the end of the Black Shield, able to, I guess, stop that one coming through. And that's a very... Cool blew both summoner spells, I believe, to get away from that, so that's good, being able to pick it up. But they're two very key team-fighting ultimates down, which now give OMG the advantage around the map with the poke comp they've put it together. San still in that bottom lane. Uzi Reminiscent just split pushing till your heart's content. He'll be able to pick up a turret.
Yeah, I mean, Loveling even posturing for a blue as well. So much action on the top side that Corki's free to be here. That blue almost gets stolen away. Good damage there by Cool from the ulti. Does actually go to Huey though, so at least denies it from Xiaohu.
Yeah, and that's just as good from Cool's perspective, not being able to be pushed back into because of the fact that Lissandra is so mana intensive if she spams those spells.
Yeah, and Loveling actually grouping with Cool. OMG trying to defend the turret in the top side. Bottom tower does go down as well as Cool. Able to take that out 1v1 versus Letme's. Now Ward's going to get cleared out as well. And these last few outer turrets are getting defended very valiantly.
They certainly are, but they need to be careful because the teleport is in the bottom lane, whereas San doesn't have that. So if a team fight starts at this point, Letme going to be able to join, and San will be forced to walk across the map. So you can see he's grouped in the mid lane now with Xerath. That really is the combo that I'm looking for them to pull together because of how strong their poke is.
Going a bit aggressive. They're actually going to get Zenith bladed up. Pops the ulti though before it happens. Tail firing away in and actually going. Going to turn it around because he knows Jarvan's coming in. The teleport moves in his own. Loveling's going to try and line it up. Tail has to juke in. A good ulti moving in. A good double knockup. And Sard's here as well. OMG beat them to the punch. But Xiaohu coming around the back there as well. Looking for going but can't quite find him.
Yeah, and Xerath now rotating into the top lane. All 5 members from both sides. Looks like it will be the turret for Gamti, but no team fight eventuating.
Big party in the top lane here. Letme going to get poked out as well. Good damage there from Sans Corki with the Trinity Force, but Megana almost do. Going actually recalled and ported back now as well. Will come into a smoke screen, so can't really find it. Even at the home guard as well. Tail might get poked out. Dodges the second bolt though to save his life, but Letme getting locked up. Bounces out of the cataclysm. OMG throwing everything at GT.
This is a really dangerous dive if they stick around. No, Gamti opt to give it up. Just because of the fact that if you ever have a Gnar transformed and a Lissandra anywhere near each other, that's CCs for days.
Yeah, there's even a turret just to whack him into it as well, so lots of danger. But OMG, they've started the 5-man push and they are not stopping.
Yeah, it looks like they're continuing down into this lane. Nice bind.
Yeah, actually does catch it. Let me gonna get low and does go down there to Sun. Very nice skill shot from Xiang.
Yeah, so fantastic play out of OMG, sticking with this one, even opting to tank it up. And 1 turret was taken, but 2 in quick response.
Yep, the Corki Trinity Force coming up massive there in that push. Get 2 turrets for themselves. 4-2 now as far as that objective goes. And Gamti, their mid-game power from this Lissandra slipping a little there in the last few exchanges.
Yeah, and really needs to wait for that Zhonya's Hourglass now as Zhao, who might be even in some more trouble.
Yeah, Xiang actually moving in. Zhao's going to have to find a good way to go. The binding comes out, but Zhao manages to dodge it away. No one from OMG close enough, and Lissandra will live this time. In fact, Xiang in a face check this time. Another good Black Shield does get locked up. Going to move in as well. That's going to force the flash from Xiang, but Zhao again combo into Morgana and no kill forthcoming.
Yeah, and once again into a very clutch Black Shield coming through. So very nice play out of the support player, Xiang. Does burn his flash to get out of that one. But overall, concentrating on the AD carry. This is such a San game. Got behind early, was patient, willing to build it back, hasn't really dictated much, stayed in the bottom lane longer than we might have expected. But he's only 10 CS down now, and this is Corky's part of the game. He's going back on 2,500 gold. We'll probably work towards that Bloodthirster and the Sork boots, and he's at the point now where he is a very definite force to be reckoned with.
Well, does have the Sork boots, but actually going for even more cost-efficient, kind of a Sun-esque build here, because he's going for Last Whisper second. In fact, he's done with it.
Picked up the Last Whisper, so able to get through a lot of what Let Me will be bringing to the fights in form of armor, I guess. Probably not the best Corky item, but a very San build, as you said.
It's one of those things where, this is the thing I feel like with Void and Last Whisper, where you likely always want them in your build somewhere. So if you can pick them up, they're just so cost efficient that yes, it's not optimal right now, but you want it eventually that you might as well pick it up.
Yeah, it certainly does appear to be that way. It has to, I guess you also have to look at what boots Corky goes for. Some Corkys do go auto attack builds, and then the Last Whisper does come up huge for them just because of the fact that he is a very good AD carry in his own right. Trinity Force IE is like the premium build of AD carry, so if you get a Phantom Dancer on top of that, that's just so much damage.
Yeah, and I just realized Sun actually undid his Sork Shoes to finish the Last Whisper, so wants power right now, and OMG, they're grouping as 5 very consistently.
Yeah, and it might even be for this Dragon fight, being able to take another one away. We speak about Leona Graves. That's so much mid-game power, especially at the level 11 point. But at this moment, with the builds that OMG have gone for, especially that Death Cap and Last Whisper, they're at a premium right now for damage.
Yeah, Sun here chunking out the Dragon. It's actually on 50% health or so. Going to reset a little bit here. OMG have a Pink Ward actually under it, and I believe control the Scuttle Crab, although he just dies and will respawn soon. So OMG looking for something here, but the Pink Ward is going to get cleaned out. Yes, does go down there as Graves able to pick up the last hit on it, and a battle for vision now as they contest for the 3rd overall Dragon.
Yeah, and very smart play out of Cool walking towards the mid lane. He wants to shove that one out to give as much vision and pressure as he can. Now they walk in, clean out vision one more time, and they've got complete control over the area.
Yeah, we talk about 2-item power spikes. Have to mention Cool's Rabadons that he just finished here as well. Let Me might look for it. He's got the Naba very well filled here.
It's poked out a little bit. They need to start it up soon if they want to go.
They are going to go and Let Me bounce in there. The Dragon does go down to Loveling, and everyone's going in, but Xiaohu just getting destroyed by Cool's poke. The ulti moving in as well. Xiaohu gets sniped there. Loveling going to go down as well, as they are going to trade kills back and forth. Let Me, 3-man Nara to the wall. Young getting low there as well, but San going to clean through people. There's the double kill for Corky. Tail going to go down as well, make it a triple. Seek Dream might be the 4th here for the Quadra. Does get stolen by Xiang though, but the ace does get finished.
And what a team fight out of OMG. Supreme patient, peeling off the Dragon when they need to, and then Cool chunking out Xiaohu to the point where he couldn't even ult in that team fight. That is such an important ability that just didn't get used. They'll pick themselves up another blue buff for their troubles, and that's a 5,000 gold lead out of nowhere. Let's take a look at it again. Let Me engages very aggressively, but look at the chunk that comes through. Able to nail Xiaohu very early in that fight, and just didn't get a chance to ultimate him. From there, it was all about San coming up absolutely massive on the back. Just not enough threats to be able to take him out. Able to pick up the triple here, and probably unlucky it wasn't a quadra.
Yeah, got it stolen away there from Jungler. Tormented Soil, actually, I think, maybe with a binding in there as well, taking it away, but he'll take it. He's got a Bloodthirster coming up now as well as his 3rd item, and that's come up very quickly.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, we were talking about how he just spent maximum gold to pick up his build, so off that fight alone, 1,500 gold coming through for the AD carry player, and they're going to be probably 2 for 2 after this game with San, and he's making a serious case here.
He is, and to highlight as well, Going did such a good job of tanking in that team fight. And look at the builds from OMG, all mid-game focus. No Rotovators for Going, pure tank stats for that big fight.
Yeah, and a lot of it is about controlling specific aspects of the fight. As
Yes, Sun gets ulted up there by Xiao. Tail coming in as well with the ulti. Huey going to dive in on top with the Lee Sin, and that's enough for a kill. Cool trying to kite his way away there. Zenith Blade moving in as Synctum does get eaten there by Cool, but he gets kicked back there after the flash from Huey, and that's a 2-for-1.
Yeah, very nice start of a team fight coming out of Xiaohu this time round, and in the response, they might be able to even pick up the mid lane turret, so just when they look like they're starting to slip in this game, very good fight.
Yeah, Xiaohu finally finding a good setup there with his Lysandra ulti. That's actually going to be 2 turrets here being taken at OMG. Can't defend with the wave clear dead, and that's a big thing to point out. When Cool dies, the OMG wave clear drops to almost 0.
Yeah, exactly right. Cool and Sana 100% of the wave clear coming through, especially because the roll wasn't picked up. But if we go back to the builds coming out of OMG, they're all very specific. You see the double sightstone to be able to control the area they want to fight in. Then the fact that they're relying on Cool to blow up where Xiaohu paths to, and going to deal with Tail. So he's gone the armor out, whilst Cool's gone all of that flat damage to just be able to blow up this Lissandra, who isn't tanky at all at this point.
Yeah, and Loveling knows what his job is. Died valiantly in the last team fight. Just going to stack pure health here after his starts and probably looking for a Warmogs.
Yeah, it would not be surprised with the amount of mixed damage that comes through if that is the case. And over the board, you have to say that they hit their stride very well, but a slight slip up there in the jungle did cost them about 4,000 gold.
Yeah, getting caught with all the Xiaohu burst really cost poor Sun there. And their Abyssal Scepter actually coming through for Gumty's builds. They're in the mid lane. Locket already done for Lee Sin, so Huey looking good to check off a lot of Cool's damage. And Let Me actually going to dive in onto going there. Hops right on top of his face. Sun has to be a bit careful. Tail's going to move in. The freight train is here. Flashes out of the way, but gets stunned up, and Xiaohu claims another kill.
And that is the tankiest member, and he got Mikhail's throughout that. Just was not able to get out of the way of how much CC is being bought from this Gumty lineup. And we spoke about Lissandra and Nah. Nah didn't even have a wall there, still got it.
Yeah, actually Tail in trouble. Loveling's found him out there. Cool. Going to try and snipe him. Sun actually gets the kill, gets kicked out to Loveling. Although Huey does get trapped in the Cataclysm, and a good answering kill by OMG.
Yeah, a little bit of an overstay. When you use all your ultimates to take out the tank, you have to remember there's still all of that damage. And the fact that Loveling has picked up all of that flat health was a little bit harder to kill than Gumty realized.
Yeah, and Loveling dove in there, set up for Cool, and Cool didn't even need to use his ultimate there to get the kill onto Tail. So Tail's very strong. He's almost at his third build here. With Last Whisper coming in very swiftly. He's already got the PDIE as well. Going, teleporting around there, diving poor Huey. There, does get locked up, binding lands instantly. Loveling with a knock-up, and that's the alley-oop.
Yeah, that's a very nice teleport gang coming through from Loveling. Might even spell the end of a mid lane turret with the poke that comes off this team. Would not be surprised if they can siege up very successfully.
And this is what OMG wanted. Singtree might get sniped away here. Last bolt going to come in. Actually, it's Xiaohu, knowing that he won't get the kill. Just wants more Poke going. Diving, Let Me use. Not that tanky in mini enough form. But San immediately Valkyrie's out from under Xiaohu's Lissandra, though.
Yeah, that was absolutely petrifying. But regardless, they pick up the turret, and they're sticking around for the inhibitor.
Yeah, you talked about it already, Spawn. The poke coming out of OMG's comp looks so good in this exchange.
Yeah, it certainly does. Key ultimate's still down in that solar flare, and Xiaohu being caught.
Yeah, going, finds him again. The Cool almost finds the Q there, but it just misses Xiaohu after he gets out of the way. Singtree, though, going to get aggressed on by Sun, who's going very deep with the Corki. Gets it now, and Huey is going to land the Q back in there. Let Me in the back, but he gets shredded down and killed by Xiang's Ignite. And OMG keep getting pick after pick. Cool! Flash Q's there to kill Xiaohu. Tail going to get stunned up here as well. OMG firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, and that might even be the game. They've got the minion wave there. The inhibitor is going to go down, and that's the difference between a Maokai and a Nah. Nah didn't transform, didn't have all that CC available, whereas going, when he teleported, didn't have to go through anything, was able to get all the lockdown CC, and what a mid-game out of OMG.
Yeah, Shades, such a strong game here. They might even finish it, like you said. Huey just going to get chunked out there by all of Cool's damage. Lives a little while longer, but Sun takes him out. Singtree going to go down as well. There's the double for Sun, padding a 9-1-4 scoreline here. The Nexus exposed. Let Me will bounce in on top of them. Singtree actually got Cool, I think, with an Ignite, so they might have to back off here. Let Me has to be careful as well. Do actually find a binding, but don't follow in, and OMG almost win, but can't quite get it on here. Let Me going in forward. He actually really wants this kill, it seems like. Actually does get the hyper. Brockton to going. A good binding, though. Should spell the end of that, although Rock comes in there. Going black shielded, though. And they'll finally get away.
Yeah, it looks like Let Me just is trying to force, because he realizes that if he doesn't, they've given up their whole base for absolutely nothing. So if they don't get a Baron off this, the game is completely in OMG's control because of how far those minion waves will push in. So they're going all for broke, throwing in on the Baron.
Loveling's ready, though. He's got Home Guard boots and he's tearing towards the Baron with going. GT doing a lot of damage with Tail here already. Taking out the Baron. It should go down here, although they actually do have to move their smite in fairly quickly. Loveling and Huey racing to the objective. Huey's going to get there first, and that's a good Baron for Gumty.
Yeah, fantastic pickup for Gumty. Not even willing to stick around for the crab. They need to get back to that base. They will give up a dragon for it, but overall, that's the probably best situation they could have hoped for given what they put themselves into.
Yeah, so third Dragon going to come through for OMG, and you have to think that a big shove in towards the mid lane might be next here as well. There is not a lot of Gumty's base left here in this game.
Yeah, but the one thing Gumty do have is wave control in the top lane, so San's going to have to go out and deal with that one. And in a pure push for push, the Baroned up minions actually beat the super minions, so they will be fine as long as that Baron buff is alive.
Yeah, so they've got a couple minutes of time here. You think they've bought themselves. Dragon does go down. The Cool actually going to claim the kill on that one, but the third crucial Dragon there for OMG as Sun continues to push out waves in the top lane.
Yeah, some important thresholds have been reached on Gumty's lineup as well. The Phantom Dancer, Last Whisper, and Infinity Edge are done for their AD carry, as well as the fact that those Abyssal Scepter as well as the Zhonya's Hourglass. So that's very important. Xiao who needs to survive in these teamfights if Gumty have any chance of winning. And whilst the game was thrown very heavily in OMG's favor, they were probably about 5 seconds away from winning it. You have to say, with a team fighting comp like the one Gumty has put together, if they can survive throughout this game, they're always going to be within a shot.
Yeah, and OMG, 7,500 gold, a very strong lead, but certainly not the end of the game so far. And Gumty, like you mentioned, are still powering up. Zhao, who almost has a Void Staff now as well to tack on to what's a very strong item build. He might even have enough to go back and finish it as he does recall. No, not quite yet, just going to be an App Zone probably, or whatever he does want to pick up as his next item. But people getting stronger here for Gumty.
Yeah, so they're starting to get into their groove. It's really Let Me that's probably not where he wants to be. You look at Let Me versus Go Going at the moment, full item in the lead for Go Going. When you compare something like a Spirit Visage to only that Hex Drinker, Maokai is going to be doing his job so well, and if he gets level 16 before the next fight, that ultimate is going to be difficult to deal with.
Yeah, Loveling here even going to take away the Grump as well. OMG trying to push where Gumty aren't, of course, because of the Baron buff, which is smart. Cool also has another need to see large rod, so he is chunking down the waves almost by himself at this point. San also QSS done and a pickaxe finished as well.
Yeah, and I like the decision out of Cool to continue to be aggressive because he really does have to kill Yahoo before he gets into the fight. And you see the poke damage coming through. He is so safe because of his front line that doesn't have to worry.
Yeah, Let Me actually bounding in. The Xiao looking forward as well. The ulti moved in for Sync Dream, so blew a lot of cooldowns there and nothing to come of it yet.
Yeah, you can see that they're trying to force anything. They really want it so it doesn't get to a siege situation where Xerath is going to just completely take over. So they're looking for flanks. They're looking for the ability to start the fight, but without that Solar Flare, it's going to be so difficult.
Sun's Bloodthirster very handy as well as he does good damage to the top side turret as well. Cool actually just going to use his ultimate poke. Tail gets caught, Going goes on top of him. Beautiful setup there for the kill. Loveling even in the back diving in. Now Going finding Sync Dream. Actually Young there actually gets the kill onto Lissandra. Sun diving in behind the turret. Locks up two with the Cataclysm as well. Huey trying to get up there. Loveling going to chase him. Going gets him there as well. Let Me going to get bound up and OMG have done it.
Yeah, OMG able to pick up another clean ace. 9-1 and 9 out of Sun after an extremely rough early game. Comes up with the absolute goods. And OMG, that was a very impressive performance.
It really was here. I mean, just really solid across the board. I have to say, Cool, he's had a couple of shaky games so far in the LPL, especially recently, but that was Cool through and through. A massive carry for him.
Yeah, it certainly was. A fantastic control exerted over the whole map. Really used that to the full extent. 4-0 and 13 on Shi Young. You have to say he really dictated the flow of the game along with Loveling, willing to pair up in the early game, try and force around the map, and probably can't fault the way OMG played that game after maybe the bottom lane didn't go the way they expected, but everything else fell into place.
Yeah, you know, nothing too crazy from OMG. Not like a ton of fun being demanded by people. Cool, of course, taking a lot of it, but Sun, a very viable secondary carry for this team. Going played very solid. Actually played selflessly almost here with his build. Just a pure tank, 1, 2, and 17. Almost another big support.
Yeah, exactly right. He definitely was willing to dive in there for his team. Had a lot of cooldown reduction, so that Twisted Advance was doing work towards the later stage of the game with that percentage health damage, but he won lane against a Gnar, which just shouldn't happen, was able to get in there, bully him out, had the turret down to about 40% health in a disadvantaged lane. He definitely played well in his own right, and as I said, across the board, can't really fault anything OMG bought.
No, I mean, OMG certainly won 2 of their 3 lanes. I think the bottom lane went horribly wrong, I'd say in the early stages at least for them, but you know, picked themselves back up, managed to kind of get back on, and for me the most impressive thing wasn't just that OMG clearly outclassed their opponents in some areas. Gumty is still very good, but when they won, they just looked so good when they all came together. The coordination is still there for this team.
Yeah, what impressed me was how far they were willing to force with the advantages they got. They looked like they eked a tiny advantage and then took the whole base out of Garmty and forced them into 3 poor decisions in a row, completely out-mind game Garmty. And that has to play on the next game, because if you get destroyed like that in just about a 3-minute window and completely lost the game, that's hard to come back from.
Yeah, shades of 2013 OMG. Diving turrets like it's going out of style. A very strong performance, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this quick break for more Garmty versus OMG action. And welcome back, everyone, to our last game of the evening here for the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I'm Julian Pastry Tumka. Joining me for the last time tonight is Jake Spawn Tiberi, looking handsome as always. A great first game there for OMG. Gamti's floundering a little bit.
Yeah, that looked like a very un-Gamti-esque performance. They looked like they got completely smashed around the map, and they forced a couple of horrible engages. The one that really comes to mind is when they teleported Let Me in Mininar for them and probably cost themselves the rest of their base there. On the other side of the rift, though, Going's teleport's on point, forcing objectives. Even the one in the top lane that got smoke screened out, they got 2 turrets for. Then the one in the bottom, that was what really broke the game open. So whilst having a reasonably okay laning phase, when it came to transitioning around the map, OMG had all the answers.
Yeah, they looked just very cohesive, very together as a team. San was playing there again. I believe it. We might be playing again. We'll have to see. But, I mean, Cool had a fantastic game on Xerath, let's be real as well.
Yeah, he certainly did. And a lot of pressure that came out of the Xerath Corki really did lead to the fact that they were able to take easy objectives because there was no way that Xiaohu could get in because Cool, every time that Glacial Pass stopped, he was just dropping every single spell on top of it and destroying Xiaohu.
Yeah, and just played such a fantastic game in the team fights and helping San on Corki that game just really clean up. And Cool, he's, I think, often seen as the primary carry for this team, and that was a hard carry performance from him on Xerath.
Yeah, it certainly was, and I think that I guess, it's not a very cool style champion, but then you look at the burst potential that comes out of it, you go, yeah, all right, I can see how this is working the way it
He
did.
definitely plays it like a cool style champion, which is always good to see. But OMG versus Gamti, going to go at it again here in their last game of the best of 2. San is still here. That's the big news. Xiang is going to join him as well. OMG ban Azir. Ari's going to be the ban there for Gamti. Cool was heavily targeted in the bans in the last game, and Gamti might just do the same thing again. There's the Lissandra ban as well.
Yeah, so Lissandra actually being taken away, which is, I guess, the only change-up that's come through so far. LeBlanc joining Ari on the bench. Cool being targeted one more time.
Yeah, but Cool, like you mentioned, is such a deep champion pool, so you can't really ban him out. It almost hurts Xiaohu here that so many mid laners are getting hit.
Yeah, it certainly does. I guess the one that sticks out like a sore thumb for both of them that it wasn't even looked at last time around is the Zed being picked up. A little bit of that assassin play can come through, but Rek'Sai also being banned away here. Hui had an okay game, but wasn't his pentakill Rek'Sai.
No, and I do like the pick away. I think put Huey on something that he hasn't really shown as much comfort or proficiency on yet. It was a strong ban away on the first game. Why not do it here? And Gamti pretty much have to ban Kassadin, and OMG might even take Xerath. That would be very bold.
Yeah, it certainly would be in a first pick matchup, but we saw that happy to play it, so why not? And we see a long time being taken on this last ban. Kassadin.
Yeah, I mean, it almost has to be, right? Kassadin's just so strong on this patch, still on 5.2, and that does leave that open as well. I forgot he was around.
Yeah, and the tiny Master of Evil, I would be surprised if he was looked over.
I mean, Xiang, again, former mid lane player, now playing support, probably very proficient on this Veigar as well. We've seen Synctrim, I believe, have a pretty good performance on that one as well, and it's been very good, and it does get locked in.
Yeah, I want it to be mid lane, but it most likely is support. Coming through there, of course, that Event Horizon, just such a strong ability. And we saw how well they team fought last time with the Morgana. Throw a Veigar in there, and it's just going to be a whole host of bad.
Yeah, Gamti there as well. Pick up Corki Jarvan, 2 very strong picks for themselves. I like that Tail is going to be back on Corki as well.
Yeah, I definitely do appreciate that. Maybe get Sync Dream facilitating a little bit more of a roam. They do have Annie, which I guess can historically deal with Veigar a little bit because of the burst potential that comes out. If you don't nail that Event Horizon, Flash Tippers is always just such a threat. You couple it with the fact that Corki with that Trinity Force just has so much burst. Will mean that they have tools to deal with it, but also forces 5 members to buy Merc Treads pretty much straight off the bat.
Yeah, and Veigar the E is such a strong ability, even though he does land a bit awkwardly here. San is going to take the Graves back in again. He's 2-0 actually currently for the OMG lineup in games they've played, and Loveland going to get real aggressive, match pressure for pressure, and take the Lee Sin.
Yeah, so the change around for both picks so far, I guess we saw the Graves as well as the Lee Sin on the side of GT, and now completely swapped around, and we'll see how Loveling does go on that Lee Sin. Of course, very good Lee Sin player. Look for him to be, I guess, a little bit more passive throughout the early game, try and match Huey, and then once he gets that level 6, try and go nuts.
Yep, I would not be surprised to see Sync Dream take either Annie or Leona here as well, so support dress probably locked in as something aggressive, although actually Morgana is open as well, so that is also something they could even look to take away from Xiang, or maybe just take away in general.
Yeah, and once again, building a very good team fight composition here. The good thing about Leona is slows everyone. allows, with that ultimate, a lot of zoning pressure and sets up a couple of good ultimates for Let Me. I think Gnar by itself as a threat isn't enough anymore. People have learned how to play around it, but if you start throwing solar flares and cataclysms around, it is very hard to dodge out of these big Gnar ultimates.
Yeah, they've got the Narvan combo as well, so strong team fighting like you mentioned there for Gumty. I like the Leona into Vega matchup as well, if that's what it is, because it's quite Leona positive. So OMG has a couple choices to make here. That's not happening. But we'll see what they want to pick up here.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if they went with the Rumbles there. If that's a lot of straight line damage coming through. And what that means is if an Event Horizon lands and they take the full duration, you're going to have to walk out of a lot of AoE damage coming in. Throw on top of the fact that there's a Lee Sin kick to deal with and the collateral damage. That's just whole hosts of pain. The danger is if they get CC'd up, they're a very squishy lineup.
They are, and I love this from OMG, taking the Xerath, blocking it away from Xiaohu. Very safe blind pick. Cool had a great game in Game 1 on the champion, so he's going to visit it here again. Gogoing's Rumble, perfectly good as well. A big carry champion for him. Like you mentioned, though, it might be a few too many carries in this lineup.
Yeah, it just looks like they have a very small margin for error. I appreciate the team comp they've put together because I think it works extremely well in team fights, but what it does do is, I guess, leave that little bit of doubt that if one team fight goes wrong or the game gets drawn extremely late, who really deals with the Gnar? Who deals with how big Leona's going to get? And I guess that's something that we'll have to see because it looks like that they've locked in a double AD carry comp actually on the other side.
Yeah, so this is sort of what I was thinking with all the mid lane bans and the Xerath pick there, almost stealing it away from Xiaohu as well. Gumty could have picked it earlier if they wanted, but didn't, and almost feels like Xiaohu's been pigeonholed into something a little bit awkward.
Yeah, it certainly does. I guess the one thing you can say about Ezreal in that mid lane, hits the 2-item spike of the Trinity Force as well as a Muramana transfer pretty early on if he's able to get there, and it's a big spike coming through. The other thing I like is Ezreal's ultimate is so underrated in AoE comps. If it doesn't hit a minion, it does truckloads of damage.
It does. Here is going Let Me. Going to be Rumble Gnar into the top lane. Might see a swap actually from memory. That's not Rumble's favorite matchup here. Cool versus Xiaohu as well. That'll be an interesting one. Ezreal almost always has an edge in his early landing phase.
Yeah, he certainly does. Ezreal's just so good at going aggressive early on. As we see the AD matchup swapped around, Sard now on his Graves, and Taylor's got his Corki, so they did the switcheroo, now they're back.
Yeah, you have to think there's a trademark champions actually for both those players, so going to be very comfortable in the matchup they've carved for themselves. So interesting stuff. Again, a lot of mid-game and a lot of pressure here by both sides, and Gumty's last pick with the Ezreal, a little weird to me, but if they can make it work either mid or late game, depending on where they want to go with the rest of their comp, it's going to look great.
Yeah, and the thing I like about the Ezreal pickup, I touched on it, the fact that he can, I guess, get the big ultimate across and help the AoE, but also cleans up fights extremely well. So if all the AoE goes off and you're looking for stragglers, very, very good with that cooldown reduction, can get in there, really mix it up, and chases with that E so well. It's just a real pain to have to deal with.
Yeah, and it's funny actually as you look through the summoner spells, that's something we haven't seen in quite a while. Both of the mid laners have cleanse.
Yeah, they certainly do. I can understand why Ezreal took it because no one wants to get caught in that Veigar E, but on the other side, just don't want to get caught in the Solar Flare. We actually saw Cool take the exact same summoner spells last time around and use them to great effect.
Yeah, looked really good with those two as well, so it was great stuff to see. Again, whenever we see these sort of tankless lineups, I mean, even Loveling at this point, even if he does build tank items, isn't really a tank in this lineup.
Yeah, he certainly isn't, and junglers always do get hampered by a little bit of that lack of resources, so unless he puts the jungle really on farm, he will be squishy, and that just means it comes down to execution. They can only fight fights that they really are in a position to win from the outset, otherwise long engages will go in the favor of the tank lineup that Gumty put together.
Yeah, and again, Gumty has some good stuff going, so let's see it in action. We're on to the Rift. And we are on to the Rift here for the last game of the evening. OMG versus Gumty. OMG are a game up currently on the blue side. Gumty fighting for points here. Currently down a game, of course, in the best of two. Xiang already taken a little bit of burst early on, but seems that we are going to break out into standard lanes.
Yeah, so standard lanes coming through. And once again, Veigar is such a strange champion because you think struggles in lane, but then also when that ultimate comes through, that's a lot of burst damage coming out of a Graves Veigar, so you have to be careful if you're the Corki in the matchup. So will be interesting to see how they lane it exactly, and looks like in the mid lane, nothing funny going on, both just following the creeps in, and you have to give the early game to Ezreal, and then after that, it's just whoever plays the lane better.
Yeah, and that'll be interesting to see as it develops. Much like the bottom lane, actually, as well. I like the fact that you highlight the burst potential from this lane, especially with, like you mentioned, the fine Vega ulti at 6. But this, to me, feels, slightly favored at least here for Tail and Syncdream, but very volatile.
Yeah, exactly. That's the word I would use to describe this matchup. Volatile to the extreme. It's going to be whoever lands the CC first and is able to bully in. You see San already getting the quick push going, so this is in their favor. The further they can push in, the more Syncdream will be forced to take those little bits of harass. Yeah,
San knows a thing or two about Graves. They're playing it very well in the early stages here, pushing up. OMG actually could be in trouble as Huey's level 2 ganking going here. The damage comes in. He actually misses the knock-up, though, and going waddles out in the Rumble.
Yeah, that means he doesn't even have to flash, and straight away on the other side of the map, Loveling going for the invade, potentially. No. Actually just walks the long way around.
Oh, good poke there as well. Actually using him to zone off turret. OMG are fast pushing.
Yeah, looking for denial of CS as well with as much of that as they can. And Tail already taking a lot of damage.
Good quick draw from Sun. They're going to keep him safe. The Dark Matter back there from Xiang. And again, the mid lane player great with his skill shots. Very quick with his reflexes. And OMG taking over the early levels here.
Yeah, they certainly are. And they're shoving this wave as hard as possible.
Doing it again there. The Dark Matter comes in. Great poke there as Syncdream does actually land in. The Phosphorus from landing as well. And Sun now has to be very careful. That's how volatile this lane is.
Yeah, the reason that he healed so quickly was because of the fact that the cannon creep was beating on him as well, and at level 2, can't underestimate
Another Zenith Blade lands as well, but no Phosphorus Bomb forthcoming. A great zoning stun. Syncdream might actually be caught out of position here. Does get ignited, flashes out as the heal comes in, but Xiang wants it so bad. Flash auto attacks, but it's not quite enough for Syncdream.
Yeah, and surprised that Tail didn't flash to get the auto attack onto San because he still has it available. San, of course, has his as well, so maybe didn't want to get baited too far in, but overall, what a bottom lane matchup. Now completely in favor of Gamti because Leona is that much tankier.
Yeah, San going to back up against Xiang, forced to do the same here, and San again forced out early in this lane, but he did this in the last game and was absolutely fine. So playing to his limits, but still playing carefully.
Yeah, and this time around, though, has the CS lead. So even though he's going back, Wave will be on his side. They won't be able to get it to hit turret, and he's going to be completely fine. He's got the early shot without giving up any advantage.
Yeah, so strong stuff there. Is Huey going to take away a buff? Tried the cheesy level 2 gank in the top side. Couldn't get it done onto going, but he'll be just fine for now in the Rumble. A little bit behind on farm to now, but nothing to write home about.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you expect out of the Rumble matchup. The fact that he's even this close is a little bit surprising that Nas not doing better in the lane, especially with the early pressure that came through. So really credit to going. He's a terrific Rumble player. I love watching how aggressive he takes the champion and really uses every facet of the kit extremely well.
Yeah, cool here as well. Getting some poke down, mostly clearing wave. Xiang actually roaming in with Loveling. No Xiao going to get caught up, stunned there by the Horizon. Cleanses out instantly, and he'll be safe for now.
Yeah, so able to survive the 3-man rover, and that's twice that Xiang's beaten Syncdream to the level 3 roam.
Yeah, I mean, they're actually backing right now, so a good time for Xiang to waddle out a lane on the Vega, but that's going to force her back here for Xiao and loses his cleanse.
Yeah, so I guess that puts the stun possibility out of Cool even more scary because of the amount of damage. You see how quickly Cool's already dealing with these lanes. If you check out his Runes of Masteries, looks like he's going actually pretty offensive. 50 AP out of this Xerath in the mid lane. That's a lot of AP.
It is, and is actually caught up in CS as well. Was slightly behind when we joined the lane recently. Xiao, who will catch up as he moves back down with his tier now completed. But 3 members down in the bottom lane. Syncdream trying to line it up, but a good zoning stun that Huey just can't close distance.
Yeah, so not able to get in there. And with the support down, the flash down on the support player, have to question why they didn't lead with the J4. That flag and drag just much easier and has the slow once he gets in there to line the Zenith Blade up. And now it's flipped around.
Yeah, they're going in tail now. Has to try and get out Valkyrie, I believe. Down for a second. Loveling just missing his Q, but Syncdream going to get aggressive. No, Huey's still here, though, going to make it a 3v3. And OMG have to back up from their jungle gank now.
Yeah, so a lot of pressure being put in this bottom lane. I think both junglers understand that their team wants to get aggressive down there. They feel if they get any edge, they can really run away with it. And right now, that's in San's court. 49 CS to only the 34. He's put together a very good early phase.
And that was after a very clever early shop as well. So good stuff. But Lemmy's level 60 going. Not having the same luxury. Lemmy going to move it. Doesn't want to go near a wall. A good wall though coming in and going. Just going to get plowed back there with the ulti. Now level 6. Finally pops the equalizer down. And Lemmy actually cannot continue.
Yeah, and you see how much damage comes out of that danger zone rumble. And he still has been able to hold on to that summoner spell. And once again, Go Going just not being forced out of this lane, confident enough to even walk back up.
Yeah, playing to his limits. Minina back now as well, so Go Going will have to respect the hyper a little bit here in the top side, but like you said, playing competitively here in CS in a lane where Rumble's a little bit down in the early levels, a very strong start for Go Going.
Yeah, it certainly is, and he's down 3 CS, 4 CS if you count the wave equal, and that is absolutely nothing coming through for a Rumble player. We talk about how good of a resourceless champion is.
Sun actually does get Xenopleted up there, but Xiang just going to answer back. Good trade, actually. Sun needs a phosphorus bomb, so it'll go a bit further back in Gumtee's favor, but Xiang still playing aggressively on the Vega.
Yeah, double phosphorus bomb coming through, and I guess that Ruby Crystal makes Tail a little bit tankier in this lane, and I think the tank stats will eventually win out because of the amount of potions they're having to invest in to trade with the Gumtee lineup.
Yeah, but Sun keeping competitive in CS, actually winning so far, and again, another great stun by Xiang, and just poking them as much as he can.
Yeah, certainly trying to get them in range, and they need to be careful that they don't get level 6. Because Sun has got enough, as another Zenith Blade came through, has got enough for that ultimate at the moment.
Yeah, going to move in, forcing the Valkyrie out of Tail as well, a little bit scared of what could happen, and Sun Xiang just going to hang out.
Yeah, what they were looking for was a cool roam down. He wanted to throw that ultimate out across the event horizon, so wise move out of the Gantee lane to just back away when they saw Cool disappear out of that lane.
And this has probably been the coolest thing about seeing this Xerath in the mid lane for OMG. It's just been, their coordination with the Xerath ults especially has been so strong in the first game.
Yeah, and it's that implied pressure. It's as soon as you disappear, nearly TF-esque, just being able to roam out of the lane as often as possible, especially when you push as well as a Xerath does, just puts a lot of pressure on the side lanes, and Cool really taking full advantage of it.
Yeah, he is indeed. Is Go Going still here in the top lane with his amplifying tome and Doran shield, by the way, but just going to force Letme, who finally wants to go back and spend some of his money, but winning in CS now if he stays in here. A very strong early, 10 minutes or so from Go Going's Rumble.
Yeah, and if they choose to not fight the Dragon this time around, he can drop the Equalizer and get an extremely quick shop out. Doesn't look like he's done that. It just has pushed. No, he did drop the Equalizer, so exact same wavelength, wants to get the quick shop out, get back into lane, but Letme, Reddit, he's stuck around.
Yeah, he has, and they both have their TPs as well. Go Going should be able to walk back to lane from his position, and a swift Haunting Guise has been picked up.
Yeah, so going for that penetration also picks up the boots to make sure that he can fight in the lane, and Letme, he's stuck around even longer. He wants to try and shove this out. Might mean that the teleport advantage goes over to OMG, because look how close Go Going already is to getting back in lane. He's not going to miss anything.
No, he's charging back in towards the lane, just going to miss a couple of CS, maybe not even that. It's actually just a low melee minion. And yeah, Go Going into moving, going to collect almost all of the CS, if not all of it. And the blue buff still actually coming through as well. Cool moving in, but Huey comes through. Lovely takes a lot of damage, but safeguards are just in. It's a cool and amazing stun landing on the Shadow to peel off, and they're still cutting back. Xiang has rotated in as well. The teleports come in Lovely, still living on a sliver of health, and Xiang holding onto his event horizon. Amazing peel by OMG.
That will mean the Dragon going over to Gumtee, and you saw the amount of burst that comes out of Ezreal. That's what we're talking about. The ultimate can never be underestimated, and a free objective, although looking to be answered in the top lane.
Yeah, Go Going will pressure on the turret and keep his teleport advantage for now as well. Letme did have to TP down for it, but Gumtee did secure the first Dragon.
Yeah, and the reason Go Going didn't follow was because the Equalizer still was on cooldown, so wouldn't have been able to impact the team fight enough. Better to just get out of there, get some damage down on the turret. And Sun, hey, he's got a 20 CS lead.
Yeah, I mean, again, the guy knows his way around Graves, that's for sure. As Go Going has gotten the turret to about 50% health there in the top side, so looking good there. BF sword now done for Graves, and remember, Sun had to force back an early shot that he fit in very well with the wave timings there, and as a result, he's just catapulted ahead in this lane.
Yeah, he certainly has, and we see that all the flat AD one more time coming out. Got the longsword, so either a Bloodthirster or maybe even a Brutalizer coming out there to just augment the burst damage even further. As he's just trying to stay close enough to pick up some CS. Does need to be careful now because level 6 has been reached by Syncdream, and Viger's in the top lane.
Yeah, Xiang has gone wandering, which actually should tip off Gumtee there as well, but they're going to set up here, and Sun, again, playing safe, doesn't need any additional help, just chilling in the bottom lane.
Yeah, with the cool ultimate still up, a dive is a very risky prospect just because of the fact that he is able to get down there. They also haven't had eyes on the jungle for quite some time, so they don't want to risk anything. Meanwhile, in the top lane, that's 3 members strong, waiting for Letme to just poke his head out a little bit further.
Yeah, Letme has his flash as well, and Go Going, I don't know if he's even picking up CS here at this point. He is waiting very carefully in this brush.
Yeah, he's trying to be very sneaky, and they still are committing to it.
And they're going to go in. The bouncer's coming. There's the flash up, but Let Me flashes as well. The equalizer comes down, but OMG spring the trap and Let Me get straight out.
Yeah, with how far the Narbar is, a little bit confusing that they didn't just wait for a couple more minions to fall and the Nar transform to come through. But in the end, pull the trigger, nothing comes from it. Flash is burnt by Zhiyang and it's matched by Let Me.
Yeah, so again, a couple summoners, but nothing major there. OMG wasting quite a bit of time there, and now Cool actually might be the one getting tired of. Sync Dream is hanging out just below here, and they found him. They actually do spot him up. A great stun in there as well. Their damage going to come in. Cool's ulti going to move out, and First Blood actually goes to the Jarvan, but there's the trade, 1-for-1.
Yeah, gets a 1-for-1 trade. Xiaohu with a fantastic ultimate swinging around. Was wondering where that was firing, and then it eventuated in a First Blood, so definitely heads up play there.
Good work from Xiang though to pick up that next kill, and Cool, probably a little sad that he didn't get the First Blood there.
Yeah, he definitely would be coming through, but of course, kill onto the mid lane, be it First Blood or not, probably is going to go in OMG's favor. So gold exactly equal 13 minutes into this game. Very similar to how last game was being played. Elongated laning phase with the supports really doing the roaming coming through, but Cool looking impressive.
Yeah, it really is. And set up for another big game, you have to think here. So actually 20 CS ahead now as the lanes develop. Xiaohu, of course, had an edge in the early stages, but Cool's flipped that now with the Morellonomicon. He's able to wave clear very easily and aggressively. Saad's doing well here in his lane. Still ahead, actually, in CS down on Tail. And Going's even there with his Rumble. So second Dragon Fight going to roll around. Xiang actually going to stun up Tail. Good kick back there for Lovely. Nails the Q there as well. And Lovely cleans the kill out in style.
Yeah, able to pick that one up. I'm sure Sam would have loved it. Threw the ultimate out, and the delay in damage meant that he wasn't able to pick that one up. Loveling took it with an auto attack, but that puts a lot of pressure on this bot lane turret if they want to push it out.
Yeah, they might. I mean, we talk a lot about Corki rotating in and taking turrets. Graves has a very similar feel to him as well.
Yeah, Graves with all the flat AD he picks up actually sieges turrets very well if there's no one in the lane because of the quick draw steroids. So definitely is something he does well.
Going, no, actually in trouble now. Let Me going to get aggressive, actually kiting very far in front of him. Going, forced to run the other way now, but Lemmy's about to transform. That's going to give him good access. A great flash throw by Going, and he gets away.
Yeah, able to get away. Needs to not walk up back through lane, though. Just needs to take the loss situation and get the heck out because Let Me was looking to, I guess, punish him for being over-aggressive.
And for all how well the lane was going from Going, Let Me does a great job. They're even going to get the pink ward there on the top side. So opening a bit of a lead now, actually ahead of Going on CS, and Rumble struggling a little bit as he builds up those items.
Yeah, and it's because of the itemization. The Merc treads as well as the Hex Drink just gives so much early MR and the attack damage that comes through. Couple that with a Giant's Belt, and there's just not enough damage coming through currently from Going to really stand toe-to-toe in this lane. So expect it to go a little bit further back in Nard's favor, but around the Dragon fights at about the 15-16 minute mark, Going's going to be an absolute monster at level 11.
He is, and it's a long laning phase as well that we've had. Cool still farming up, actually about 20 CS ahead or more now in the mid lane. Sun even has an Avarice Blade before finishing his Infinity Edge. So OMG are taking this slow, but you have to think they want to start snowballing the Dragon by taking the one that's coming up in a minute 10.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that way. The Avarice Blade pickup definitely does give away that it is potentially going to be that Youmuu's Ghost Blade because of the fact there's a longsword in there as well. So maybe not the static Shiv, and we see San, he's farming still perfectly fine, and the elongated laning phase, it's starting to go in OMG's favor. They've started to pick up a little bit of a gold lead just through superior CS.
Yeah, just buying time for Going as well, I think, to make sure he's strong enough for the Dragon fight that's coming up. There are actually 3 members of Gumty looking to gank him as well, which makes sense given that they really want this next Dragon.
Yeah, you see Tail recall in, pick up his Trinity Force, and wow, the ultimate being dropped, 6 cents going off for the top laner, and he hasn't got his teleport, he hasn't got his equalizer, but the fact that the turret is safe will be in their favor.
I wonder if he'll contest for the Dragon now. OMG using the ulti again before the next Dragon coming up, so maybe they don't want it. In fact, they really want the blue buff.
Yeah, so they're trying to deny that from Ezreal to get rid of the nice timing coming through for the Transformer, the Muramana. And it really is working in that favor. San's still playing very far up.
Yeah, actually a teleport going to be used. I think the blue buff got taken by OMG, but that gets stunned by Xiang. Going to get thrown under the Cataclysm and the Gnar. And that's a great telly for Sync Dream. Corki gets the kill.
Yeah, fantastic patience to hold the Gnar there from Let Me. So not going to use that one. and all of a sudden they're in fantastic position to contest this drag and actually taking it away.
Yeah, good going in to try and get the trade turret here. He should be able to get it, I think, on this rotation, although he's pushing a little bit slow, especially with his ulti down from earlier. I mean, Cool is pressuring in the mid. He has to be careful, though, because the rest of Gumty are coming again, Kim.
Yeah, it certainly looks like that, but they've cheated towards the top side of the map, so good move out of Cool to go towards Loveling and, of course, go going if he does want to roam down. He's able to pick up the turret, so an objective for an objective.
Yeah, go going, like you said, does pick up the turret. So OMG looking stronger. 2-0 actually in turrets, their biggest edge so far in this particular game. And Cool still following up. He's 172 to 143, almost 30 CS ahead.
Yeah, the Morellonomicon really playing in his favor. The fact that they've also denied Zhao, who a couple of blue buffs, means that farming with the Ezreal is a little bit more mana intensive and not able to get it done. So across the board, actually, CS in favor of OMG. So top side of the map in the favor of Gumty, bottom side of the map, OMG.
Yeah, Ezreal up there just follows down the mid lane as well. And you have to think it's a little odd to see OMG giving up Dragons so easily when they do have the Rumble. So they've got something planned here for the mid game.
Yeah, they certainly do, and it looks like it's through the siege one more time. They've picked up the two outer turrets to no responding turrets. They're about to pick up the mid lane turret. All they need to do is rotate Graves into that lane, and Cool will be able to poke out. Collateral damage, of course, is a fantastic sieging tool. If you don't want to fight, you just throw it out there and it chunks everyone down. And with how low it is, it's just going to fall. So that's all three outer turrets. They're looking to open up the map and once again just out-rotate their opponent.
Yeah, Siege coming in. You can see the poke pressure there from Cool. Shao actually getting chunked quite low there, and Xiang fancies himself an Event Horizon under the tower. And that's the other big element of this comp as well for the Siege. It's that big Vega stun.
Yeah, of course it is. Being able to just nail everyone under turret doesn't draw aggro, of course, and just there's no response coming. Wow.
Well, very nice juke there from Xiang, but he still gets caught there. Good zone there, does move in. Loveling actually going to snipe away. Siegejun does just get him. Xiang actually gets it, but Loveling takes so much damage from Corky Jarvan.
Yeah, that was a fantastic combo coming in from Hugh there, really setting him up. So Huey able to pick up a return there, and Tail, he's a beneficiary. 2-1-0 now with that Trinity Force, with those Sork boots looking very strong in this mid game.
Yeah, looking good, but San's going to rotate in, does have his Infinity Edge completed, plus his Avarice Blade still ticking away, giving him gold. So OMG are going to get their third outer eventually. That's been their plan. They're up in flat gold, despite the fact that Gumty have two dragons. So OMG, they're going to get the third tower. They're going to keep pressing the gold lead, and game on.
Yeah, so this is always the problem with these lineups. So OMG's done exactly what they want. They've built a 2,500 gold lead, and it's got them a benefit around the map. The problem is now, is if they start picking fights and not sieging correctly, Gumty have a lot of available resources if they start winning the team fights. So OMG really need to set up for their poke smartly. They need to ensure that they're using the Veigar and the Xerath to siege up turrets and take even more objectives. Now the snowball started rolling, it's important to keep it going, otherwise it just melts, and from there Gumty will be able to take over.
Yeah, and Cool now with a Rabadon's Death Cap done as well. He is ready to start sieging some turrets, I can tell you that here. Only the boots one, but does so much wave clear and poke damage. So OMG, Dragons down for now, they should be looking to group.
Yeah, definitely should be looking to group. Maybe even keep San, it sounds crazy, in a side lane and group as 4 because of the fact where Rumble is. He's got the double pen. That ultimate coupled with the Veigar stun is going to give them so much pressure around the map. So those are the real 4 key members, and one of them needs to get going as a carry. And in the siege composition, so hard to do that with the Xerath. He will pick up incidental farm when he's clearing out the wave. So maybe the Graves is the best option to start crushing out the side waves.
Maybe. I mean, Loveling has his sight stone as well, so OMG can secure the vision. But let me, just a bit of free time in the top side. They group the Rumble in, but Gumty going to get basically a free turret.
Yeah, and that is the second best turret attack animation behind Jax, who of course is just so satisfying to take turrets with. Headbutting a turret is just a very fun experience.
It's great here as Let Me does headbutt the turret to death. Hugo going actually hanging out, but just wants to get the farm and make sure Let Me doesn't find him. And he's fallen pretty far behind in CS. Let Me at 190 now.
Yeah, he's been able to pick up a massive wave there that going wasn't able to get to crush into the second turret. Had to roam around for a little bit. So that's a 30 CS advantage, but he'll make up the gap. And at this point, if you're a Rumble, you probably don't want to be 0-0-0. That's probably the bit of the scoreline that going isn't happy about. However, the creep score, that's completely fine.
Yeah, I mean, again, Rumble good good early, especially with a few items here. The items he does have now are fine, but need to see Ladrog coming through. Zonya's up very soon, so going, like you said, keeping up very well in items.
Yeah, certainly is San in a bit of trouble,
Yeah,
though.
Tail moving down as well. Grave trying to kite it out, but he's caught out of position. Xiaohu going to get the next kill after Cataclysm dive straight on top of the Graves.
Yeah, and a lot of this is on the back of the jungler coming out of Gamti, playing terrifically on the Jarvan, setting a lot up, and the pick allows them to maybe even get the first blue buff. Although it looks still like OMG want to contest.
Loveling wants it real bad, but not that badly apparently. Does get poked off. Finds a ward to put down here. Not going to hop in for this one, though. Cool actually does stun away, but Letme's down here. He was on a great ulti there by Leona. Almost stuns up Xerath, but Tail's going to force Cool to flush. The ulti moves in. Loveling very smartly W's onto him, but Letme knocks them both into the wall. The wallop in there as well. Huey gets the first kill. The second goes to Leona. Beautiful play by Gumty.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about. If you make a mistake, all of a sudden, gold even, and they're going to be able to siege down objectives very quickly with this double AD composition. The transform came through from Xiaohu. That's why he's doing so much damage at this point in the game. And they might be able to pick up a couple of turrets.
Yeah, this is a shining point now for Gumty's comp. The double AD shredding through structures at this point in the game. They can't do anything. They lose another one, and this next dragon's probably not theirs either.
Yeah, and they're looking to collapse as well.
Xiaohu actually found him. He's got double left stinger going, turns around. Massive damage coming in. It does get the trade.
Yeah, so able to trade 1-for-1, but that's the equalizer down for the dragon fight. So if they're able to rotate across quite quickly, we'll be able to pick that one up. Cool still in the base, and Tail started up the dragon.
Yeah, Tail very smart here. Great rotations again by Gumty, knowing their plans, knowing where they want to do, keeping control of the objectives and playing very clean.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, turrets are equal with still an outer available, but they're 2,000 gold in the lead, and unless Ji Young pulls off a miracle stun here in a team fight, things are bad.
Tail gets caught actually. Loveling tries to flash kick Letme, but he flashes out from under it, so doesn't quite complete their Loveling. Still chasing, can't quite tag Letme with the resonating strike, and Gumty get away free.
Yeah, and double Trinity Force coming through. Wow, they're still going.
Not that free. Letme getting caught there, but he's so tanky that all the magic damage, even with Cool's death cap's not doing too much.
Yeah, until they get some penetration through there. And wow, that Ezreal ulting, chunking Ji Young. I'm struggling to speak here, but with because of the fact that he's got the Hex Drinker, the boots, as well as now that cape, just so much resistance coming through. Unless the pen starts coming through from Cool, he's going to have trouble chunking out that Nah.
Yeah, the Aegis as well for Huey, a very selfless pickup coming through. And you mentioned it already, he's ahead in the jungle matchup, winning in farm 205, doing a lot of work around the map for his team, and has good utility items to add to his team comp as well. So Gumty, we mentioned it, they've got a big mid-game spike here with the 2 AD carries. Now's their time.
Yeah, it certainly is. The one thing that concerns me is that they've neglected Merc Treads on a couple of their carries. Xiaohu has gone for the cooldown reduction, and wow.
That damage, very impressive.
Yeah, nothing to scoff at this point in the game, as well as the Corki. And I just feel there's two champions that you have to build it against. It's the Fiddlesticks if you're one of the damage threat in a 2 damage comp, and the Viger, just because of how long they last and the range they can hit you with it from.
Yeah, Singtree might have been found Loveling here. Tries to ulti. I think he was expecting a flash or something, but Huey going to find Go Going instead there. Let me see as well. Go Going does pop his equalizer. Going to get stunned up though. A decent ulti there, but Shower cleanses out of it from the event horizon. Go Going still running away, but Huey's going to dunk him, and that should be the kill. Let me takes it now. Huey getting aggressed on Loveling. Will go in as Cool gets the kill, but Loveling's dead now as Let Me diving straight under the turret. A great snipe there for Xiaohu on the Vega. Now Sang getting chased down as well, but Cool gets the first snipe. Gonna make it maybe another. Sick Dream gets nailed and a triple kill for Cool.
Yeah, what a team fight coming out for Cool. He might even pick up the Quadra.
Yeah, Let Me going down as well. That is Ness gonna be the Quadra there, and Cool so close to the Penta. Tail runs for the hills.
Yeah, what a fight out of Cool, and all of a sudden he's picked up 2,100 gold for himself as well. A valiant effort defending that turret. It looked like they went a little bit too deep trying to dive for that one, and it was all about Go Going's timing on his Zonya's Hourglass, surviving a little bit longer than expected, and it really threw the rest of the team fight into a disarray.
Yeah, and Cool taking such big advantage of it. Let's see it again.
Yeah, exactly right. So we jump in here and we see the fact that he nails the equalizer and only just pops his Zonyas when everyone commits to him. The flash out means that he has to be Cataclysm, and from there, the overcommit Cool able to get so much damage through. And they think they still have the fight. Ji Young goes so long, but nails the 2-man stun just as it's ending. And Cool, meanwhile, on the back, he's complete in control of the fight. He's completely untouched. No harass coming through. whilst a good flash kill came in from Tail, a quadra kill over on the Xerath, who's probably the most important part of this composition, is horrible news for Garmsey just when they look like they were starting to get control.
Yeah, and Cool has just gotten himself a Void Staff now as well, so insane damage coming out already. That was a big boon of gold, but Gumty, they're on top of Baron.
Yeah, and they do it so quickly. The Hyper and the double AD, there is no way they can get in range of this.
No, Cool can't even get in range for the ulti steal potentially, and Gumty take, oh, very close.
Yeah, so a fantastic shot calling decision out of Garmsey, denying vision and then recognizing the double AD at this point, just tear through neutral so quickly and able to pick that one up for free.
And I love OMG, despite losing the Baron, Loveling's like, get the blue buff, immediately pings onto it. He'll give it to Cool. That's not a bad little steal away. Oh, Ezreal, never mind.
Yeah, and that is so important for Xiaohu to have the blue buff. With the Muramana, it's just going to be pumping out damage at this point in the game. He's got a red as well, just to ensure the kite is very real. And from here, they can just siege up in their own funky kind of AD way.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's almost a battle of two mid laners at this point. Cool and Xiaohu, the biggest beneficiaries, I think, in this game of their team here. Big star players for the team as well. If they're going to pull this game together, it's going to be them really leading the pack.
Yeah, and I'm just waiting for Xiaohu to get level 16 and really nail that Ezreal ultimate. It's just such an underrated ability, and with the Sunlight proc, with the fact that the Nars in there and the Cataclysm, he's just got all the tools to really make champion like Ezreal work in these late game team fights.
And remember, there's still a bit of a clock on this game for OMG as well. The Nars getting tankier, Huey's getting tankier as well. There's things that they do have to worry about. Let me actually is super tanky at this point of the game.
Yeah, and it looks like we're about to demonstrate how tanky this guy is because they've set up a gank brush with 3 people.
No, let me though. Spidey senses tingling does get out of the way.
Yeah, they need to be careful. It's going to take a long time to kill him, and there's members waiting in the wings. They guessed it, and now OMG have to abandon ship.
Yeah, Scrying Orb comes down there as well. Tail will actually spot them off with his trinket, and OMG have to back up. I mean, if they're setting up for kill brushes here, Garmty must feel very confident in their 5v5.
Yeah, it definitely is the case, and it looks like Dragon about to respawn in 30 seconds. Whilst a lot of control over the bottom side of the map vision-wise for OMG, in a 5v5 team fight, you want nothing to do with the Narvan combo at level 16.
No, not at all here. And Gumty, you've said it already, picked themselves for a team fight comp, looking so good here at this stage of the game. Double Trinity Force gives them great mid-game power as well. And kind of looking through it all, especially with OMG having a very poke-heavy comp with no frontline realistically to speak of. Gumty have a very balanced comp throughout this entire game, given the comp they're playing against.
Yeah, they certainly do, and you saw Nar stopping the transform at the perfect moment. He's going to have the full bar transforming at will for this fight, and OMG have to give this up. There is no way they fight this.
Well, that's the 4th Dragon hit for Gumty, and that's a timer they don't really want to deal with. So they're going to entertain a steal. If Loveland can nail it, it'd be great. The Equalizer coming down as well. The Jarvan actually, though, does get the smite here. And OMG just can't chase. Yeah. Oh, Huey actually, whoa, Loveling going in there. Huey, though, will get away. The heel pop by Tail as well. Loveling really wanted it, but OMG get nothing.
Yeah, use a couple of ultimates there to try and snipe it away, and then Cool with the fantastic follow-up damage coming through, but overall, 4th Dragon picked up. That's a huge win for Gumty at the 35-minute mark. OMG have to team fight now.
Yeah, I mean, but that's not really what they want to be doing with this team comp. They want to poke down at Xiaohu, chasing it onto Cool. Insane damage by the Ezreal ulti will get dodged out by Cool.
Yeah, so able to dodge that one out, but Xiaohu playing like a man possessed is so confident in his abilities to take these small skirmishes. You saw even aggressively Arcane shifting in, and he's playing the mid Ezreal very well.
He is here, and we've talked about this player for Gumty. Often looks so good in their wins and looks great so far. His score not super attractive at 2-2-8, but the play is just so beautiful.
And it's all the pressure that puts that. Killing someone and chunking them out at this point in the game leads to the exact same thing. It's all the objectives they're able to pick up, the positive team fights they force. So definitely appreciate what he's bringing to the table. And now that now that Emblem of Valor has been picked up, of course, coming through with the Locket of the Iron Solari, that's a very tanky front line coming through. Jarvan and Letme, who's now picked up a Warmog's armor. He's not going to die.
No, he's insanely tanky, and this is sort of the point of the game that OMG didn't want to get to. You know, they knew that Noah and Jarvan were going to be a problem when they got tanky. Cool does plenty of damage to the squishies, but Gumty can protect their carries and team fight so well. And the big thing for OMG, they don't even have an objective to try and get Gumty off of. They have 0 dragons right now.
Exactly right, and the problem with Cool is the fact that he's a very immobile carry. Whilst he's got that cleanse, if it doesn't get to the point, if he doesn't dodge out on some of these skill shots, he just dies so squishy. Going once again for a very aggressive build. Have to appreciate why he's doing it. He's under a lot of pressure to pump out the damage, but without a Zhonya's Hourglass against a Nah, a Jarvan, and a Leona, they're going to get on top of you.
Yeah, and OMG have just never been able to have the 5-man siege where they're pressuring Gumpty, because Gumpty have just found Edison been ahead. Let me have him, might even dive in. The stun comes in for Jiyoung. Cool going to follow in as well, but Synctrim nails going the follow-up in there on a good Zhonya's was in, but Let Me just going to go in there. Sun gets stunned up as well. Huey going to dive in and force the flashes. All the equalizer comes in, but Shao goes in there onto Sun. He flashed out of the way. He's getting in, but he gets blown up by Loveling and Graves ulti there as well. Tail now chasing in as well, but OMG is still cutting back. A double Nalo moves in. Jiyoung goes down to Corky, going, getting chased out now as well. Let Me going to go back into mini form and chase out the Rumble. 2 for 1 there for OMG. So, yeah, for OMG, but Gumpty's still chasing.
Yeah, so it will possibly turn 3-1 in Gumpty's favor as going finally falls down. But no minion waves in the favor of Gumpty. They pick up a 1-team fight. I think the important thing about that is that they got rid of all the summoner spells before the next Baron fight. Now OMG have to walk towards a Baron in a minute with 0 summoners across the board apart from Xiyoung's flash.
Yeah, and you know, Xiyoung playing fine there on the Vega, but just can't do anything when his team gets dived. And you're right, it was a fight there for Gumpty coming through. Big item still here for OMG, but they're running out of time to fight Gumpty's team fight comp.
Yeah, and once again, you saw all the damage that came out of San, all the damage that came out of Cool, but in the end, there's 2 very big AD threats that have such consistent damages that the tanks are always going to come up king with double AD. Nice dodge out of the Solar Flare there by Jiyoung.
Yeah, a little premature there by Synctrim coming up, but they really want to try and find a pick before the Baron if they can, just to make it that much easier. But even if they don't, Gumpty have exclusive vision right now, I think, with the pink ward that looks like an OMG ward just poking up to the left there as well. And you know they're actually going to find the stunner to Jiyoung, who tries to go in, but Huey gets kicked out there by Loveling.
Yeah, so better positioning for Gumpty around this objective and able to control the area. Once again, minion waves being controlled by OMG currently, but that will change very quickly.
Cataclysm in there. San in trouble now as well. Does get crushed down there as Let Me going to get that kill, and that's the pick they wanted.
That's the importance of the summoner spells coming out right there. It is impossible to get away from a Jarvan if he has flash, the flag drag, the cataclysm. He travels like 14 screens, and San unfortunately used the quick draw to try and get out of range. Got trapped in there and wasn't able to get it done.
Yeah, traveled all the way from game 1 there to get that kill. But Baron now going to get aggressed on by Gumpty. It's 5v4 already. They're going to try and poke in. Cool does a lot of damage still. He's the big light here for OMG.
Yeah, certainly the equalizer coming up huge as well.
Loveling, he wants to steal, but he's actually on the queue. Gumpty Loveling goes in, but can't get it. Huey going to take it instead and Let Me taking up going, but Tails picked up Loveling already. Xiaohu diving in there as going, gets very low. Xiaohu looking to take him out and does get it. 2-0 plus the Baron.
Yeah, and they're able to push in now. You saw how tanky Let Me is. They just don't want to hit that Gnar without the consistent damage coming out of Graves. There's nothing Magic users can do against him, and now they're going to push in on the mid lane. A lot of Warmog's regeneration will start up from Let Me here, so he might be even healthy enough to go for a bit of a dive.
Yeah, and Tails played himself into a big game as well on the Corky. Back on his trademark champion at this point. Inhibitor going to go down as well, and Taylor 8-1-7 is destroying objectives.
Yeah, he certainly is with that QSS. Very low risk of him dying as well now that he can get out of that event horizon. Just nothing they can do. This persistent double AD threat coming out too much for OMG, and now the gank brush even being set up.
Yeah, Huey has his ulti. So Xiyoung going to get caught out here. Doesn't get stunned, but just takes too much damage and dies.
Yeah, and now that the support's down, that's a lot of the counter initiation. 5th Dragon up as well. That's why they did it. They knew they had to face check it, and now they're in a position to have the Baron buff and the 5 Dragons.
Well, Loveling going to get caught here as well. Let Me going to go back in. Loveling can't follow the Let Me so tanky and so smart to zone Loveling off. He wants to steal so badly.
Well, he needs to steal, but he doesn't get it. They even burn the Xerath ultimate. Both buffs now on the Gumpty lineup. 10,000 gold in the advantage. They're looking to really punish OMG.
Let Me is so large on this Gnar right now. Even the ulti using the zone out. Cool, they're going to follow in so aggressive. True Drop Barrage takes Cool to 50% health, and Gumpty going to claim another tower.
Yeah, and that's all the wave clear gone. They're going to be able to push in if they so choose. No, they don't. They back away. And you can see how, I guess, confused OMG is they're even starting to split push with the Rumble.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying something, but you can see why Gumty backed away. Mountains of gold for them to spend, and they're going to come back for what might be the final push of this game.
Yeah, Elixir of Iron plus 5 completed items for Let Me. He's going to be huge metaphorically and physically going into this last fight, and you have to think with Amora Malmodius, he's even a genuine threat in his own right. Item builds galore coming off across the table for Gumty. You look at the Ezreal build, Bloodthirster, Triforce, as well as that Muramana and the Banshee's Veil. Tail, he's in a fantastic position, and they're looking to just start up one final team fight.
Yeah, almost a 10,000 gold lead here as well for Gumty versus OMG. Xiaohu doing ridiculous amounts of damage right now on the Ezreal. And I mean, Gumty, again, sort of had a mid-game comp, but controlling the Dragon beautifully here. Carried them into the late game, especially with their tanky frontline. And OMG seems that they have no answers. They never got to group and have the 5-man siege.
Yeah, and the problem was that they just too highly mobile on the side of Gumty for Cool to really nail the important threats. Sure, he can get a lot of poke out on the front line, but when you are a pure tank Jarvan, a pure tank Gnar, it's just not going to matter in the long run and can't get in.
Cool getting chunked out there as well. Actually might die. Great Leona ulti going to pick up the kill there for Tail. Loveling going to go down there as well as Corki gets the double and going. Kind of trapped there as well. A good stun there into Singtree, but even Leona unbelievably tanky at this point.
Yeah, and the underrated Leona support, it adds a third person to your front line. That'll be the game with the 5 dragons. They completely tear through structures. And Gumty coming up huge in a game
Xiong just gets whacked against the wall for a kill for Xiao. Tail getting low there, actually might go down. He turns it around, the damage is good. Xiao though is starting to destroy people right now. Arcane shifts away, kiting stun and going away. Might even get the 1v2, but it doesn't matter. His team's winning the game.
Yeah, it certainly looks like they've turned their attention towards the Nexus. San will survive, but the Nexus will not. Game 2 going to Gumty and another split.
And you have to think OMG didn't want to split with Gumty again. Gumty played fantastically to win the second game, but going. I think the team missed his Maokai.
Yeah, it certainly did. That no tank lineup. We mentioned the fact that Loveling just wasn't going to be able to get enough farm on this Lee Sin to really catapult himself into a position to be that soul tank. More of a bruiser coming out of the Lee Sin, and the fact that there's 2 highly mobile, high damage AD carries just means that they're going to rip through any tankless lineup.
Yeah, and it's so funny whenever we see Ezreal, in my head I instantly think double AD mid-game comp. But Gumty put together a surprisingly balanced comp, and again, I sort of hinted that it might have been how OMG picked meant that they never really got outscaled by like a big super tank by something like Mundo or Sion. But that was a great comp by Gumty, actually, just all in all.
Yeah, it certainly was, and I think that the thing about the ADs that they put together, very undervalued AoE damage comes through from both of them, and the ability to proc Sunlight passives consistently adds that magic damage threat that you wouldn't normally expect out of a double AD comp.
Yeah, mixed damage from Corki as well being pretty good. I mean, just a well thought out comp and a great played one as well by GT.
Yeah, and you have to put it down. You can put a comp together on paper, but the execution was much better game 2 from Gumty. They completely controlled the Dragon objective, picked themselves up a very good sneak Baron as well, and across the map, once OMG took the 3 out of turrets, didn't look like they had a game plan past there.
Yeah, so a surprising split, but a win nonetheless. Gumty and OMG split once again as they meet in the LPL. Don't forget, we'll be back tomorrow, but on behalf of myself, Spawn, Papa Smithy, and Atlas and our entire live production crew, we'll see you guys tomorrow for more LPL.